May be seated. Who needed it?
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a good evening. Good morning. We'll probably take a lunch break about 12:30-ish and go through the rest of the day. All right, where we last off, we were in direct.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And good morning to you.
Good morning.
When we concluded yesterday, we were playing Officer Villalobos' video.
Yes.
I want to go back to his video, and for the record, Your Honor, approximately we are at timestamp 01:49:57. We will publish from there.
That's fine. You're done. That's fine. They're already watching us. They're already watching us, man. They're watching us. I know. They already do. So it's not any question for my door down and shine the light on the other and that's it. That's fine. All right. And they draw my screen. Exactly. Okay. So you're harassing me.
Sergeant Flores, that's what it is. Are you going to make things more difficult, or are you...
No, I didn't make them difficult. Do you have a warrant, Sergeant Flores? Do you have a warrant?
What I'm asking you, are you going to conference, or...
Do you have a warrant?
I'm not going to negotiate.
No, do you have a warrant?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you can't come in.
You assaulted one of my officers?
No, I didn't. They assaulted me.
So, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to for complicated?
They assaulted
Okay,
me.
that's my answer.
They assaulted me.
And Your Honor, we're going to move forward to approximately 01:53:10.
Judge, I don't mind that they're skipping around, but I have a problem if they're showing videos without proposing a question.
It's in evidence already, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, the problem is that by showing videos and then skipping around, whatever question ultimately asked is a compound question and misleading to the jury.
Overrule.
It's approximately 01:53:10.
She almost duraron. No? That's you, but you know what? You're very wrong. That's the right what you're doing. Before you were done.
But if it doesn't make the content, well, we can just keep
You're coming out the my door. You're going to turn down without warrant.
Yeah, you threw something at one of our officers. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's crazy, bro.
You should do that for yourself, honey. Dude, I don't. There's one in there, right? The eyes in it?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Does anybody got? Sorry, John. She's on the road, right? No, she's somewhere in there.
And that last statement, she's ready to fight, though she came right at me. You recognize that voice?
I think that was Villalobos.
Okay. And from your knowledge of the video, what was he referring to about she came right at me?
It was when he was unlocking the door. She came toward the window.
So, who were the officers once Officer Villalobos crossed into the patio? What officers had the best viewpoint of him?
Officer Salinas and Thompson.
Which Salinas?
Maria Salinas, I'm sorry.
And, Your Honor, I would this time move to publish what has already been admitted to evidence is Officer Maria Salinas' body cam as admitted as State's Exhibit 10. It's also been admitted under defense numbers I can't recall specifically.
Yes.
Record, Your Honor, we're at approximately 014012. We're going to move forward to her arrival approximately 014631.
Melissa, come on here and talk to us.
Okay, next later.
No, you said instead of going in there again. Oh, I know. Okay. Alright, I'll hang in here. We'll try to get in your ass and get him the hammer. Yeah, hammer.
Ma'am, you want to talk to me? No, I want to talk to nobody. You need to leave, and you must leave because everybody's watching you. Everybody's watching you on camera around the world, on national TV. You jump that? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. They're already watching us. They already watch us, ma'am. They're watching us. I know, they already do, so there's nothing new. I'm going to turn my guard down and shine the light on the opening that I have. Okay, that's fine.
I'm Sergeant Flores, that's what I need.
Before Sergeant Flores begins to speak, what question did you hear Officer Maria Salinas say?
Said, are we allowed to?
And from your review, who was she talking to?
I think that was Officer Young, I believe.
Objection to speculation.
All right, so if you don't have personal knowledge, you can say that. and if
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not know for sure.
Are you gonna make things more difficult, or you just?
I didn't make them difficult. Do you have a warrant, Sergeant
No,
Flores?
that's all I'm
Do you
asking.
have a warrant?
I'm asking you, are you gonna come out for us, or are
Do
you?
you have a warrant?
I'm not here to negotiate.
No,
If you don't
do you
support-
have a warrant?
No, we don't, and we don't
Okay,
support.
so you can't come in.
You assaulted one of my officers, we
No, I didn't. They assaulted me.
So, I'm gonna ask you one last time,
They assaulted
are you gonna
me.
make things more complicated?
They assaulted
Okay,
me.
that's my answer, okay?
They assaulted
Hey,
me.
Selena, what is that?
They assaulted me.
Says the hammer, says the hammer.
They assaulted me.
What's up?
Going around. Hey, hold on. Just getting some maintenance done. No, I don't. Shut up. Oh, you can't. She's coming. Hey!
Now, for the record, Your Honor, I paused at 01:51:58. What, from the video, what happened that caused several officers to scream, hey, hey? What happened?
Yes, Melissa's coming back from the room when she was with Mr. Santos, and she comes into view, and they're telling Villalobos, hey, watch out.
All right? And we are paused at 01:51:58. Where is Officer Villalobos in this frame?
He is at the patio door, and he has his foot holding the door.
All right? Can you see beyond the television? Can you see Melissa Perez at all from this frame?
No, I can't, not in this frame.
And the jury's heard some evidence and testimony. Have you worn a body camera in your career?
Yes, I have.
All right. Does a body camera capture everything that your eyes see?
No, sometimes it'll miss certain things. I mean, but yes, you're right. It'll capture everything that our eyes might not see, our brain might not capture
Well,
in real time.
well, but there are obvious things, like if you're facing the front and you turn your head to the side, the body cam's not going to capture what you see.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Generally, how far below your eyes do most officers wear the camera?
Oh, I'd say anywhere, I don't know, 15 inches, 20 inches maybe. I don't know. It's a guess.
All right. So, in general, does it capture, if you're looking ahead, does it capture?
Yes, it does. Yes, sir.
So, can you see Melissa Perez anywhere in this
I'd like to
frame
take the witness
at
on board there.
1:51:58?
I'd like to take the witness on board.
You can answer that first, and then.
Okay, can you repeat that question?
Do you see Melissa Perez anywhere in this frame at 01:51:58 hours after several officers had yelled, hey, hey?
No, I don't see her, no.
Okay, you can take her on board.
Yes. You have not conducted any experiments on my client's body camera, Eleazar Alejandro, and whether or not he's able to see certain things that his body camera fails to capture, have you?
I haven't done any experiments, no, sir.
And in fact, in your prosecution guide, you falsely stated that he could not see inside the apartment at the moment he fired his shots, correct?
No, I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall, but if you did say
No.
that and I could show it to you, would you agree that that's not true?
Well, I'd like to see it.
Sure.
Your Honor, I would just, this is Officer Maria Salinas' video, not Officer Alejandro's.
I understand that, but he's making a claim about all officers, and if he's making a claim about all officers and he hadn't done an experiment, and he's making false statements about my client, it's misleading the jury.
Your Honor, that is a misstatement of my question. I asked this officer if he had worn a camera in his experience, not all officers.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection. Do you have any other questions?
Yes. You agree that the body-worn camera is a fisheye view, correct?
Yes.
Objection. It is not relevant to the view of the body-worn camera. Again, my questions asked this officer out of his experience with, by the way, evidence has already come in on cross with the exact same example I use. If you're facing front, look to the side, the body camera doesn't capture what the officer's eyes see.
Your Honor, the purpose of the voir dire is to determine his qualifications to make a global assertion, and his global assertion is false, and we are allowed to test that.
And Your Honor, again, this is more appropriate for cross-examination, not the voir dire that he is actually asked to have, which you've already ruled did not involve Officer Alejandro's body cam.
I would ask that if you're not going to allow me to voir dire, I'd ask that the jury be instructed to disregard his answer about a general conclusion about the body-worn cameras.
Your Honor, that evidence for body-worn cameras has gone before this jury already.
It's not relevant as to whether or not it's gone before the jury already. He's made a global conclusion about what body-worn cameras show or don't show.
Which is now argument, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll sustain the state's objection on that.
I forgot where we were. What do you recall?
Asking about the,
Thank you. I asked about what you can see. And at this point, this is after all the yelling of hey, is Officer Villalobos anywhere near the windows?
no. I mean, he's at the back door, holding the back door.
All right.
Yes, you're trespassing. You're trespassing, you ain't gotta work. You ain't got no work. Fight me, I don't give a fuck, you ain't gotta work. You ain't got no work, they just arrested me and
I was trying to tell you to film that. Yes, it's on.
Tell this person. She almost threw out. No? That's nasty, but you know what? You're better off. Rectify what you're doing before you You're coming out the back door and pull the door down without a warrant? That's a disrespect.
Yeah, you threw something at one of our officers.
After he, not after he.
Yeah, that makes sense.
After
Yeah.
You ain't got a warrant.
You don't have a shotgun. You don't have a shotgun? You carry that in your back.
Does anyone got
Shotgun? Good ass, Lord? Keep going. Keep going. There it is, Wilma. There's no right here.
this one? Doesn't even know.
What's your name?
You already know my name.
I know. I wasn't here, so what's your name?
My name's Melissa Perez. My name's the one who's being harassed for all across America.
Miss Mother, you don't want to come out?
This is already doing the way it works.
Okay, so you know that you're here.
But, no, they put my door down without the work. They put my window down without the
Why
work.
don't you tell me what I'm here for right now? Can you tell me why?
Because they're turning my door down and they're making accusations that aren't it.
Okay, but what if we come here in the first place?
So why did they turn my door down?
That's what I'm asking. Why are we here in the first place? Why did officers come to this location in the first
Turn my
place?
door down.
No. They tore the door down once they were already here, okay? I'm asking what happened before that made them come here.
I was talking to the fire department.
Okay, alright. Okay.
Two officers came in this place.
You got that? Okay.
That's like a hand for the TV.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be arrested.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So let me talk to you about this, okay? No matter what happened, okay? Whether they kicked the door in, whatever happened, okay? Now, but listen. I don't feel listen. But listen, okay? It doesn't negate the fact. It doesn't negate the fact. Okay.
Listen to me what I'm telling you.
I heard what you had to
I'm
say.
being harassed by every man that I pick up from the streets.
Okay? So if you're getting harassed by them, why don't you pick them up from the streets?
I'm getting harassed by police. So they pick my door down and knock my pictures off.
I saw your guy. No.
You think that's right? You think that's respect? They have the warrant to turn my door down. What? That's my issue.
That's your
You
issue.
need a warrant.
I
And you don't got one.
think you're a little bit wrong on that, but
I think I'm very right on that. I know my law.
I don't think you do, but.
I know my law.
Okay, what section of the law is that?
What section of the law?
Yeah.
What section of the law?
That was it right there. You're about to get another vacation. That's not true at all. Okay. So I'm asking you to come out and talk with us peacefully, okay?
I don't need to talk to somebody who's tearing my door down and harassing me and yelling.
Well, I didn't tear your door down. I
I'm
just.
telling you that I in his face along with mine and then turning my screen door.
Okay.
That's harassment.
Okay, so would you
Why the police?
like to come out and talk to us?
No.
Okay. So you're gonna make us go in.
You're not a warrant to come in.
I don't need one. I've already explained that to you.
I'm explaining to you, you need a warrant.
Okay. We'll see what the judge has to say about it.
We'll
Okay.
see. We'll see.
We'll figure it out at that point.
What
Okay.
the world has to say.
Okay. Well, like I said, one way or another, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Okay. I'm trying to explain the law to you so that this doesn't go. So that this doesn't escalate.
You don't gotta explain it to me.
So before this happens, complicated, can you speak to come out so we don't have to use force or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
Because I already know what's gonna happen.
So it's gonna happen regardless. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Tell us what's gonna happen.
That previously I've been arrested for false accusations. I'm not having anything else.
Here's something
This is false accusations because you can't stand my order.
We're trying to be very patient with you and very
If you want to be
cordial.
professional, you respect my elderly back that I picked up from the street, and you respect my property, and you respect my partner.
We are trying to. If you would just come out, then your partner, nothing's gonna happen to it.
You want to come out so you can arrest me.
Well, it's either you come out and we arrest you, or we go in and we arrest you.
Well, I'm not. You okay?
Where she hit you?
I'm not going that way. I'm not going to play my days again.
There was that,
For
right?
false accusations. Because I've been there, done that 3 times.
All right. Well, like I said, we try to do this very peacefully.
You need a warrant.
No, we
You
don't.
ain't got no warrant.
I promise you, I don't.
So if we had a warrant, you come out peacefully?
If you had a warrant, let the judge give you a warrant.
Okay, so hold on. Hypothetically, if we had a warrant, would you,
You need a warrant. Don't act stupid.
but that's what I'm saying. What if we had one? Would you come outside?
You don't have a warrant.
Okay, but if we had it,
If you had a warrant for what?
this is
If you had a warrant for what?
So now,
Exactly. You don't even know for what.
does it
For
matter?
what? And a warrant for what? Explain to me your for what? The officer, right? You know the law, right?
You see, this is more than people. You tell me what the warrant is.
No, you're the one who's harassing me, so you tell me what the warrant is.
I just
Yeah,
got
we're
here.
good. Look, hey, I'm just trying to help you.
You're not helping me because you're harassing me.
How are we harassing? Is your door take down right now, though? If it was kicked down, we'd be inside. So don't think that makes sense. I'm asking you what's going on. Where? Tell me where they're at. Tell me where they're at. No, I did exactly. And now we'd like to see that because we're in the wrong. Yeah, she did.
She's down, she's sick. I know she's sick. Let's go. Never down.
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, start us, hey, give us some lessons,
Hold on, let me get over here.
I think it was 2 fire. I didn't fire. I think it was 2 fire. I think so. I think he did.
Alfred, you fired? Alfred.
Co-sergeant. Ask him.
Alfred, you fired?
Yes, he's fine.
And then, come on out. Yeah,
Is that your teacher, bro?
Hey, bring your real scissors.
No, I didn't fire. It was just you and the sergeant.
Okay. I'm gonna go through my car starter. That works?
And for the record, Your Honor, we paused at 020415. This exchange, once it was identified that Officer Alejandro fired, what is Officer Maria Salinas doing at this point?
Yeah, at that point, usually when there's a officer involved in shooting, they'll take the officer who was involved in the shooting and they'll have him paired with another officer. And they'll sequester them from everybody else until they make arrangements to make their statement.
All right. And so she's his escort?
Yes, sir.
Once you clear your front, where's your horse?
Over here.
Clear your front.
Mine has my negotiator stuff in it, so I'm gonna have to take my car.
Okay, then clear your front seat. So
Okay, so she can do it with me. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay, here's everyone else. Over there, over there. Yeah. You want me to move my computer over there?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you.
I can move it. You don't have to.
Are you gonna get back?
What?
Your car back?
No, it's over there.
Okay. You want me to move? Are you going to do your stuff?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, let me just get myself out of here and you can bring it right back here.
You alright? Yeah, I got that squad. That was right behind you. Yeah. Yeah, you can turn off.
Yeah, we can turn off.
Okay.
What was that last statement Officer Alejandro made before they moved to the passenger side of the car?
He said, there goes my chances at SWAT.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 1, the body-worn camera footage of Sergeant Alfred Flores.
Okay.
And for expediency, Your Honor, we will move forward to
I
approximately...
would object to it being published again. It's cumulative. I believe the proper thing to do is to ask the witness questions as opposed to publishing this again. It's already been published once.
This witness has testified that at this stage in his investigation, he was working on the warrant. I'm going over the material he reviewed to support his probable cause definition in the warrant.
Well, Your Honor, his user audit trail shows that he never looked at any videos other than Alejandro's the morning of, so I don't know what he could have reviewed.
I object to counsel getting information not in evidence before the jury. He has already testified that he was working on the warrant at this time. He has testified that he and his colleagues looked at evidence, and I'd like to continue with my direct.
Your Honor, the suggestion that I'm referring to things not in evidence is false.
For the record, I'm the person counsel is pointing to.
The user audit trail has been introduced into evidence by the custodian of records.
Okay. All right, I'll overrule the objection. I'll let the state.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, if I could just do a report to our witness though.
Okay.
Because it hasn't been clear to me exactly what he did. Detective Soto, did you?
Yes, sir.
Did you review Maria Salinas' body cam before you did the
Yes.
warrant? Did you review Travis Thompson's?
Yes.
Vince Gomez?
Gomez was, no, I'm not sure about Gomez, no.
Did you review Jonathan Salinas?
Yes.
Did you review Officer Rojas?
Rojas, yes.
Did you review Dallin Young?
Dallin Young's, no, I don't think I did his.
I mean, because we're talking about like, that's probably about 8 hours of body cam. So when you say you reviewed it, you watched.
Of the incident, I watching just, watching mainly the incident when they got there.
Okay.
I'm not watching prior stuff before that.
Okay, so what you did was you reviewed basically the 12 minutes, because these officers were there about like 12 to 18 minutes before.
Yeah, it's about that window that when they got there.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
only reviewed that part of each of the body cams that we've mentioned.
I can't tell you exactly what I reviewed, but that's the general major portions that I did review, yes, sir. That led up to the incident.
Well, when you say you can't tell exactly what you reviewed, that's kind of that's why I'm asking you
Okay,
questions.
yes, sir. I reviewed what I needed to review to get probable cause in the case.
Well, that's debatable, but
Yes, sir.
as far as this really is not my cross. I'm just trying to figure out right now and just establish for the record exactly what you looked at. So all of those officers I named, you can testify under oath that
Yes.
you looked at
Yes,
least
sir.
the portion that contained the incident.
Yes, sir. The three defendants, Thompson, Maria Salinas, those are the main ones I looked at, and Salinas, Jonathan Salinas, and then I believe Rojas. Well, he was the first officer there, right? Rojas. So yes, Rojas, yes.
Ramos was the
And
second.
Ramos was the second. I remember reviewing Ramos's also.
Okay, so
Yes.
did you review those videos on with your access code or your
No,
your user?
I did not, sir. No.
Okay, whose did you review those?
Honestly, sir, I can't tell you. It was a collaborative effort. We were there, like I explained to the jury yesterday. We're all there. Officers, other detectives are signed on to their terminals, and I'm watching it at their terminals. I don't know how better to explain it.
Okay, can you tell me which detectives were there?
No,
Which officers?
I can't, sir. Whoever was there that night and took statements from the officers, those are the detectives there.
Okay, so you would agree that it would be in, all of these videos would be in one of their audit trails?
Yes.
Because one of them
Yes.
had to have been signed in.
Yes, sir.
To view.
Yes.
And the people that were there were the people that took statements from the officers, like Detective Platt. It looked like Detective Carrion was there.
Carry on. Whoever else was
Detective
taking
Dorsey
statements.
was there.
Dorsey. Randall Hunt, Detective Hines, I believe, took statements.
Detective Hines was there. Okay.
Detective Thornton was there, took statements. Those are people that I would have generally went to and talked to,
Okay.
and they would have showed me.
And Judge, that concludes my board. I just needed to, if we're going to be talking about what he reviewed, I just wanted to make sure on the record exactly what it was. Thank you.
Yes.
Just until you see me, that was going on. Yeah, and again, 014808.
Just was talking to you. You doing okay? Yes. A little bit of some redness and shit in the glass. Like one of those candles, those glass candles. Glass candles? Yeah, glass candle. Oh, candle. Yeah. So, exactly, yeah. She's in the apartment talking to us, but she has a hammer. We tried to go inside to apprehend her for the state jail thing this shit. So when I pushed the screen in, she came in with a hammer, pulled out my gun, she grabbed the glass, threw it, and me on her. And so I just backed up. And she's just, we have a good game in the apartment, just talking to her. Okay, so she has a hammer in her hand? Okay. Where's the front door to the apartment? Over here? Yeah, it's gonna be in this locker right here. Ramos and I tried thinking that she barricaded with a chair. So that's why we went around to go to the screen door. Okay. Who else was leaking here? Ramos and Ramos. Okay. we can handle it easily. No, it's okay on the document. Okay. We'll handle it all if you want. Mr. GP. Where's that's the front door, right?
Yeah. She's got all her windows open. She's got all her windows open.
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Flores, that's our police. Are you gonna make things more difficult, or are you just
No,
gonna...
I didn't make them difficult. Do you have a warrant, Sergeant
No,
Flores?
no, no,
Do you
I'm
have a warrant?
But I'm asking you, are you gonna come out for us, or are
Do
you...
you have a warrant?
I'm not here to negotiate.
No,
Hey,
do you have a warrant?
No, we don't. We don't
Okay,
want.
so you can't come in.
You assaulted one of my officers, then
No, I
you're in
didn't.
there.
They assaulted me.
So, I'm gonna ask you one last time. Are you gonna make things more complicated?
They assaulted
Okay,
me.
that's my answer, okay?
They assaulted
Hey, Salinas, where are you going? Go to the other guy. No, down on the side. Okay, you can grab him really quick. You're gonna keep running? Just so we keep running this front door, just in case it's...
Yeah. One person that's in there is a old man named that's bearing.
Oh, there's somebody else in there?
Yeah, it's old man.
Okay, what about the switchboard?
They're all the screen windows.
Okay.
They're not glasses them down.
We have one in there. Okay, exactly. Yeah, let me talk to the names there really fast. Just keep on there where we kind of hold it down.
And we are pausing at 01:51:54 and advancing to 01:52:30.
What's the show with them? Where are the show, bro? That is what it is?
And Governor, I need to move, I apologize, I want to move back approximately 30 seconds. All right, go.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Back up a little bit, all right? Back up a little bit. I'm gonna get the maintenance guy really quick before we work on grabbing it, all right? Who's got a shield? Anybody got a shield? What's a shield with him? Where are the shield, bro?
Paused at 01:52:33. Do you hear Officer Alejandro's voice in the background saying now?
Yes, I did.
And from your knowledge, what is happening, what is causing Officer Alejandro to say now?
That was right after the incident where he was walking up trying to unlock the door, and he's telling Villalobos to jump over the rail.
And Officer Villalobos is the he you were
Yeah,
saying?
yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so you're the maintenance.
Okay, original maintenance for this property and other property.
Okay, we might just need you to fill out a form, giving us consent to be able to go in there, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, after we kind of work this out, so I don't.
Now, what was the question Sergeant Flores asked the maintenance man?
If he can sign a form, like a consent to search form.
All right. And what is a consent form? Why would law enforcement need a consent form to get into the property?
Relevance based on court's prior rulings.
The evidence is in.
I would ask for a ruling. This is not relevant. The court has already ruled on this issue.
Let me exclude the jury from this. Members of the jury, we'll let you know when we're ready.
All right, for the jury?
All right, so,
Sorry, guys, trying to.
Wait.
yeah, let me,
Sorry, Judge.
yes, for rolling, and let me just say this, so, State, you're getting very close to opening that door related to that federal case. I think with those witnesses yesterday, those experts you wanted to bring in, I think you would have kicked that door wide open. I mean, do you agree with that? The door wide open related to getting that federal case, and those issues are so closely related, and I feel like you're starting to approach that door again with that question.
Well, in your honor, again, the state has always maintained, it is state law out of the Code of Criminal Procedure 1405 that I'm only addressing that question to. The evidence has already come in that this witness, Officer Flores, has had prior communications with Salinas. He arrives at the apartment. They've already seen the things that happened. In the previous video, Officer Villalobos says to Flores, she came right at me, he was inside the patio. They know the crime has occurred, but now, 10 minutes after he's been on ground, the man in charge is asking for consent to enter the apartment. It goes to his state of mind at the time, and again, it is all supported by Texas state law, which is applicable, which is what this jury will have to consider.
So what the jury has to consider is, were the officer's actions reasonable?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's it.
Yes, sir.
So the other stuff, you're knocking on doors that you wanted to keep certain things out, and I just feel like if you're going to be focused on the consent to search issue, that's going to open that door up even further.
And in your honor, I will just let the evidence speak, and I will not. It is not the intent to do that. I will let the evidence speak, Judge.
Okay.
Well, then I would ask that
I'll sustain
the
you.
jury be instructed to disregard the question.
Okay. I'll give them that instruction.
Hey, Judge, if I may just put on the record, just so where we are at this point in the trial, I think with the testimony of Ms. Nieto yesterday, I think what's important about that, and I'm just continuing with this because I don't know if you're going to make a ruling on a matter of law, but I think what she established as well is that this person was unpredictable, was violent, and all of those things can go into, as we talked about, the objective exigency that they would have to go in because there was another person there. I'm not asking to argue that, right? But just to the court, because as I've said, and I've kind of consistently stated, I believe it's a matter of law that the court can rule on to say that there was an exigency. And the more we're putting into evidence about what's going on objectively, even if these officers didn't know that, it still makes an objective exigency. So I just wanted to make that note for the record. And we understand the court's ruling, and we also agree that an instruction disregard would be appropriate. Thank you.
And finally, Your Honor, there's no way to anticipate what the state's going to argue in closing arguments, but if they argue what we have objected to, in which the court is sustained, and which the court is going to instruct the jury to disregard in closing argument, if they open the door in closing argument, Rule 202 says that you can take judicial notice at any stage of the proceeding, and if they do open the door in closing argument, we would ask that the federal opinion be admitted into evidence at that time.
Your Honor, up until yesterday, the state was under the impression that 1405 was going to be in the jury charge. It was in the proposed jury charge that was given to us. We were not operating in any kind of bad faith. The defense offered in their defense exhibit 1405 as it's incorporated into the 501 of the general manual. We're just trying to play off of what has already been admitted by them and what has already been led us to believe from the proposed jury charge would be in the jury charge, Your Honor, as far as 1405, and that goes to whether or not the arrest was illegal or not. So we want to follow the court's rules, but we got to know what they are. We just got to know what they are.
I'm going to give you an updated jury charge now, and again, it's very preliminary, right? Because we don't know what the evidence is going to show. This is just guides to assist you all. you know, but I just need to caution both sides again. I mean, you have to stay into what the ultimate question here is. Did these officers commit these offenses that are alleged against them? The other stuff is, it's gonna cause some issues in this trial. We want to avoid that. We want to make sure that we try this thing one time.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me print out as our deputy gets the jurors, I'll print out 2 more copies. Update.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue to update these things.
Yes, sir.
I guess you can't help it, you got a great first name, huh?
court's instructions by inquiring into this area, so we would ask for this trial.
After the instruction, disregard this so we can reserve that issue.
Okay, so what you want me to do is you want me to rule after, right, so you want me to let the jury know to disregard, and then you want
And
me
as we told them in board hour that we have to do that, just to preserve our error.
Okay.
Or the
Okay. It's going to be a pretty long jury charge. Mario. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to instruct you to disregard the last question asked by the prosecution. All right, I'll deny the motion for mistrial. State.
All the way until the last one. Okay, what's the history with her? Okay, a couple of months ago, she came into our leasing office. Okay. You should have some history there because we file like a stall, but they only count the chips and their soda that she walk in. Okay. But she had some history on the back. She was on jail for a couple of months. Okay. And she came back. Okay. So before that, they told me they're on the path because we just acquired these properties in July last year. But it looked like she had some kind of history behind it, which I don't know. That's what I heard. But the reason why she was apprehended is because she had some warrants on the back. Okay, on the past. Okay, gotcha. We're gonna go ahead and just contact me, okay? Yes, sir. So this door is open. Right. Does anybody have this vehicle? I mean, you can take it through the window and then just bust in the door if it makes good contact. Does anybody have a rifle with that speed? Does anybody got feedback? Shotgun? Feedback? I got a shotgun. Sarge got it. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, this one. Yeah, he reached through the window and unlocked it. Let's just do it. Let's go right now. How'd you reach? Well, it's tall as hell. This way for the whole world, right? No, she's got she's ready to fight. So let's wait for Sergeant to get his best vehicle. We'll go into the shield so there'll be a contact person to keep communicating with her. And she has that if she has that hammer, sir, we have to deal with it, but hopefully we can get Sergeant to use the shield beanbag we have to. So this one is open for sure. This one is Sir, do you have a key over here? I need to go to the leasing office and see if I have a copy of that. I'll be here in 5 minutes. We might just have to get the door, but they may put us a little bit more of a danger if she starts hearing keys. I just didn't know you had it available right now. Okay. You'll have to go to keys, right, to be able to find it? I just need to open, remove the alarm, get the look on the list, what is the key, and get the key for you. That's it. Okay. That you go grab it. You go grab it. Okay. front door, back here to the back bedroom, and left those through the door.
That's where you move your key.
This door's unlocked.
Right, but we need to cross that over, right?
Now, if I draw her back here, that'll give you guys time to go over to the side. Yeah, I'll be distracting her back there, get her back there. And if I need to, I've got the screen off, so if I need to, I can take it.
Okay.
You know, and that way give you guys time to get in there with your left lethal with the taser and hit her from both, have the taser on both ways. Because I'm not worried about the camera.
Just also see with you, and we can deal with it in case.
Okay, you want me to start off?
Yeah, let me just do this. We can try to do everything with the, let's see, go, start the first. If she stays over here, you might start to go over again. And if we see it going that way, what we don't want is going from here to start walking toward you.
Yeah, and then come back.
Exactly. It's like better than where's she in this room?
I can get her over.
Okay, sorry, bring her. So she don't have any room. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're just waiting for somebody to get here with us. That's usually cool. If that was the case, I could just open the door. She doesn't go from the hand right away? Where's her hand right away? It's on the couch. Okay, it's a good way for her. She won't have enough time to get it if she stays out here. But, whatever. I'm just saying I can't get her. I guess you can
And paused at 015812. Can you identify what officer is it Sergeant Flores is speaking to? It just had the statement.
Can
I
you
can get it.
go back again, just real quick?
Judge, I'm going to object if he can't testify based upon personal knowledge. He's going to speculate.
Just back it up. The witness asked.
All right, I'll overrule, and just remember your testimony is based on what you know.
Yes, sir, I understand, sir.
She won't have enough time to get it if she stays out here. But, whatever. I'm just saying I can't get her. I guess you can.
So can you identify that officer?
Yeah, he's talking to Villalobos.
Thank you.
And we know that it's open because she... Okay, yeah.
Well, I didn't say it was sorry. I just got it.
Yes. So this is what we're going to do. The hammer is on the sofa to the side. The door open. When we cross over, we'll be able to start, just open the doors and we'll be able to reach it. Right? So we go through here. So that looks like that. Sounds good.
to the right. So we're gonna cross over, there we go, get a little back, let's back some of these bikes, maybe have two guys. Hey guys. Let's have most of them back up, just two of them, I need you to back up there, Villalobos.
Is your door kicked down right now though? If it was kicked out, we get sniped. That makes sense. I'm asking you what's going on. Tell me where they're at. Tell me where they're at so we can make sure we get that evidence. Exactly, and now we like to see that because we're in the wrong. Hey, so if we have all this evidence.
Hold on.
You ain't got no warrants.
Let's
Hey, give us some medical stuff. Is he a medical I know she's seen the shoulder somewhere. I see an injury wound looks like the top of the back.
Alright. Go ahead and get some fingerprints on her legs and her arms.
If she, yeah, let's find out where that blood's coming from.
So we check on the,
Hey, bro, just cut it off. Yeah, cut it off. Cut it off.
yes.
You good, sir?
Yes. So we check on the,
Hey, you good? You good? Yeah, I'm good. Make sure I lay my feet. Yeah. Try to find out where this blood is coming from. Right here, I gotta move right here.
Keep getting stuck in a little from one.
Hey, Pete, give us scissors! Yeah.
So, what is windows?
Alright, right here, the chest. I got one under the arm as well, it looks like. Yeah, she's bleeding from underneath the armpit.
Hey, Sarge. Sorry, Rivera's asking for.
Here, bro, this is gonna get past.
Did we open that front door over there yet?
Can
get it open? Check on the, maintenance guy. Lives in front. Yeah, I'm just trying to get, they can get the radio.
Dispatch has already been made aware out.
Supervisor? Yeah. Can you get that front door open, please? You okay? No, yeah, I'm good. Just can't get my radio back over.
And as you were working on the warrant, is there another video that was important to you as you were working on the arrest warrant you testified about yesterday?
Just the main ones, just the three officers, the defendants, Thompson, Maria, Salinas, Jonathan Salinas, just the main ones that were involved in that.
Who was the officer standing to Officer Villalobos' left when shooting?
During the shooting, yeah, it was Officer Sergeant Flores during the shooting. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Alejandro. To the left of Villalobos?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
to the left of Alejandro, my apologies.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Thompson.
Okay,
Yes.
and does his body camera footage give you visibility to what Officer Alejandro is doing?
Yes, it does. He's right next to him, and he paints a good picture, a broader picture.
Move to publish Officer Thompson's body cam. I'm trying to look where it's, it is State's Exhibit number 25.
Your Honor, I mean, we agree that they don't publish anything in evidence, but we think Travis Thompson would probably be the best person to come up and testify about with his body cam. And Maria Salinas and everybody else that was there.
The officers testified he viewed it as he was working on his warrant. At this stage of his investigation, I'm just presenting the evidence that was...
Well, Your Honor, they haven't documented in his prosecution guide when he did his videos, and the prosecution guide suggests otherwise, that he only looked at 3 videos.
Object to the speaking objections, Your Honor, and witnesses testified what he looked for to do it.
All right, so I'll overrule the objections. You can proceed.
Forward to the it's about 146. Correction.
She's got all her windows up too. So with the hammer? Well, on that side, there's a window. All you gotta do is shift the screen. Yeah, but she's still carrying the hammer. Freaking takes it, bro. Stop getting there and takes it. She already assaulted somebody. It's a felony offense. Guarantee you can slip through that window, bro, and try to walk in there. Hit her with a taser real quick.
No, you don't. So you can't come in.
You must talk to my officers.
No, I didn't. Say it's over me.
So I'm gonna ask you one last time.
Say it's over
Are you
me.
looking for a complicated?
Say it's over
Okay,
me.
so that's my answer.
Say it's over
Hey,
me.
Salinas, where's the? Let me know this guy. That's what I'm saying. They're waiting. Hey, she's going around. Hey, just watch out. She's coming around right here. Hey, watch out. Hey, B, get out.
Hey! You're arresting for trespassing. You're trespassing. You're trespassing.
Just get back.
You're trespassing. You ain't got to work.
Hold on. No. Come on, B.
You ain't got no work, and you're arresting me and my own.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no. That's fine.
You ain't got no work, you ain't got no jurisdiction. You're arresting me and you're part of the construction now.
There's a window also on the side that's a back bedroom that she hasn't gone near. I mean, I've already got the screen off. Yeah, that would be up with usually take the screen off too. She's all about it from behind her. So I would say this window's unlocked. We freaking hit her with a taser to the window and go through the door real quick. Huh? Well, that's what I'm saying. What she had is a what? A hammer. But if it doesn't make good contact, bro, we can just keep the foot on the door and she won't come out. That's what I'm saying. And then as soon as if we see her drop, dude, get in there.
Yeah, you threw something at one of our officers.
What is she holding? So this door is open.
Right. Does anybody have best vehicles with you guys?
I mean, you can taser through the window or you just bust through the door if it makes good contact.
Does anybody have a rifle with best vehicles?
Does anybody got beanbags?
Shotgun.
Beanbags? Sarge got it.
Which one is
This one.
Yeah, he reaches the window and
Okay, so let's just go in. This one right here. How did you reach? Well, he's tall as hell. And she wasn't a home alone, right?
No, she didn't. It's a bedroom.
Sonny is going to get his best vehicle. We'll be able to see the contact person to communicate with her. She wants that, there's a hammer or something. We don't have to do it, but hopefully we can get something that uses what people need. So this one is open to close. This one, he's saying this one. This one's
God bless you. I will take my son.
What's your name?
your name?
My name's Melissa Perez. My name's the one who's being harassed on all across America.
Ms. Perez, you don't want to come out and talk to me?
No, because I'm gonna get arrested because I already know the way it works.
Okay, so you know that you're gonna get arrested.
But no, they turn my door down without no work.
So,
Without no
why
work.
don't you tell me why I'm here for right now? Can you tell me why?
Because they're turning my door down and they're making accusations that are in.
Okay, but what did we come here for in the first place?
So why did they turn my door down in the first place?
That's what I'm asking. Why are we here in the first place? Why did officers come to this location in the first place? No. They tore the door down once they were already here. Okay, I'm asking what happened before that made them come here.
I was talking to the fire department.
Okay,
On a
alright.
confidential conversation.
Okay.
2 officers came and disrespect me.
Okay,
Tried to arrest me.
Okay.
They done previously.
okay. Okay.
And I'm not having that pre-arrest false accusation again.
So let me talk to you about this, okay? No matter what happened, okay? Whether they kicked the door in, whatever happened, okay?
That's a disrespect.
No, but listen. I know, but listen.
You got a word to even be talking to me.
But listen, okay?
Listen to me.
It doesn't negate the fact. It doesn't negate the fact.
As a policeman,
Okay.
listen to me what I'm telling you.
I heard what you had to
I'm
say.
being harassed with my elderly man that I picked up on the street.
Okay? So if you're getting harassed by him, why did you pick him up from the street?
I'm getting harassed by police. Because they kicked my door down and knocked my pictures out from Jesus.
Okay. Okay.
And you think that's right? You think that's respect? They ain't got no right to tear my door down.
Okay.
Or my window.
Okay.
Or my screen.
Okay.
That's my issue.
That's your
You
issue.
need a word. And you
I
don't got one.
think you're a little bit wrong on that, but
I think I'm very right on that. I know my law.
I don't think you do, but
I know my law.
okay, what section of the law is that?
What section of the law?
Yeah, go
The
ahead and tell
section
me.
of my rights.
Oh, the section of your rights. Okay.
When you don't got a word,
Okay.
you cannot come in unless you got a word.
That's not true at all. Okay. So I'm asking you to come out and talk with us peacefully. Okay. Okay.
I don't need to talk to somebody who's turning my door down and harassing me. And
Well, I didn't tear your door down. I just got
shining
here.
the light in his face along with mine, and then turning my screen door.
Okay.
That's harassment.
Okay. So would you
That's
like?
police.
So would you like to come out and talk to us?
No,
Okay. So you're gonna make us go in.
you don't got a word to come in.
I don't need one. I've already explained that to you.
I'm explaining to you, you need a word.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the judge has to say about it. Okay.
What's it?
We'll figure it out at that point.
What
Okay.
the world has to say.
Okay. Well, like I said, one way or another, what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Okay. I'm trying to explain the law to you so that this doesn't go and so that this doesn't escalate.
You don't gotta explain it like you're the law.
So before this has to be complicated, can you please just come out so we don't have to use force or anything like that?
No,
Why not?
because I already know what's gonna happen.
So it's gonna happen regardless.
What's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen? Tell us what is gonna happen.
Like previously, I've been arrested for false accusations. I'm not having it anymore.
This isn't false. You threw something
This
in
is
there
false
from the officer.
accusations because you came and tore my door down.
Okay. Okay. We're trying to be very patient with you and very
If you want to be
cordial.
conventional, you respect that elderly man that I picked up on the street, and you respect my property, and you respect my apartment.
We are trying to. If you would just come out, then your apartment, nothing's gonna happen to it.
You want me to come out so you can arrest me?
Well, it's either you come out and we arrest you or we go in and we arrest you.
Well, I'm not, you know what? I'm not going that way. I'm not going 45 days again for false accusations because I've been there, done that 3 times.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, we try to do this very peacefully.
You need a word.
No, we
You
don't.
ain't got a word.
I promise you I don't.
So if we had a warrant, you come out peacefully?
If you had a word, let the judge give you a word.
Okay, so hold on. Hypothetically, if we had a warrant, would you,
You need a word. Don't get stupid.
but that's what I'm saying. What if we had one? Would you come outside?
You don't have a word.
Okay, but if we had one,
We have.
If you had a word for what?
just
If you had a word for what?
So now,
Exactly. You don't even know for what.
does it matter?
And a word for what? Explain to me, you're the officer, right?
You seem to know
You
more
don't
than
know
me.
what?
You seem to know more than me, so you tell me
me what the warrants would be for.
No, you're the one who's harassing me, so you tell me what the warrant is for.
Just got here.
We're good. Look, hey, we're just trying to help you.
You're not helping me because you're harassing me.
How are we harassing you?
Because you're shining the lights, kicking my door down.
Are you sure that was me?
That was the other gentleman. They kicked my door down after
Okay.
kicked it out.
Is your door kicked down right now, though?
They kicked it out. They turned out pictures and they turned off the screen.
If it was kicked down, we'd be inside. Don't you think that makes sense?
Don't act stupid because you know what? The lights are rolling.
What's rolling?
That's ridiculous.
What's
Don't
rolling?
embarrass yourself, sir.
I'm asking you what's rolling.
The camera.
What
The
camera?
camera's rolling, trust me.
What camera?
There's cameras rolling.
Where? Tell me where they're at.
Especially for the officer who took down my door.
Well, tell me where they're at so we can make sure we get that as evidence.
I got plenty of evidence.
Exactly, and now we'd like to see that because we're in the wrong. Okay, so if we have all this evidence,
Get out.
Hold on.
You ain't got no warrant.
Oh, okay, go. Hey, what's up? She's down, she's dead. I know she's dead. What's up? Let me get over. Put her down. Hey, hold on. Put the hammer down. Hey, she's still got the hammer. She's done.
And we will pause. So, when we ended testimony yesterday, you said you started working on the warrant.
Yes, sir.
So what was your process to develop the warrants?
After meeting with the captain, discussing the case, I got with Detective Juarez, who's a sergeant now. Met with him. He was going to assist me in getting the warrant, and we started looking at more body cam footage.
Hey, Your Honor, I'm sorry, did he say Juarez or Alvarez?
No, Juarez.
Juarez.
Yeah. He's a sergeant now in CSI.
Right? And how did he support you as you were developing your warrants?
We were watching some more body cam footage on his computer.
What was your focus? The build-up or just the actual acts? What was your focus?
It was a little both because we watched. I remember watching Salinas's. I think we watched. I don't know if we watched Ramos's, and then Riojas, I guess. Just make sure. Get the names right here. I'm sorry. Make sure. I think it was Rojas. Rojas was the first one on the scene, I believe. So Rojas, Salinas, and then the sergeant, and then a little bit of Thompson's. I think we watched little clips of that real quick. And that's how we were preparing after just kind of refreshing our memory.
Right. And what is the standard that you have to have to get a warrant?
Probable cause.
And so, once you made your determination, what are the actual steps? What did you do?
At that time, I typed up the warrant, and then I took the warrant to the judge.
Right. You know about what time was this?
I believe around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., maybe a little after. Looks like 6:20. It looks like it was signed.
What were the charges in the warrant that you got at about 6:30 on July 23rd?
The charges were for murder.
Why was that the charge at the time?
Because of the death of Miss Perez.
At that time, Did you know how many officers had fired?
At the time, we knew 3 officers fired.
Did you have the results of the autopsy at the time?
I think there was a preliminary that there were 2 entry wounds into Miss Perez.
Did you know which of the officers had fired the 2 rounds that resulted in the injury?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't know which officers hit her.
After you obtained the warrants, what was the next step in your investigation? Was it complete?
Oh, no, sir. No.
Okay. What happened in the days after June 23rd, 2023 towards your investigation? Were you working on this on the 24th, 25th?
On the next day, I was actually working on something else, another case, because I was getting ready, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a trial coming up, so I was kind of refreshing myself on another case.
When did you get back? When did you get back to this, working on this case and completing your investigation?
On the 24th is when I started working on this case again. The next, not the 23rd that day, but I believe the 24th.
So that is the next day.
Well, I guess because, the 24th.
All right.
Just a little confused. Because we started early, close to the morning, so yeah.
What other aspects, what other things did you do to conclude or complete your investigation?
Just watching more body cam video from the other officers there.
Has there been any evidence collected?
Yes.
What did you do with the evidence that was collected?
Are you talking about from that day or the one that was?
Throughout the investigation?
Yeah, we had I submitted stuff to ballistics, to test ballistics with the shell casings. Also, I think there's a round pulled from Miss Perez. Those were sent to the crime lab to see if we can match that with one of the firearms, what officer fired the weapon.
And so I'd like to break those steps down. You said submitted stuff to ballistics. What type of stuff is submitted to ballistics?
Yes, shell casings, the officer's weapons, any rounds that can be tested will be tested against the firearm, so that those were sent into the crime lab.
So did you give those directives?
Yes, sir, I submitted a request to the crime lab, and they tested those items.
Did you do any follow-on investigation with any other witnesses?
Yes, I did. I did go to the scene. I think I talked to one of the neighbors briefly, and I met with Mr. Kenji Uno, who was the maintenance guy.
Do you remember when you spoke with the maintenance guy? Was he the person in Sergeant Flores' video?
Yes, sir. He's Mr. Kenji Uno. He was the person that was in there, and I think he had spoke with Salinas also, Jonathan Salinas.
Did he provide you any additional evidence?
He provided me with some photos, just told me kind of a background with Miss Perez. I think the photos he gave me maybe showed some prior incidents with her, with some damaged property. He told me about, I think there was a break-in or some damaged property to the office involving Miss Perez.
Did you obtain photographs that were taken by the evidence technicians?
Yes.
Looking at, I asked you to examine page 50 of your report.
Okay. Okay?
On the next pages, when did you get the complete autopsy?
Well, the autopsy report, I'll check in my report, see if I have it, but it was performed on Friday, June 23rd. Yeah.
Did you have the final report on June 23rd?
Not a final report, no, sir.
So, Your Honor, just for the record, if they're referring to State's Exhibit number 193, is the cover sheet page 1 or is the prosecution guide page 1? Because I don't see the count being correct. They're going to be referring to page numbers.
From your report in its original format, was it numbered?
No, it wasn't numbered, no.
So I'd ask that it be referenced by the page number of State's Exhibit 193.
I am referring to what is marked. In a preparation session, did you and I both number these exhibits?
Yes,
Your
yes, sir.
exhibit.
Yes, sir.
And I will try to refer counsel to verbiage on the page as I refer to it to assist his followers. On what I understand to be page 53, in the middle of the paragraph says SAPD radio transmissions.
Yes, sir.
Did you gather digital evidence associated with this call?
Yes, sir.
At the bottom of that page, starting with Officer Rojas, what do all of those entries reflect? And it's duplicative of Officer Rojas, Salinas, Alejandro, Villalobos, Flores. All of those entries and timestamps, what does all of that entail? Constitutes about 8 or 9 pages.
Yeah, these are just, I watched their body cam footage from the beginning, and I'm just detailing things that I thought were important and things that happened during the incident, leading up to the incident.
All right. And then finally, I understand it should be page 62, the title of the summary of investigation.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, what was the conclusion of your investigation?
I object to the conclusion. That's the province of the jury.
You can rephrase that.
All right. After you conclude your investigation, you've already testified you obtained a search and arrest warrant.
Yes.
After you concluded your investigation, did you change your decision?
No, sir, I did not.
When did you conclude your report and submit it?
Looks like Friday, September 21st was my last entry, so somewhere around that time.
Recall when you submitted your investigation to my office.
When I submitted to your office.
What was that date?
I had to send, after I was done with the report, of course, I had to send it up the chain of command for approval. So I don't know exactly what date it got to your office.
When was it approved?
It's not, I don't have it on this one, but it's probably on the other copy you guys have with the chain of command. I don't have that copy.
So in the knowledge, did it get approved by your chamber?
Yes, sir, it did. Yes, sir.
Just a moment, Your Honor. To get in to the, what time did you enter the crime scene on June 21st?
I'm estimating a little after 3 o'clock sometime.
And there had already been a warrant obtained by the time you got in?
Yes, sir. Night CID, I got a warrant already. A search warrant, yes, sir.
From your knowledge of the process, was it difficult to get that warrant?
No, sir.
Are warrants, out of your experience, are warrants routinely obtained day or night?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I asked that we have a hearing outside the presence of the jury.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you leave the building for a few minutes. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All right, jury.
Please be seated.
Our basis for our objection is that he asked, is it easy to get a warrant and get him at any time of the day or night? I think that they're getting into dangerous territory where they're opening the door to the introduction of the magistrate's ruling, and since the state has persisted in ignoring the court's admonitions, I ask that the order and rulings that we asked be taken, that the court take judicial notice, be noticed at this time, introduced into evidence and published to the jury. And in the alternative, a mistrial. They cannot be inquiring about a warrant, and this is a backdoor attempt to advance their theory that has no basis in law, that these officers were required to get a warrant before making entry. So we'd ask that the objection be sustained, the jury be instructed to disregard, that a mistrial be granted, and the alternative that pursuant to our motion to take judicial notice, that Judge Pemperot and Judge Beery's report and order to be introduced into evidence and published to the jury.
In previous testimony, this witness testified that there was a search warrant in the apartment when he got there at 4 a.m. The defense has already marked a search warrant prior. I am simply inquiring. It was obtained at 4 a.m. In fact, it was admitted into evidence by the defense's 97A, and my question was done after that answer, prior to the defense's objection. We are not doing the things accused of the defense. I'm simply closing out what has been before the jury about what he did to get in there, the apartment, to start his investigation.
Your Honor, counsel misstates what he said in his question. I'm sure if the court reporter reads it back, the question was not limited to the defense exhibit. It was a general proposition to all warrants, and by not limiting it to the particular exhibit, he has opened the door to the introduction of the federal court ruling. We'd insist that the court introduce that ruling at this time because they can admonish several times. I think that the court has sustained our objections to the warrant probably about 6 or 7 times, and this morning the state was admonished not to do it anymore because the federal court ruling would be subject to being introduced, and we're asking that it be introduced at this time because they've opened the door one too many times.
And Your Honor, if I could just make clarity for the record, the reason that search warrant was introduced, it wasn't for the truth of the matter asserted. It was to go to meet the door that they opened, claiming that this was a burglary. And we were showing that the search warrant that was obtained was for aggravated assault on a peace officer. That was the sole reason, and that's the reason that the court allowed it in. We were just going to meet a theory, the theory that they put forward.
And my question, Your Honor, then was off of defenses 97A. Was that an easy process to do? Was all I asked. They got it at 4 in the morning before he got there. I have not mentioned what they're accusing me of. I'm following up off the exhibit. They admitted, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but evidences that is the basis upon which the evidence text and the detective got into the apartment, which began his investigation. That was the only thing I asked.
They've never mentioned Defense Exhibit 97 in the question, and to suggest now is an attempt to remedy what they have misstepped into.
It has been marked and referred to before the jury, and that is all I asked the detective.
Is the state suggesting that they, in their question, specifically and explicitly referenced Defense Exhibit 97? I don't think so.
I said the search warrant, which is what I led the beginning of the direct. Was there one when he went into the apartment? When I started direct with him yesterday. And that is all I referred to.
Your Honor, if I may just respond. The warrants, can you get them day or night? Is it an easy thing to do? The only relevance those questions have is to try to get into that area. And as I talked about with the court from the beginning, having us had this experience before, I knew that we were going to get to the point in the trial that it would be clear that they did not need a warrant to go in. And I think everybody in the courtroom that's not the state right now knows that, including the witness. But the jury doesn't. And so my concern is that we all know that there was an exigency. It's clear that there was an exigency. It's clear that these officers, by the time that they were there, they're responding to a serious felony where she has tried to kill a police officer and has injured the police officer. So it goes back to under 403. I mean, one of the other aspects of 403 is there's a confusion of the issues with the jury. And right now, if we can imagine getting to the end of this trial, and I know the court's going to instruct the jury properly, but if we get to the end of this trial and the jurors convict these men because they think they needed a warrant to go in because of what the state's been doing this whole time, then that would be an injustice for these men because the law clearly states that there didn't need to be a warrant to go in. And the state is continuing to say that it did. But that's a question of law. It's a question of law that a court and a judge should decide. They do not have 3823 right to make a question of fact. They do not have the ability or the right to have a 3823 instruction. The jury will not, they are the judge of the facts, but the law is with the judge and the court. And the law is clear that in this case, with these facts and these circumstances, as the court has seen, the officers did not need a warrant to go into that house for an arrest. And so the idea that, it's an easy thing to do, you can get it day or night and all that stuff is just to keep putting in the jury's mind that somehow they needed a warrant. And in this case, they don't, and they didn't. And the reason Mr. Cifuentes keeps referencing that, because there's a federal opinion also that says that they did. So that's under the 4th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And under this, I mean, I think that the cure is the federal opinion, but I understand the court's hesitance because it is strange to offer something else. But if they keep opening the door, we don't have a choice. The other fact is, as the court has pointed out, this is a matter of whether or not they're reasonable. It's not whether or not they had a warrant or they were unlawfully arresting her. So the court can instruct the jury, I'm the judge of the law. In this case, you are not to consider whether or not they have a warrant because I have determined that as a matter of law, that they did not. And then that would rest the issue, and then it would rest any issue of possible confusion with the jury. And so I guess I would just add to that request and just say that as it's been building throughout this case, our concern, everybody's concern at this table is that there's going to be an unjust conviction because the state has been allowed to argue an issue of law to the jury to confuse them on what's really at issue here, which is whether or not they were reasonable in their use of force in response to the deadly force alleged by the complainant, in this case, Melissa Perez.
Your Honor, I have not argued law. It has come out that a search warrant is available and the charge for that warrant has already been discussed. He has just finished testifying about how he obtained the arrest warrants. Those are separate and distinct things. The jury can understand that. All I asked was when it was available as to when evidence already been there, the evidence that's all I asked as I am concluding, hopefully, my direct. I have not invaded anything else. So that is where I would stand. We have not, again, we are referencing what's been admitted, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but the fact that it exists. And it concluded with the arrest warrant.
And Judge, the truth, I don't know why, with all respect, counsel keeps saying the truth of the matter asserted. That's hearsay. We're not under 801 hearsay. We're talking about an issue, Judge, and I think Mr. Goss was extremely accurate. That there is a tremendous concern at this table, Judge, by all counsel here, that this is confused. This jury is confused, and not that we can do this. If we took a poll, I guarantee you that there's a nexus there, and we all know that that's not the case. And so I'm going to just urge respectfully, Judge, to cure this problem, because we have all put a lot of time into this. There's been a lot of resources, and we want this jury to make a decision. We want justice to this jury to make a decision. Is for you to make a ruling of law. I mean, they're acting as if this is a quasi-motion to suppress for the state. It's odd. I'm sitting here trying to listen, and I'm trying to figure this out, and the roles have been reversed, and it's weird. As Mr. Goss said, they don't have a 3823 right. And so they're making this argument that you have instructed them, Judge, multiple times, and I'm trying to be very calm here, and they continue to push the issue, whether it's just gently, overtly, passively. These questions are completely irrelevant. There's no purpose for asking these questions. This witness knows that they had a right to be here. He knows, we all know, the court knows that they had exigency. There was an aggravated assault, multiple of them, against police officers. They didn't need a warrant. So to even infer a warrant, they know exactly what they're doing. And so if we can respectfully request, Judge, for you to make a ruling of law, to clear this up so we can get back to the business of finding justice for these three men behind us. That would be our request, Judge.
Judge, they can say they're not arguing the law, and that's a disingenuous argument. What the court has explicitly said is do not discuss warrant, do not discuss 941, do not discuss Castle Doctrine, do not discuss a lot of things. It's kind of like Marlin and Nemo telling Nemo, don't touch the boat. And what do? They touch the boat in disregard of the court's directive. The only remedy at this point in time is to introduce the federal court ruling, because they continuously and willfully defied this court's instruction, don't touch the boat, and they keep on touching the boat. And the only way to remedy that situation is to introduce the federal opinion. And we ask that the federal opinion be introduced, that the jury be instructed to disregard. And, they are the ones who, through misconduct, have triggered the need for us to introduce that opinion. And the court should require that to be a stipulation, actually. Kevin O'Connell dealt with this situation once before when the state failed to cure a witness's untruthful testimony and required the state to read a stipulation that the witness was untruthful, because they were essentially, we were, as the defense, waiving a constitutional right, and required the state to cure that, or otherwise face the state bar by not correcting a false impression of fact. So we're asking that this court cure their continued violation of court order by introducing that federal court opinion so it can cure the problem. And I believe Mr. Del Prado has,
And then you can get the last word, David. I just want to say, Judge, he did ask that question for a particular reason, and that is after the court has ruled, I don't know how many times, that they can't get into it. The reason, logically, if you look at this completely logically, the only reason for him to ask that question, is it easy to get a warrant anytime, night or day, and for the detective to say yes, then logically that means, well, these men didn't do that, therefore this was an illegal arrest and they acted illegally. Otherwise, there's no relevance to the question. The question was asked purposely. I think after the number of times the court has warned the state, the question was asked potentially in bad faith, but there was a particular reason for him to ask that question. And this detective obviously knew it was coming, and so I would join in the rest of the team in asking for the court to admit the federal court opinion which talks and looked at all the videos just like this detective did, and the federal judge said they acted reasonably and that there were exigent circumstances.
Your Honor, any confusion caused to the jury is a product of the defense offering the search warrant themselves. They did that. We didn't offer that. They did that. It's a product of the defense offering rules of procedure, General Manual 501, that has in there this definition of exigent circumstances. They offered that. We did not. The court, in its proposed jury charge, included that provision of 1405, giving direction to the lawyers about what the court was going to instruct the jury. The state has not been engaged in any bad faith whatsoever in pursuing an explanation for the things they put into evidence. They put into evidence, Your Honor. And this notion of this federal opinion being rebuttal to an unlawful arrest, it is actually not a rebuttal to an unlawful arrest. That opinion, and I've invited you to read it sooner, says nothing about the arrest being unlawful. It says nothing about it. It only speaks to Fourth Amendment issues on the federal level about their definitions for reasonable in 1981 actions. It says nothing about that. So it doesn't even rebut the things they claim it does. Anyway, this question asked by Mr. Harris is perfectly appropriate in asking a jury, and it does not say anything more than, yes, we can get a warrant 24/7, 7 days a week.
And Judge, just so I can respond to that briefly, we had to enter whatever we had to enter because they got up in their opening statement, and Mr. Harris's opening statement was full of, they had to get a warrant, and 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 a warrant. And so as he was doing that over and over, we did have to respond to what they did in opening statement. And they said that was their case, and that's the case they made to the jury. So it was basically beat into the jury by the state in opening statement that they had to get a warrant. And so moving from that, so, you know, as far as with the federal opinion, as I said, I understand that the court might have an issue with that. But I will say that in the federal opinion, it says that the old man in the apartment was a clear exigency for these officers to go in. And it does say that. And so that is addressing, obviously, if there's a clear exigency, then there's no need for a warrant. So that does address that issue. But as I said, as an alternative, if the court does not want to, and I believe that the court would be in every right to cure this issue and cure the issue with the jury by instructing the jury, if the court believes it. I mean, you could also make a ruling that they had to have a warrant to go in, because that's your prerogative. That's you're the judge of the law. But I think with seeing all the evidence, and if we were arguing a motion to suppress, and the state was arguing that whatever evidence was seized in the apartment, the officers had the right to go in there and see it in plain view, I think the court would, in that situation, tell the defense, I'm sorry, but there was an exigency there, and I'm going to deny the motion to suppress. And just like that, that's all we're really asking, because if that issue gets cleared with the jury, just like Mr. LaHood said, we can try the rest of this case and not have to worry about that issue. The issue that Detective Soto originally filed his case and originally put in the report was that the officers were not being presented with deadly force at the time. That was his conclusion. It didn't have anything to do with a warrant. It didn't have anything to do with they were unlawfully there. It did not have anything to do with a lawful or unlawful arrest. And so that is a theory that I believe after the body cam has actually been viewed by professionals and by lawyers, and everybody knows on the same page from what we see that they are being presented with deadly force. And so they had to change their theory from what the detective originally said. And the problem with that theory is it's a pure matter of law with the court. And so that's why we are continuing to ask for some relief to, I guess, to stop this issue of whether or not there was an unlawful arrest. Because there was an exigency and there was not an unlawful arrest.
And on behalf of Eleazar Alejandro, we do not waive any alternative remedy. We're asking that the jury be instructed to disregard the last question, that the federal opinion be introduced into evidence, and that we be given a motion for mistrial with prejudice.
And the determination of exigency, Your Honor, is a mixed matter of law and fact. It's not just a question of law for the court to answer. There's been all kinds of facts asserted by them, once again, about they're concerned about the old man, and there's contradictory facts to that since nobody goes and checks on them. They offering facts about they're looking for evidence of a crime. That doesn't meet the exigency, but they're arguing. They've raised all these facts to try to create this exigency, okay? This is a question for the jury to decide if it's not pulled from them, in a sense, to decide whether or not the exigency exists because there was an immediate and continuous attempt to arrest this person due to destruction of evidence, her being a threat to somebody else, or somebody who requiring assistance. These are issues, clear fact issues, that have been set out before the jury by the defense. And for them, the jury then not to get in the jury instructions, ultimately the opportunity to weigh those facts and apply the law to those facts makes no sense to me.
Judge, just briefly on behalf of Alfred Flores, we would request in the relief department the court make a ruling as well. I think at prior hearings, the court has heard this argument a million times. So our request of relief is that finding of law by the court. Should you choose to not put the federal opinion in, that's our request for relief. I would also offer up that after conferring with my cohorts, we could make a motion to retract from evidence things like that search warrant and things that could further confuse the issue with the jury. We could withdraw those exhibits by agreement, and that would further cure the issue and allow the court to make the clear ruling of law, and then we could decide on the issue at bar.
And Judge, I just want to be clear, and I agree with Mr. Elizabeth, I want to be clear that mixed questions of law and fact, I think as the court knows, that those are questions for the court to decide. Jurors are not given mixed questions of law and fact because the fact that the law is in there makes it to where that's confusing for the jurors. They're not trained to do that. They weren't elected by the citizens of Bexar County to make those decisions, right? That is strictly the purview of the court. And so that is, again, as Mr. Linden pointed out, it is a mixed question of law and fact, and that is the court's purview. And I do not know of any time that a mixed question of law and fact goes to the jury, and I've not heard of any time that happens. Pure questions of fact do, but this is not a pure question of fact. And so I just wanted to point that out.
And we want to make clear that for Eleazar Alejandro, that we're requesting that the jury be instructed to disregard. We're not asking any exhibits to be withdrawn. That the jury be instructed to disregard, that the federal opinion be introduced. If the federal opinion is not introduced, then we would ask that a mistrial be granted with prejudice because the state has willfully violated this court's rulings numerous times. And the willfulness is patently obvious because if they truly believed that the arrest or attempt to arrest was illegal, they should have been required to give the statutory warnings before grand jury of all the witnesses they're now accusing of making an illegal entry. They cannot say that they did not anticipate at the trial that they would make this argument that it was an illegal arrest. So we ask for those specific remedies, and if the request is denied, we're asking for a mistrial with prejudice.
All right, so the court will caution both sides to read the revised exceptionally preliminary draft of the jury charge. That is not the ultimate, that's not going to be the final jury charge. This is just kind of where we're headed. And obviously the evidence that comes in is going to affect how that charge reads ultimately. The jury charge will not be provided, will not be providing the jury the opportunity to make any decisions related to a warrant, so those issues are not a relevant topic. I need to consistently caution both sides to get away from those types of arguments because it'll open up a can of worms that neither of you are going to like. I will take judicial notice under Rule 202. I'm not going to allow the jury to read it under 202E. Let me backtrack. I'm not going to make a ruling on the federal court decision yet. I want to make sure we're safe on that. But I will deny the motion for mistrial. And I'll instruct the jury to disregard any questions related to search warrant. And I'll hold the federal court opinion under advisement. Anything?
Just for clarity, Judge, and I know you're being very gracious when you say both sides, I want to make sure that we are on the same page. What are we doing that could be violating your ruling? I think it's this government that's doing that, Judge, right? And we're having to respond to it, and our response is going outside the jury's presence, approaching, having these hearings, Judge. So our remedy is for you to make a ruling, but I want to make sure that we understand your guidance, Judge, so we don't violate anything. Is there something that we're doing that is getting close to that line? Because I need clarity for myself so we can advise each other. Because I think it's the government that's violating your rules and your rulings, not us. Am I correct by seeing it that way?
When we get to different issues, we can definitely talk about it. This particular issue right now related to the warrant is related to no questions asked whether or not they should have gotten a warrant at the scene.
Right. Thank you, Judge.
And Judge, just for clarity, when you're talking with the jury, because he didn't ask, take out the exhibit and say, this search warrant, he just said warrants, can the instruction go to no questions about warrants, period, arrest or search warrant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Make sure I write that down. Anything else? Okay. Do we need to take a super quick break?
Sure. Yes.
Now, before we go off the record, and this is a question for the defense, and this is what I'm grappling with when it relates to this federal court warrant. With the federal court opinion. Is there authority that I could take judicial notice of that federal opinion? Number one. And number two, what law provides the jury the opportunity to read that opinion? These are just questions as it relates to taking that under advisement. Things for y'all to consider.
We'll start researching it.
Okay.
Thank you.
or search warrant in this case has no bearing on any issue you're instructed to disregard. That has been determined by this court and another court. And I think that the Bembarad opinion and report and Berry's report analyzed the requirement to get a warrant under the Fourth Amendment, because the Fourth Amendment was whether there was an unlawful search and seizure, and the court basically said that there was no requirement to get a warrant. So I think that you could incorporate an instruction to do that, and also incorporate taking judicial notice of the federal opinion by giving an appropriate instruction, and I would hope that Mr. Goss and Mr. Nisbet would agree.
I would say that would be an outrageous misstatement of the law and that ruling. That ruling had nothing to do with applying state law issues about 931, 932, 941, 942. Didn't involve those at all. State law has different requirements and different protections than the federal law does. And to say that federal law is dispositive on the issue of whether or not that the entry into Melissa Perez's apartment was lawful or unlawful, it had no application to that whatsoever. Had no application.
Your Honor, if I could just say that, I think ultimately, I'm not married to any solution except the solution that tells the jury that is not to be something that they consider. That's whether or not they got a warrant is a question of law. It is not for them to consider. And so whatever solution the court thinks is the best to do that, based upon what we've already heard and based upon the opening by the state and based upon some of the evidence that's come in, I think that ultimately how the court wants to do it is fine with us. It's just we're just very concerned they need to do it. We've observed the jury writing, like there's jurors writing notes every time the issue of warrant comes up. We know that they're interested in it. We did have that first note that came out, that weird note from the first day before, like when we just started. That it's obvious that they're focused on that and they're focused on that issue, and so that's why, like I said, whatever the court thinks is best. If Mr. Cifuentes' solution is best for the court, we agree with that, but we do think that there has to be something at some point in this trial that takes that issue out, and we have all agreed that we are not broaching that issue at all with our cross-examination and any of our presentation going forward. It's just that if there wasn't that admonition to the jury later, we have all of these experts that would say that that's ridiculous, they did not need a warrant to go in. And I wouldn't want us not to be able to say that if the court wasn't going to instruct the jury that that's not an issue, because then all of a sudden our experts, we've been denied, they're denied the ability for the experts to rebut the state's repeated assertions that there needed to be a warrant or that this was an unlawful arrest. And so that's more, I guess, when we come to our case in chief, and we would like to just address that with the court in a hearing and have everything heard, because we would not go into it. If the court instructed the jury that, we would not go into it with these experts. But if the court didn't and we didn't know, then we would be in a situation where we would need to rebut what they've already said and what's already gone in front of them. So, thank you.
I'm going to read an admonishment to them.
Okay. All rise for the jury. Maybe see it?
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. We're going to make sure you get your exercise today. Remember I told you after I swore you in, any instructions I give you, you have to follow them. I'm going to read an admonishment or an instruction to you now. You have heard testimony and arguments regarding the issue of whether the defendant officers were required to obtain an arrest warrant before entering the complainant's apartment. As a general matter, whether or not police officers are permitted to enter a person's residence to make an arrest without first obtaining an arrest warrant is an issue of law for the court to decide, and that is usually the subject of a motion to suppress evidence. It is not an issue for the jury to decide in these cases, and all such evidence is irrelevant. You are instructed to disregard all questions, testimony, and evidence related to the subject of whether these defendants were obligated to obtain an arrest warrant and are not to consider such evidence for any purpose. All right, State, you may continue.
Is the Rosemont at those apartments located here in Bear County?
Yes, it is.
Did each of the defendants shoot a firearm?
Yes.
Did each shoot it at or in the direction of Melissa Perez?
Yes, they did.
Did that act by the defendants result in her death?
Yes, it did.
Objection to the statement is overbroad. I want you to be specific which defendant.
You can refresh.
Did defendant Alfred Flores fire a weapon at Miss Melissa Perez, and did she die as a result?
Yes.
Is there a second wound to Miss Perez?
Yes.
Did your investigation determine as to which of the three defendants could have fired that?
Yeah.
Objection, it calls for speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
Ask if his investigation led to that answer, Judge.
And that calls for speculation.
It's his investigation.
The witnesses that have testified, or the forensics, the ballistics, ME, and none of them can say with certainty the cause of the second bullet. So he's going to be speculating.
Then the answer is...
And he does not have personal knowledge.
All right, State, I'll let you rephrase that.
How many rounds were fired total?
16 rounds.
How many entry wounds were on the body?
2 entry wounds.
Did all three defendants shoot at or in the direction of Melissa Perez on June 23rd?
Yes, they did.
Were they all serving as members of the San Antonio Police Department when they did those acts?
Yes, sir.
Were they operating in the course and scope of their duties as San Antonio police officers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. The State will pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Detective Soto, you and I know each other
Yes, sir.
professionally.
Yes, sir.
So you understand, you've been in this situation before, and in this chair, and you in that one.
Yes, sir.
You understand that I'm going to ask you some questions. They're going to be hard questions.
Yes, sir.
You understand why I'm doing it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yes, because, and I think even more so, you understand that I represent Nathaniel Villalobos, but I mean, all of us over here represent all three officers that you charged with murder 16 hours after the event occurred. You understand that?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. So, I want to start with one thing you said. Oh, and just real quick, that image that they left up there while you were testifying, it's Melissa Perez being handcuffed by Travis Thompson, right?
Yes.
Now, it's an ugly picture because she's been shot and she's being handcuffed. Now, do you feel that Travis Thompson, was that a reasonable thing for him to do in that situation?
From my experience, that's what most officers do on almost every officer involved shooting. That they do that. Yes, sir.
Yes, they're supposed to.
Yes, that's what they're trained to do that. Yes, sir.
They're trained to do that because the person can still remain a threat and they want to make sure that they're not a threat. However, they also, as as you saw, Nathaniel Villalobos, Travis Thompson, you saw other people running in to also give medical aid.
Yes, sir, I did, yes, sir.
Right. Because, you know, murder charges that you're intending to cause somebody's death, but it seems clear that when they're giving medical aid, they were actually trying to save her life. You would agree with that?
It looked like they were, yes, sir. They were
It
in there
looked like
trying,
they were.
yes, sir.
So they weren't intending to cause her death, they were trying to save her life.
They were in there trying to save her after they were shot. She was shot, yes, sir.
Right. And that's also what officers are trained to do.
Yes, sir.
Because they're not shooting somebody, like people out in the street, they're shooting, you know, they may shoot each other because they're mad at each other. The officers aren't shooting anybody because they're mad at them. They're shooting because they believe that they were presented with a threat of deadly force. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And the entire time that you saw these three men on the body cam, the body cams that you watched, you saw these three men, they were acting politely. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir. For the most part, they were, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were trying to talk to her, use different tactics to get her out of the apartment so they could arrest her, right?
Your client in particular was really trying to get in there and try to resolve the situation, yes, sir.
And he was polite about it.
Yes, sir. I agree.
And he was using, you know, the manners he was raised with, as well as the training that he had to try to present to her somebody who would listen politely, but also say, look, please don't make us go in there and have to use force, right?
Yes, sir.
He was begging her not to have to escalate this and use force on her, right?
Yes, he was trying. Yes, sir. I agree.
Okay. And Sergeant Flores. Sergeant Flores is out there, and you can see that he is like listening to different officers calmly. He's trying to get an assessment of the situation, right?
Yes, sir. I agree. Yes.
He's listening to suggestions from Officer Chernak. He's listening to Officer Villalobos. He's listening to Officer Salinas to see like what had happened before and try to get an idea of that. You saw him doing all of those things.
Yes, sir. I do.
And he's not. And then even when he goes to Ms. Perez, he asked her sternly, you know, I mean, this could be complicated or simple. Which way do you want to do it? And she said, well, I'm not. You got to get a warrant. I'm not coming out or whatever. She's screaming at him. But he says, sure. But he says, look, you hit one of my officers. We're going to arrest you. You're coming out. You saw him say that.
Yes, sir. I did.
He didn't say anything like, you know, you cut some wires and so, you know, we're going to come in and arrest you. That's not, he didn't mention any of that.
No, it was about the assault.
It was about the assault
Yes.
on Officer Salinas. Now, an assault, as you know, on Officer Salinas with the candle can be either an assault on a peace officer, which is a second-degree felony, right?
Yes, sir.
Or it could be an aggravated assault on a peace officer because a candle glass can break, glass can cause serious bodily injury, and you agree with that?
I mean, that from what I saw on body cam, it just seemed like a regular assault, sir.
Well,
to me.
Yes. Sure. And by regular, meaning a regular second-degree felony assault.
Yes, sir.
Right.
On a peace officer, yes, sir.
But if she had thrown that candle and hit him in the face with it and it broke and cut him, that's ag assault.
Objection, cause speculation.
I don't think that. I think that, I mean, it's not speculation, it's just something that he knows.
You can rephrase your question.
Okay, so you understand that, because I think what you were saying is it looked like a regular assault, meaning it looked like regular bodily injury, not serious bodily injury that he suffered.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Right, but you know that if something else happened with that glass and he was cut seriously and disfigured, that could be serious bodily injury.
Yes, sir.
Right.
There's a possibility, yes, sir.
You know, and you know, it wasn't by any of her doing that he got hit in the arm, not the face. It just happened to be where he got hit, right?
Correct.
Because she got in that window, Judge Mass, stand up, please. Yes. She got in that window with that candle and she flung it. I mean, she didn't care where it went. It could have hit him straight in the face the way she threw it, right?
Yep, yes, sir. Yeah, just depends on how it left her hand, yes, sir.
Right. So, I guess ultimately, if you could, because you said you reviewed these body cams, can you tell me how many felonies Melissa Perez had committed before these three men got on the scene? You can pick the earliest, because honestly I can't remember which one was earliest, but Sergeant Flores, Officer Alejandro, Officer Villalobos. They got on the scene about anywhere from 12 to 20 minutes before the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know, and you've seen with the body cam that this thing has been going on for hours.
Yes, sir. I think it started at, around 12:44, I believe.
Which is the first officer arrived, but the thing was cut at 11:30.
Right, yeah.
Right, and so the first officer doesn't arrive for an hour and such. other officers arrive, but these guys arrive, I mean, we're talking about 20 minutes or less
Right.
before the incident.
Yeah, they arrived pretty much, right before it.
So when, by the time that these three arrived, do you know, and can you tell us, what felonies Melissa Perez had committed before they got there?
Well, the assault is one of them, yes.
Yeah, that's true. What were the other ones?
That's it.
Okay, so you said that's it. And by the assault, are you referencing the assault on
Oh,
Salinas?
Jonathan Salinas, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, I kind of want to walk through that.
Okay.
We saw on several different body cams, we saw that, I guess we saw Officer Villalobos, her coming at him with the hammer.
Correct, when he was at the window unlocking the door, yes, sir.
Right. And so, now, and to be fair, that was after they got there, because
Yeah, yes, sir, yeah.
But you would agree that her coming after him with the hammer and trying to hit him with it is an aggravated assault on a public servant.
It could be, depending on like how close they were, stuff like that. There's other factors you can take into, yes, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, aggravated assault on a public servant is using a deadly weapon and threatening force, or threatening to use the deadly weapon to
Yes,
hurt.
and that's why like distance is important, stuff like that, yes, sir.
Sure. And what they were showing on the body cam is that she came about that close to hitting him with the hammer.
I don't believe she came that close. You're talking about with the Lobos? No, I don't think she came that close.
You may not think it,
Yeah,
but
it's just my opinion, from what I saw, yeah.
right. But what you saw was through a body cam, right?
Yes.
Okay. They had, may I stand up and use a little bit? They had human beings that were looking at her and looking at her with that hammer. And then they looked at each other and said, "Ooh, you like that close to hitting you with that hammer." Right? So you would trust, you should trust your officers, the officers that were there, and what they saw about how close she was.
I mean, you're hearing that, your officers, yeah, you take what officers tell you, yes, sir.
Well, because, I mean, because if it's happening like right after it happens and the officers are turning to each other going, whoa, and you saw them all react, and, Maria Salinas is drawing her firearm at the woman.
Yes, sir, no, I agree, yes.
Right. And Maria Salinas, the reason she's drawing her firearm is because she's afraid for Officer Villalobos. She thinks that this woman is going to hit and hurt him, right? You would assume.
Yes, that's why she's pulling her gun, I assume.
Right, and you saw that she kept her gun out.
Yeah, she did, she kept it at side ready, yes, sir.
She kept it side ready,
Yes.
and the reason she kept it at side ready is because even though she was back from that window, she was still nervous that woman was a threat to her or to one of the other officers.
I can't speak to what she was feeling, but that's a probable assumption, yes, sir.
And all I'm asking you, because I understand, I'm not asking you to get inside her
Right.
mind, but what I am asking you to do is talk about, that a police officer, threat, okay, threat, holster.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's usually how that works.
Yes.
Threat, holster. She said threat, and then she kept it side ready. And keeping it side ready is because she wanted to be able to draw that thing up as quick as possible. That's how you're trained.
Yes, sir.
Right. And the reason that an officer would want to do that is because when they are looking at the person, even where Officer Maria Salinas was standing, she wanted to make sure because she thought that this woman was going to be a threat to her. That's
Yes, sir.
a reasonable assumption.
Yes, sir, it is reasonable, yes, sir.
So what you're seeing on these body cams that we saw, that we've just been watching, you are seeing not just these three men, but you're seeing other officers reacting to what they see as a deadly threat to them or others. You agree with
Yes.
So, and you haven't charged Maria Salinas with any crime for pointing a gun at her, right?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't go and walk a warrant on Maria Salinas 16 hours after the incident.
No, sir.
You didn't talk to Captain Van Deffen about Maria Salinas and like how crazy it is that she would draw her gun on a woman that was clearly not a threat. You didn't do that.
We did not, nope, that was not discussed.
Because you believe that Maria Salinas, when she drew her weapon and pointed it at that woman, was responding to a legitimate threat of deadly force against Officer Villalobos.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what she's interpreting, yes, sir.
Right. Well, and, because you said that you watched her body cam. Did you read her statement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you read her statement before you went and got the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. So, and did her statement, was that part of the reason, the decision-making that you did, in order to come to your conclusion that you needed to walk a warrant on these men for murder?
Yes, it was reading all the statements, yes, sir.
Right. And so Maria Salinas, you agree, she was front row seat to this thing.
Yes, I do.
And in fact, that's the front row seat, she was the second row seat,
Right.
and in her statement, she said, the only reason that I didn't shoot when they shot was because they were in front of me. You saw her, did she say that?
I do recall her saying that, yes, sir.
Right,
Yes, sir.
so but in your mind, if they're all wrong, then she would have been wrong too to shoot, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Right.
she would have shot, yeah.
If she would have
She'd
shot.
probably be there
So what
also.
you were doing was you were basically saying anybody out there that shot, arrested for murder. Anybody out there that didn't shoot but pointed the gun, not arrested for anything. Right?
I mean, the way you're putting it, you're making it simple.
Well,
Yeah,
it
yes,
is
sir.
simple,
Yes, sir.
because that's kind of what you did.
Yes, sir.
The Officer Alejandro were switched. It would be Sergeant Flores, Maria Salinas, and Officer Villalobos sitting in that chair, right?
Well, I mean, we don't know. She might not have shot.
She told you that she would have.
But
The
that
only reason
was-
she didn't is because she didn't want to shoot one of these guys in
That
the
wasn't
back of the
the
head.
prior time. Would she have really shot? We'll never know that.
The female picked up the hammer, raised it above her head, and moved quickly towards the door. The female was moving aggressively toward Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores. I was afraid the female was going to assault and injure them. I did not fire my weapon because I was behind other
Right.
officers.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah, I recall her saying that. Yes, sir.
Right. So she didn't say I did not fire my weapon because I did not believe she was a threat.
Right.
She said I didn't fire it because, as she was supposed to, she's not supposed to shoot them in the back, right?
Of course not, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And you can kind of hear her voice. Her voice is the one calling crossfire, crossfire. Like you
Yeah.
can hear a female voice screaming
Yes,
out
I recall that.
as Chernak's coming in. Now, sorry, and
I'm sorry.
Detective Soto, as you and I know, we can't talk over each other.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
You will probably know the answer to my question, but just please let me
Yes,
finish.
yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Crossfire. So that is what officers are trained to do when they know other people are coming in the back because they don't want to start shooting across each other, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right, because Chernak's coming in through this back door here, and they're all at that window there. They don't want to start, if this woman is still a threat, they don't want to start shooting crossfire and maybe shoot each other, right?
Yes, sir. And when I heard her saying that, it made perfect sense. Officers are coming from the back room, so yes, that makes perfect sense.
Right, and so, and I say that to say that Maria Salinas, it seems, watching that video, that she has been trained well and is responding well to her training. You would agree with that?
Well, she's responding to her training, yes, sir. I don't know what her training record is, stuff like that. I
Sure,
don't know.
but she's screaming crossfire when she's supposed to. She's not firing it in the back of their heads like she's supposed to. But when she wrote her statement, she said that the way...
I'm confused. You said like she's supposed to fire in the back of their head?
Yeah.
At least the way you phrased it, I guess it sounded kind of...
Yeah. Well, I said she's not firing into the back of her head.
Okay, now I understand.
Like she's supposed to not fire in the back of her
Okay,
head.
yes, now I understand now.
Right? I mean, and what she's saying is like, I would have shot, but they were in front of me.
Yes.
So instead, they shot. Now, if they were behind Maria Salinas, she would have shot, and they would have not shot because Maria Salinas was shooting in front of them. Do you see what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, yes,
So
sir.
what will happen is these chairs would just be replaced by the people in the back. So the people in the back, if they were in the front, those three people in the back would be in these chairs, and if they were in the back, if they were standing back and away from all the action, like all these other officers, they would be in uniform, they would be out there on the street, they would probably be being called by us as witnesses for Officer Salinas, Officer, Travis Thompson, and one of the other sergeants there, right?
And sir, I'm not trying to be smart with you or nothing like that. You're just assuming she would have shot at that. Yeah, she's saying that, but would she really have? When you're actually in that moment, how do we know she really would have shot? I'm like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, nothing like that.
I get it. But that's what I'm saying. But she had every right to say in this statement, like, I wouldn't have shot because I didn't think that this woman was a threat.
Yeah, I mean, based on that, yes, sir. I mean, you can assume that, but when you're actually in that moment, would she have really shot? We're never going to know that.
Well, we'll never know. But here's what I'll tell you. When you see on her video, when the first time when the woman comes at the hammer and almost hits him in the head with it, she looked. She was. And she looked around and she goes, I almost. And you can see her saying that, and we all know what she's saying. I almost shot her.
She's protecting her partner. Yeah. She's watching his back. She's watching his back.
And he's protecting, and he's protecting. They're all protecting each other from this woman with a hammer. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so she's protecting her partner, and she said, I was about to shoot.
Can I say something though? Yeah, she's protecting her partner, but doesn't mean that what she did was reasonable at that time. Because based on the body cam footage, it didn't appear she was really that close to him.
I know,
Yes.
and that's the tricky thing about doing investigations on body cam. Because, and you should have been trained on this, I'm assuming you were, body cam is not a replacement for the human eye. Body cam cannot replace the human eye because it sits at a different place, it has a different angle. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I agree. Yes, sir.
And the human beings that are sitting there watching that, these are police officers who, they have no reason to tell Officer Villalobos, oh my gosh, it was that close. Vince Gomez going like, oh my gosh, she almost got you with that hammer. They have no reason to say that unless that's what they saw. You would agree with that?
I mean, that's, in the moment, she really feels that. I mean, I'm not saying, but from my view, from what I can see, and I can only go by what I can see on body cam, it appeared he really wasn't that close. They weren't that close.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is Maria Salinas, liar.
No,
My view of the body cam, truth.
I'm not saying that. That her interpretation was that it was close, but was it really? If you look at the body cam, it really wasn't. But that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, nothing like that, sir.
Yeah, but I agree, but what you're saying is, when I look at an inferior thing to view, when I have an inferior medium through which to view this incident, I say that she's wrong and I'm right. But when she says, and Vince Gomez says, and they all are talking to each other going, oh my gosh, she almost hit you with that hammer. You're saying that, no, she didn't.
I can only go by what I see on body cam, sir.
But you can also go by what you hear on body cam.
Yes, I remember them saying that, yes, sir. I remember Vince Gomez, I remember Maria Salinas, yes, they...
And you decided, forget what they said, I'm just going to go on what Detective Soto thinks is right based on the body cam.
I didn't forget what they said, I'm looking at the evidence, I'm looking at everything.
Okay, well, so if she almost hit Officer Villalobos with a hammer, and then you see Maria Salinas say, she's saying, I mean, she doesn't say it, but she's saying it like, I almost shot her. But again, the reason she couldn't shoot her is because he had his head and his back in the window, and she didn't want to shoot him.
Exactly, and that's understandable, totally understandable.
Right. So what's happening is that we have. Did you see how many other officers drew at that final fire when they all came, like the ones in the back?
The ones for sure I know, Maria, I think Thompson might have pulled his taser. I couldn't, but yeah, their officers did drop. Yes, sir.
It looked like Thompson.
Yeah.
It looked like Thompson.
I know some pulled their taser, but yeah, yes, sir. They did. There were multiple officers that
They
did
were
not.
drawing their firearm in response to the threat.
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, and why you walked the warrant for murder for these guys, is because you think all those officers were wrong in what they were perceiving, and you were right because you saw the body cam.
That's what I based it on, watching the body cam. So that's all I had. And I listened. I watched I read the statements too, but I'm going by what I can see. Yes, sir.
I know, but it's not all you had, because you actually had people that were there that are telling you that I was scared crapless, and I'm drawing my own firearm, and I would have shot except I didn't want to shoot them. I mean, that has to go into your consideration, right?
It's part of the consideration, yes, sir.
Because then what you're saying is that all of these officers at the same second made an unreasonable decision. All of them had this weird delusion that there was some threat that you didn't believe existed. I mean, that's what you're saying. If all of them are drawing and all of them are doing this, and some of them in the front are shooting because they're afraid, and the ones behind are not shooting, so not to shoot them, but they're all drawing that way, that tells you that a group of officers at large, if they're all drawing their weapons, are all responding to a threat simultaneously, right?
Well, they're hearing the shots. From my experience, officers hear shots, they draw their gun. I mean, they're hearing the first 5 rounds go off, and yeah, I think a couple of them said in their statement that they believe that maybe even possibly Melissa had a firearm. That was in some of the statements. Yes, sir.
You're right, because part of the training as well is that everyone is possibly armed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's how officers are trained. They don't know. Now, let's take the less lethal, because we talked about less lethal. The beanbag shotgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And just so I can, just so we know, like Sergeant Flores was out there, but how many other sergeants were out there?
There were two other sergeants. I believe Sergeant Rivera was out there and Sergeant... can't think of his name right now. There was another sergeant. My mind's blank right now on who it was.
But so
I can look it up and tell you who it was real quick.
Yeah,
You want me to? Yeah.
go ahead.
I got it right here.
Let's just go ahead and take a break.
Okay.
Oh, you want a break?
Yeah. Members of the jury, it's 12:25. I'll give you an hour break. Come back no later than 1:30. An hour and 5 minutes. Enjoy your night.
All right, for the jury.
seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. We'll go through today till about 5:30-ish, maybe a little later, just kind of depends. Right, where we last left off defense, we were at your cross.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And so Detective Soto, I think, one of the things we were talking about is Maria Salinas, and I want to go back to her for a second. Because you know that a jury in a situation like this, they analyze what's happening from the viewpoint and from the perspective of the officers who have been charged, right?
Yes.
Right. So one of the ways, it's not, they don't analyze it from the viewpoint of the detective that was assigned to investigate it, right?
I mean, they'll consider that, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
They can consider it, but they have to look ultimately at any kind of, whether or not these officers acted in self-defense or defense of others. They look at it from the perspective of the officers, right?
Yes, they're going to look at that. Yes, sir.
Now, Maria Salinas and others who were there, they shared the perspective of these officers in a way because they were all there at the same place, viewing and seeing the same thing, mainly that these officers were seeing, right?
Yes.
And the only way to find out for you what her perspective was, what she was thinking and what she was feeling, and why she drew her weapon, and why she believed that there was a threat, as she said in the statement, why she thought that Officer Villalobos was at risk, why she thought that Sergeant Flores was at risk, is to ask her those questions. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And you never interviewed her before you did the warrant.
I did not, no, sir.
All right. You just looked at her statement. You said you reviewed her statement, but in your mind, she just wasn't right about what she saw.
No, the only thing that I questioned was, like you said, on the part where he was at the window and he came back, where she was, where Melissa wasn't anywhere close as the way Maria Salinas was describing it. That's all.
Sure. And so I think you also questioned whether or not that she would have shot.
Yes, I did, sir, yes.
But she made it, at least in even the statement you read, she made it pretty clear that she would have if the officers weren't in front of her.
No, I agree, sir. She said that, but when you're really there actually pulling that trigger, it's hard to know what they're really going to do at that time.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, did you know Maria Salinas was a Marine?
I did not, no.
Okay. So she was actually military police in the Marines. And so as part of that, just thinking about those things, you know that she is somebody who, if she were in the Marines and the military police and went to the police academy, she's somebody who's had police training, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
She would be somebody who, you would think, unless she gave you a reason otherwise, you would think that you could trust her assessment of the situation, just like you have to trust all your officers or all officers that are at a scene. You have to listen to what they say about what was happening, right?
Yes, sir.
And Maria Salinas never gave you a reason to believe that the woman wasn't as close as Maria said she was.
They're looking at her body cam. When she did have her gun out on her a few times, I didn't see, at those moments, I didn't see Melissa as a threat, just based on the body cam.
I understand.
So there were times she was pointing the gun into the house when I was like, is she even a threat right now? I had questions about that.
Right, and so you would agree that if she's pointing a gun at somebody who is not a threat, then that could be the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Well, at the time, before she believed it, maybe her judgment at the time, she believed that was a threat, but I'm just telling you, on my perception, watching the body cam, I'm not going to charge her with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Of course not.
Of course not.
Right.
Okay. So, I guess my question, though, ultimately, is that you said you're not going to charge her, but you agree that if she's pointing a deadly weapon at somebody who is not a threat to her or other people, then officers are not allowed to do that. People are not allowed to do that.
What I'm saying is, in her judgment at that time, she could have felt that was a threat, possibly. That's all I'm saying. But I'm looking at the body cam, the perspective of where she was at in the house. I'm viewing Melissa as not being a threat. But it just differs. She might have believed it. That's all I'm saying.
But if you're Judge Kenny-Sewell,
Yes.
thank you, Judge. Viewing the body cam,
Yes, sir.
it's safety of headquarters. It might be easy to feel like she's not a threat, but where your head right here and a hammer right here, as she's swinging it, do you think you might have a different opinion on whether or not she was a threat?
But her head was never near there.
Not Maria's.
Right.
But Maria has a right to protect him.
Of course. Yes, sir, she does.
And his head was near
Yes,
there.
sir. Based on what I saw, sir, based on what I'm seeing from the body cam, he wasn't, the way you're describing it, you're making it sound like he was right there within arm's reach of Melissa, and he wasn't. Right? I mean, that's what I see.
I understand. But you also agree that Officer Villalobos is a larger guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And his body was inside of the window.
Yes, it was.
Right? And so obviously nobody who has a body cam with his body, all they're going to get is his back, and his rear, but they're not,
Yes, sir.
you can't see into the window when he's in the window.
Correct, yes.
So all the body cam angles are not seeing exactly what's happening while he's inside the window. Do you agree with that?
I agree with you on that, yes, sir.
Okay. And so the officers there, though, they can see what's going on. Even though their body cam may not, the officers are looking at what's happening while he is in that window.
Yes, sir.
Because, not just Maria, because we can't just say, well, okay, Maria's got bad judgment, because you have to say Vince Gomez had bad judgment. Because Vince Gomez is running around going, oh my gosh, like she almost hit you with that hammer. So now you have multiple officers that are saying and reporting what they saw, but in your opinion, what you saw in the body cam didn't reflect that, so they weren't really in any threat.
What I'm saying is, in their perception, Officer Gomez, Officer Maria Salinas might have perceived something like that being that close to Officer Villalobos. What I'm saying is, from what I can see on the body cam, it doesn't appear that close to me. That's all. It's just my opinion.
I understand. So let's talk a little bit about apparent danger, right? You understand in your study of the law and your study of the penal code, what you have to know to be a detective assigned to homicides and what you have to know as a detective assigned to officer-involved shooting is that apparent danger is the exact same as if the danger were real. You understand that?
I don't understand where you're going with this. What do you mean apparent? Like,
okay.
So no matter what they perceive, like I have to say that's what happened? Is that what you're, I'm thinking that's what you're saying, right, sir?
Well, so I'll tell you, in the judge, I expect, because the court instructs on the law, and that's a common instruction in these kind of cases, is apparent danger. And what the instruction says is that the jury is to consider apparent danger the exact same as if the danger were real. Now, I put all of my faith behind Maria Salinas, Vince Gomez, Officer Villalobos, Officer Alejandro, and Sergeant Flores, as far as what they were perceived. I believe it, right?
Yes, sir.
You may not. However, because you've seen the body cam and you didn't think that there was a threat. However, the idea of apparent danger is if they feel like, and it's reasonable for them to believe that danger is real, they can react to that danger just as if it were real.
Yes.
Okay? Right. So, if you say, well, Maria Salinas may have believed that she was that close, right, then that means that if she has that reasonable belief as she's watching and looking at it, then she could potentially use deadly force to protect a third person. Do you understand that?
If that's what she believes, but like I said, I'm just basing my assessment on the body cam. So that's all I can do.
I understand. Yeah. But it's and you said that a few times, but it's not all you can do, because you can also sit down with Maria. Like an officer-involved shooting investigation, it can take months. Right?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. I agree.
Sure. I mean, there's any officer that's involved in a shooting, they would go to admin duty, administrative duty, right?
Yes, sir.
They would sit behind a desk and wait and see how the investigation goes and what determinations are made.
Yes, sir.
Right. But that's not what happened. Right? That's not what happened.
You're correct, sir. Yeah.
Right. Because you walked a warrant on.
Yes, sir, I did.
And so, as far as the other sergeants out there, just to point this out, you had Sergeant Flores, and he was out there, and he had to take command because that was his section or whatever, right?
Yes.
Okay. But there were 2 other sergeants that were there on the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the body cam, we don't hear either one of them say, like, hey, what are we doing? This is, she's not a threat with that hammer.
Yeah, there was a point where I think they muted the talk, so we don't know what was said there, but you're correct, sir, yeah.
Well, I mean, but you could have went and asked the sergeants,
Yes.
hey, when y'all were muted, what were y'all saying? But you didn't do that.
Yes, sir, I did not, no.
Okay. So and I mean, just to be clear, because we've heard about this less lethal shotgun. So less lethal can still be lethal. You agree with that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right.
Can.
It's just less lethal than maybe a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. But in that situation, let's take out one of the people. And I can't remember which sergeant had a shotgun. Rivera. Sergeant Rivera had a shotgun with the beanbags in it, the less lethal.
Yes.
Right? So let's say that Sergeant Rivera is in place of one of these 2 or one of these 3. And as she's coming, he shoots her with the beanbag and it kills her. Right? Because it can kill you, especially from a short distance.
Correct.
All right. That impact can kill you. Sergeant Rivera, you would have walked a warrant for murder.
No.
Well, and here's my point.
No.
He still shot her in the face with a beanbag thing while she was coming at him with a hammer. Right?
But they were working through to find a better way to handle the situation. That would have weighed in on my decision, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you understand that when somebody, and they actually even mentioned on the body cam, they talk about tasers, but you know a taser can't go through a door or a
Correct.
window.
Correct, yes,
You
sir.
can go through an open window,
Yeah, yes, sir.
but not a door with glass in it.
Correct.
The prongs would bounce off the glass and be ineffective.
Right.
You also heard him debating the fact of, like, are we even going to be able to get a good connection with
Yes.
the prongs?
Yes. I think I heard Alejandro say that.
Because they're worried about because the issue with the taser is a taser is a tool of compliance. It's not a tool of defense. We agree with that?
Yes.
Right.
That's why we have, usually one will be armed still, and one will have less lethal, one will be armed still just in case.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And that's because, and we've gone through this with the jury, but I'll go through it with you, that's because if somebody is bearing down on you with a hammer and you try to tase them and it doesn't give a good connection, then the next thing that happens is that person is on top of you with a hammer.
Yeah, and that would be plausible, yes, sir.
Right.
Yes.
So the only thing when somebody has a weapon, the only thing an officer should be using if they are advancing upon them with a weapon is their duty issued firearm. You would agree with that?
In just a general situation, I would say yes, I would agree.
Because you don't want an officer, I mean, one of the things, let me ask you this. When I say end of watch, what does that mean to you?
I'm guessing like end of your tour of duty permanently, I guess.
Permanent.
Yes.
Right, and it can be used when officers retire.
Yes, sir.
Right? It's also
Yes,
used
sir.
when they're filling the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
And so, in opening, I said that they had the right not to have that night be the end of any of their watches. And what that means is they have a right to go home to their family. You agree?
Yes, sir, I agree 100%, sir.
Right. So, when somebody is being confronted with a person with a deadly weapon, their firearm is the thing that they have to ensure that they can stop that person, right?
In a general sense, yes, I would agree with that.
Right. And so, it's not inappropriate to use a firearm against a person bearing down on them with a hammer. That's not an inappropriate thing to do.
No, sir, it's not. You're right. I say correct. It depends, like I said, depending on the variables. Yes, sir.
And I understand the variables. And so, we're going to start kind of walking through some of the variables, things you may have considered and things you may not have. But as far as, I just want to get it clear because, if you had Sergeant Rivera and he bangs her in the face with a beanbag round and it kills her, he's not done anything different than they have done.
Well,
he's caused her death.
Yes, sir. No, I agree.
And if she's not a threat to him and he bangs her in the face with a beanbag gun, then he's caused her death and she's not a threat, right?
But like I said, there's a lot of variables to this. You can, in my opinion, if they would have had Sergeant Rivera in a better position to use that, and if that tragic event did happen, then yeah, that's something we would have considered in the probable cause. So I'm looking at the reasonableness. Was it reasonable to use deadly force at that time? They would have been trying to use a less lethal form to take care of the situation.
that's all they were talking about and trying to consider.
Yes, sir. And I was shocked that they didn't go there with that.
Well, but here's the thing. You may be shocked that they didn't go there with that, but they're trying to set up on the porch and on the patio, and she comes at him with a hammer, right?
She comes to the window, yes, sir.
She comes to the window and she crashes it out while Flores is trying to crawl over the railing, and it's about a foot from the back of his head.
It doesn't appear to be that close to me, sir. I'm sorry.
Ben's got a great still shot that we're gonna go to later, where the glass is flying all over these officers.
Yeah, I did see that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. So, and you know, we've talked before about a hammer and about how a hammer can be used. You agree with me that a person who is standing the distance I am from you, which is, I don't know, 16 feet or something maybe, that a person standing at this distance can still be deadly with a hammer. You would agree?
Yes, sir. They can make up that ground really quick. Yes, sir.
Real quick.
Yeah.
And hit you with it, right?
Yes, sir.
They can do that. And they can also throw it, and if one of those ends hits you in the head, it could cause serious bodily injury or death.
Yes, sir.
Right. Through your investigation, did you see that she is skilled in throwing objects out of that window?
Just that she did throw the candle out. That was the one thing she did throw. Yes, sir.
One thing she did throw. And that was before all of this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to kind of go back. There was a question I had asked earlier. I asked you, how many felonies had she committed before these officers arrived on the scene? Take the earliest officer that arrived.
Right.
And you said one.
Yes.
Okay. Let's walk through it. The first thing that she did in the night, which caused Officer Rojas to go out there, is that she cut that fire alarm. Those fire alarms.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Right. And it turned out to be more than $2,500 worth of damage.
Yes, sir.
Right, so that's felony.
Well, so it wasn't it wasn't like a given by a technician that came to come out there. It was like a preliminary. It wasn't like, usually the way I remember at ITID having cases like this where we would just say, hey, just write it up as a misdemeanor for now, because we really don't know. Yeah, they're saying it's a felony amount, but we don't know until we get a true estimate. So, I mean, was there anybody out there that could have given a true estimate on that? That's why I didn't say a felony at that time. But yeah, you're right, Mr. The maintenance man did say, Mr. Uno, yes.
So Kenji Uno, but it just so happened, I don't know if did you see the body cam where he's discussing that?
Yes, yes, sir, I did, yes.
So, Kenji Uno said, as a matter of fact, this thing was just damaged recently and just got replaced.
Yes, sir.
The whole apartment complex, it cost $7,500. So this has got to be, this is going to be more than $2,500.
Correct, I did hear him say that, yes,
right.
sir. Yeah.
So it's not just that you just had some guy. You had some guy that said, I know exactly how much it costs because we just had it replaced. It's a brand new system, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So, but you may not count that as a felony, but pry marks on the door to the closet that held the fire alarm, right? So that's burglary of a building.
Yes, sir.
If she pried that open and then pried the box and whatever else, she's using force to enter a building that she doesn't belong in.
Right.
Okay.
Like I said, if she did, we don't know for sure if she did that or not. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of weird, because I heard the state say that we don't even know if she cut the wires because all we have is her saying that she cut the wires.
Correct.
Right, but she was wearing the wires that she cut. She was like wearing them on her clothes and stuff.
And the reason I'm saying about the pry marks, I'm investigating many cases where you think one thing is certain, and you find out later it's something else. Maybe, especially in apartment complexes, that door could have already been broken into. I don't know, a couple weeks earlier. We just don't know.
It sounds like though that all the benefits of the doubt that you have go to Melissa Perez, and none of it went to these three guys, right? Like all the benefits of the doubt that you're trying to give go to her, but none of it go to them at all. You don't believe that they were under a threat. You don't believe that they felt danger because you saw in the body cam. But when we talk about the pry marks on the door, you're like, well, it could have been anybody. It could have been anybody that did it.
Well, no, it would have been. It's logical in an apartment complex like that where there's a lot of property crimes that it could have happened from somebody else. That's all I'm saying, sir.
Yeah, I agree, but there are property crimes at that apartment complex because she had been committing property crimes previously at that apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
With that?
Yes, sir. I
okay. So, but if we say not burglary of a building, we don't know if she was the one that pried the door open to get to the alarm system to cut all the wires. You know how we might have known that, though, is when you went on the scene, I think what you said is that the CSI people are already doing their thing, and so you just walked off the scene.
Well, I walked through, I looked at the scene, yes, sir, and they were, yes, sir.
Right. But were you the lead on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as the lead detective on the scene, and we've heard from the CSIs who, they did a good job with what they had. There were good CSIs that came out. But they did say that we rely on direction from the lead detective to tell us what to get and what to take, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did not. Did you know that she had all the fire alarm batteries in that apartment? Did you see them when you were out there?
No, sir, I did not.
Right. But that would have been evidence, because the prosecution said, well, all we have is her saying that she did it. But that would have been evidence also to you that she did do it, because she actually has the batteries for that fire alarm that she's alleged to have cut inside the apartment.
Yes, sir. Yep.
But you didn't instruct the CSIs to do anything according to your direct examination, right?
No, the CSIs, it looked like they had the situation pretty well in hand. Yes, sir. Like you said, they're good CSIs. I rely on them, and they do a great job. That's why I let them do their job. I try not to get in their way. But yeah, if there's something I see in general, I will tell them. But for the most part, they take care of everything I need usually.
Yeah, you know, and I agree that they are good CSIs, and I agree that you are right to let them do their job. But part of their job is taking instruction about what to get, what is important, what is relevant, because they come out there, they don't know that fire alarm batteries are relevant, but you knew that, right? Because that was what the call was for.
Yes, sir. I don't even recall seeing the fire alarm batteries, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We have the pictures, because Kenji Uno took the pictures, because he was like, gosh, this is the lady that stole these batteries out of this fire alarm. But ultimately, the other way is potentially, you could have had the CSI swab for DNA on the fire alarm box and on the door handle and, those kind of things. You could have, right?
Yes, sir.
You could have instructed them to, hey, look for anything that she could have used to pry open this stuff. Because it could have been a hammer that she had, but it could have been something else,
yes,
right?
Sir.
And that, too, is like if there's a big old pry bar in there, then that might have been good evidence that she's the one who went in there and cut the wires.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And
but I wasn't investigating that. I was investigating the shooting, sir.
Well, I know
that's why I might have not paid attention to the batteries. That's all.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, and that's kind of what I wanted to go through with you, that you weren't investigating that, and really to you, that wasn't really relevant, right, to what you were there to investigate.
I was there investigating what led up to the shooting.
All right. So, and just so that we're clear, and I think it's in State's Exhibit 1, I want everyone to be crystal clear on this. None of the officers that responded that night were responding to a mental health call. You agree with that?
I agree. Yes.
Right. Because, it's from the beginning of this thing, it's reported like it was somebody who had a mental health crisis, and they were all responding to a mental health crisis. They were responding to a person committing crimes. You agree with that?
Yeah, officer in trouble.
Officer in trouble. And the officers before that were responding to the fire department saying, like, this lady cut our wires.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, in your review, did you see that Officer Rojas actually did, in talking to her, get a pretty good idea that she was suffering from mental health issues?
Yes, I did, yes, sir.
Because she was telling him that the FBI is listening to me through the wires, and just so we can make it clear to the jury how this works, an officer can receive that information, they can go to their radio, and they can say to dispatch, hey, we need to change this to potentially D or a mental health call. This is a consumer obviously having a mental health crisis. They could do that, right?
An officer could do that. I don't think I've ever seen an officer do that over the radio. No, sir. Honestly, even with the key card, I've never seen him just change it right there. Okay. Maybe later on, it's happened, but not over the radio. I've never seen that.
But if they did, because in the key card, because remember how this works, the radio is directly attached to a dispatcher. When you click the radio, your communications is going to a person who is a dispatcher.
Yes, sir.
Right. Can also be going to their radio. They can hear what's going on. Sometimes, if they're on the right channel or whatever.
Yes, sir. Like, and again, in Villalobos' case, he was actually dealing with something when it happened, and he didn't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right. So his partner was going like,
yes.
Oh my God. Okay. So And I guess my thing is, and then the dispatcher, the whole reason we have dispatchers is because we have all these officers kind of in the district all doing something. And a dispatcher is responsible for communicating what these officers need to know about where they're going, right?
Yes.
I mean, because if somebody called and said, hey, there's a person with a knife threatening, the dispatcher wants to know what do they look like, so that when my officers arrive, that they don't come stab them in the back, right?
Correct.
They understand, okay, what do these people look like? What is going on? Are they still armed? And they type all of that stuff into the key card so that the officers can see.
Correct.
Right. But in this case, and so I understand that you said that that's not typical or whatever else, but in this case, Rojas, after hearing what he heard from her, which I think any reasonable person would say is indicative of somebody having a mental health issue. After hearing that, he did not tell dispatch, like, hey, add this in or whatever else. He didn't do that, right?
Yeah, yes, he did not do that. No.
And so, because he did not do that, none of these three men or any other officer that came to that scene would have had any idea that there was a mental health aspect to this.
Right, correct at the time, yes.
At the time.
Yes.
Now, when we saw all these body cams, the jury's watched it from every angle. When we saw these body cams, at the time that she is yelling at the officers, she is not yelling that she's the daughter of Elvis. You agree with that?
Right, yes, sir.
She is not yelling that the CIA or that the cartel kidnapped her, right?
Yes, sir.
She is not yelling that the FBI was listening to her through those wires, right?
You're correct. Yes,
okay.
I can see that.
So all of those things that Officer Rojas heard that would be indicative to him that she's going through a mental health issue, she was not saying any of those things to the officers who arrived later.
No, she wasn't.
Right.
But I know Officer Alejandro, he's on the hostage negotiating team, correct?
Yes.
I think he said it. She's batshit crazy.
Well,
I think he already had a feeling that she was suffering some type of. I mean, wouldn't that be reasonable to think and assume at that time?
You could, but let me ask you this. He, Officer Alejandro, was not making a clinical diagnosis of this woman. Batshit crazy is and I think it was actually Vince Gomez that said it. So Vince Gomez was the one that said it, first of all, so not Alejandro.
Okay, I believe it was Alejandro. If I'm mistaken, I apologize.
No, it was Gomez.
Yeah.
We'll have to call Gomez apparently. But regardless, right? That is a different thing. That is a colloquialism, because she's acting crazy, right? I mean, she is. She's screaming. She's saying, "You need a warrant. You need, you can't come in here. These officers assaulted me," which she wasn't assaulted, right? Nobody ever assaulted.
You're right. Yes,
she assaulted them, but they didn't assault her. But she was intoxicated at a .18, right? Right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Also, she was a methamphetamine user and had been, and we've heard testimony about that.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. So an officer who's responding, there's no way for them to know, are you on methamphetamine? Are you extremely intoxicated? Are you having a mental health issue? They can't make that determination because a person will act batshit crazy, to use Vince Gomez's words, on intoxicating substances as well, right?
Yes, it does
right.
change the way
with no mental health issue to it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So, I mean, it's a good point. Officer Alejandro was on the hostage negotiating team, and one of the things that I think that the state pointed out, I wasn't clear why, but they pointed out that after he goes back with Maria Salinas, he says something to the effect of, I'm not going to be able to make SWAT now.
Yes, sir. I recall him saying that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let's talk a little bit of inside baseball about what that means, because that doesn't mean like, oh, I've done this horrible thing and now I can't be on SWAT. What that means is that any officer who is in a shooting gets assigned to administrative duty, right?
Yes, sir. I know. I've been in a shooting, so I know. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So you get assigned to administrative duty. What you also know is that the training for SWAT takes years to do.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you know, but you should know, as the lead investigator, that he had already gotten his acceptance into SWAT, but they were still waiting on the paperwork to go up and down.
I had no idea.
Didn't know that?
No, sir.
Okay. Because that brings context to this statement. But you should know that SWAT openings come and they get filled by people who are qualified candidates and have done the training, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But if a person is on administrative duty, they cannot fill that position for SWAT. SWAT will not take them on a specialized unit if they're on administrative duty.
Okay. I'm not sure about that, no, sir. Yeah.
So, and if they cannot do that,
But that makes sense.
it makes sense.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to go on the SWAT team if you're
Right.
on
They
this.
need bodies. They need bodies.
Right. So having all that into context, it is, he understands and knows clearly that he's been involved in an officer-involved shooting, right?
Correct.
It's clear he knows that.
Yes.
It's also clear that he knows that as he's going to go on administrative duty. Now, he didn't know that you were going to walk a warrant 16 hours, but he did know that he was going to be on administrative duty, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, every officer would know that. That's part of just how the procedures are.
Yes.
So if he can't go into that position to be filled on the SWAT team, then somebody else will go in and fill that position, and another position may not open for a while. You agree with that?
I would agree, yes, sir.
Okay. So putting all that into context, that is just a comment that I've been involved in this officer-involved shooting, and now I'm going to miss my opportunity to go on the SWAT team because I'll be on admin duty. And that makes sense to you?
It makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, there's nothing nefarious about it. It's not an admission that he's done anything wrong and he can't be on SWAT.
I didn't take it as
Okay.
such. Yes, sir.
And I didn't know how you took it.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it that way, sir.
They highlighted it, so I
No.
wanted to make sure with the jury that they understood that. Thank you, Chip. It's true. Okay, so we haven't finished our felonies. That is correct. All right, so we said that we don't know necessarily that, or you didn't know if it was a bird building, if the damage estimate, I mean, I'll just tell you that the damage estimate hasn't been contested by anybody. There's not been anything that, I mean, neither the state nor us have said that it should have been any less than 2,500, because she did a lot of damage to that thing. You saw that.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you know what those do. So we talked about it all the way back on like first day with the now captain at the fire department. And you know that those fire alarms, the purpose of it is to suppress fires and to warn and alert residents that there is a fire, right?
Yes.
Right. And the suppression comes from sprinklers and things like that that are installed in the apartments that can help if there is a fire, that can help to make sure the fire doesn't spread.
Right? Yes, sir.
And then the alarm, especially at night, especially late at night, is important to alert people that one of these units is on fire and you need to get your family and your dogs and your cats and everybody that matters to you needs to get out of that apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when she destroyed that, if we take her to work, that she did, when she destroyed that, what that does is it destroys the ability for residents to be aware of a fire, right?
Yes, sir.
And the ability to have that fire suppressed.
Yes.
Right, okay. And our captain told us that the maintenance or the manager, or whoever that he had talked to, said that he wasn't going to be able to get to it till the next day. Well, same day, but like in the morning, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
I get, yeah.
He
Take your word for
testified.
it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he testified to that. Now, you would agree that that also is a concern because somebody can be cutting the wires because they don't, because they think the FBI is listening to them and they want to make sure the FBI can't listen. That could be a reason that they cut the wires, right?
Yes.
You could also cut the wires because they want to set a fire and they don't want the residents to be alerted of it, right?
Yeah, it could be possible, yes, sir.
Right. And that could cause a lot of damage to a lot of people if that were to happen. If a fire starts in an apartment complex, there's a lot of people at risk. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. So, moving to, and let me do it like this. Your Honor, may I approach this demonstrative here?
Yes.
I kind of want to separate this out. because one of the things you said makes me think you'll agree with me. We'll see. They spell separate. PA. PA, thank you. Okay. I've written 3 separate incidents, so I want to divide this up. And it's something that you said that you weren't really concerned, or you weren't really trying to, when you got there, you were investigating an officer-involved shooting, you weren't investigating the wires cut, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll call the first thing, because that's the first reason that Officer Rojas gets there, and Officer Ramos, and then later Salinas, is because Melissa had cut the wires to the firewall, right?
Yes.
So let's call that incident 1. Okay, now, the officers that were there were first, Rojas, second, Ramos, third, Salinas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. None of those,
No, sir.
right. Now, the second, and we'll talk about it first, all right. You know from your review that at some point Officer Salinas attempted to make entry into Melissa Perez's window, right?
Yes, sir.
And when he attempted to do that, she came at him and attacked him.
She came at him, yes, sir.
And attacked him.
And attacked him, yes, sir.
Right, because, I don't know, were you able, when you reviewed, because when we talked about all the stuff, when I did my board diary, we talked about all the stuff that you reviewed. Were you able to look at that part of Officer Salinas' body cam where he was going in the window and got attacked by Melissa Perez?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that in addition to the candle, that Melissa Perez came at him with a hammer and swung the hammer at him and almost hit him in the head. Do you know if she almost hit him in the head?
I think she did have the hammer. I don't remember her swinging it, but yeah, I mean, I know she came at him through the candle. But I'm sorry, sir. I right now I'm just having a blank on that. If she actually swung it or not.
That's okay, because I've already asked Ben to start getting that ready. So Ben, can we get the Officer Salinas? Well, it's not Salinas' video. It's the video we've been showing of the, I guess the view that I think it's Ramos. Oh, it's Rojas.
The slow-mo?
Yeah, yes, sir. Ramos's video showing Salinas going in the window, please. And that is Defense Exhibit. Rojas. Defense Exhibit 4. Rojas. Yes.
I believe that's true.
Yes, I think.
Yeah,
I had it wrong, and I got it right. I got it wrong. Is it Salinas?
So is the hammer.
Yes. Is that him? You can see him. Then Salinas. Whatever Salinas. Well, just. Okay, to take Soto, what we're going to do is this is Salinas' body cam. That'll be defense 20. All right, you see Officer Salinas jump over the railing.
I'm gonna put it on the slope.
Yes, please. And we're gonna slow it down here so you can see it. Did you ever watch these on slow-mo, or did you just watch them?
No, we watched them. We slowed them down too.
Okay. You see, Ms. Perez is at the back of the room, behind the couch. Oh. And within 3 seconds, she gets to the window with that hammer. Did you see her swing that hammer outside of the window?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Knocked out the screen with it.
Can we watch it again on the slowest speed?
Sure.
Thank you. So she's back behind the couch. Salinas tries to make entry. Now, you see her swinging that hammer where his head was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now he draws on her. And you would agree that he was being met with a threat of deadly force.
Yes, in his mind, he just feels like he's in danger right there. Yes, sir.
And he draws on her, and that's drawing his firearm. And then as you can see, she goes back, and she kind of gets behind that TV. So I want to talk about the television for a second, and if we can pause it there. It's okay. That television that you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
That was clearly not an impediment for her to get out that window with that hammer.
No, she just moved around it.
Yes. It was not an obstacle for her. It was something she could move around, get to the window, and go through.
Yeah, yes, sir. She got around it pretty good. Yes.
Right. So the television was not blocking that window in a way that would stop her from being able to go out of that window with the hammer and try to hit an officer with it, right?
No, sir. Yeah, she was able to maneuver her body around that TV.
And what we can't hear, but they've heard it before, and we don't need to turn the sound on because it sounds weird in slow-mo. But what you can't hear is that you have Rojas yelling, "Watch out, watch out." And that's why Salinas backs out of the window. But you would agree, based upon what you saw and with her intent, that if there's no Rojas saying, "Watch out," and his head's still in that window, that she's crushing that head with that hammer.
If he stays there, yes, sir, she would have probably hit him. Yes, sir.
Yep. And that would have probably caused serious bodily injury or death.
I agree. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because, it would crack his skull. And did you know that she was a roofer by trade? That she did roofing?
I did not know that.
Okay.
No, sir.
But that's somebody who does roofing, and the hammer is kind of what they use to do roofing. You would expect can swing that hammer pretty good.
That you would expect, yes.
Ben, can we see the candle, please? Sure. It's on.
Actually, it's a different one.
Yeah, we'll be on that. We'll be on. So what I want to watch is Ramos's body cam. Did you review Ramos's body cam at this same part?
Yes.
Okay. Before you did your affidavit for
Yes, I did.
arrest?
Yes, sir. I specifically remember him chasing him, kicking the door, chasing her, kicking the door. I remember that specifically.
Yeah, so, yes, Chase kicking the door, but he's also standing next to Salinas when Salinas gets hit with the candle. while Ben's finding that, you would agree with me that even though we oh, here's not finding it. Okay, can you put it in slow-mo? Sure. On the slowest speed, please. All right, now let's watch Officer Salinas as he tries to get away from her throwing the candle. You see her throw that candle right there?
Yes, sir.
All right, that hit him. So she struck Salinas with that candle. You see that?
Yes.
Now, I want to point out, Ben, you think you go back and pause it at the point that he gets hit before, because you see that Ramos, the reason we can't see the whole thing is because Ramos is turning away from that candle too, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And he's so
Natural reaction.
Yeah, both of them are trying to get out of the way of that thing because it actually hurts Salinas. I know you said in your affidavit, you said minor injuries, but did you know that he sought medical attention the next day? For that
I figured he probably would get a check just for like as a protocol for an officer's injury on duty.
Yeah, and did you know that the doctor wanted to do x-rays for it because the doctor believed it could be fractured?
That I can believe that.
Now, okay, do you see where Officer Salinas is right there?
Yes.
Now, he is standing.
Jason, I want this too. 109 hasn't been moved yet, but they've reviewed it and have no objection.
Yes. Yeah. Are you Yes, could you switch that over? And Judge, at this time, I'd like to offer 109, which is a still
From Travis Thompson.
from Travis Thompson's body cam. In evidence. Oh, yeah. Appreciate it.
Has that been admitted?
This has been admitted, Judge. This is 71. I'm offering 109, and I think that the state is examining it. Yes, sir.
No objections, 109.
All right, so defendant's 109 is admitted.
So, thank you. And so I'll put 109 first. Now, in 109, which is a still from Travis Thompson's body cam, do you see where Sergeant Flores is standing?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you see that he is standing in almost the same spot that Salinas was at when he got hit with the candle?
Yes, pretty close to the same spot.
Pretty close. And then you have also Officer Villalobos is over in that area, but a little bit closer to the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you would agree with me. And then here's at the time of shooting, you can see that Sergeant Flores is kind of in the same area that Officer Salinas was when he got hit.
Yes.
Okay. So what we know by that, what we know and what you know for sure from what you have seen in this evidence, is that woman was capable of coming out of that window and hitting somebody standing exactly where Sergeant Flores was.
Yes.
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 And if she throws that hammer and hits him in the face, that's a risk of serious bodily injury or death, right?
Yes, you can make you can say that about a lot of different objects. But the one thing we do know is she never was going to ever let go of that hammer. She kept that hammer.
Okay, so here, and I want to go with that. You think you know that, and I think that's the issue, is that you think that you know that she was never going to let go of that hammer. The problem is she was never going to let go of that hammer until she did let go of that hammer, and if she did let go of that hammer, an officer standing in Officer Salinas' spot right there is at risk from that hammer. You would agree with that?
I didn't know this was funny, but the whole time she's telling you what she's going to do. That hammer is all she has to protect her home. That's it. She never once showed that she was going to throw that hammer at anybody.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, you can ask the next question.
Well, I'll tell you.
I'm just basing it on what I see on body cam.
I'll tell you
That's
this.
it. Her actions.
I get it. I get what you see on body cam, and forget about what all of these officers have actually saw at the scene and at the time. But here's what I'm saying: Nobody thought it was funny. Everybody thought it was ridiculous because there's no way that you can know. There's no way that you can know that she would not let go of that hammer. I don't care if you think she's protecting her home. She let go of that candle. She let go of that candle and she struck an officer with it. You agree with that?
Yes, she did. But there's a big difference in a candle and a hammer.
Yeah, because the candle can cause injury, but a hammer can definitely cause death if it's let go and hit you in the face. You would agree with that?
It can cause serious injury, yes, sir.
Serious injury or death, right?
It could, if it hits right.
There's no way she would ever let go of that hammer. I mean, here's what I'm saying, is that when we talk about our incidents, Jay Salinas hit with candle and MP swings hammer where his head was. Okay, so that's the second incident. I know my writing's going that way. Can't help that. All right, Jay Salinas hit with candle and MP swings hammer where his head was. You agree that that is a separate incident from the cutting wires to the fire line?
Yes, sir.
All right. How many felonies do you see here?
Now I see possibly 2.
Right. Right. Possibly 2. And that would be the assault on a public servant with the candle, or the aggravated assault on a police officer or public servant with the hammer, right?
Could be, yes, sir.
Okay, present at that scene, present at that incident is Salinas, Rojas, and for the candle, Ramos.
Yes, sir.
All right. None of those 3 are present.
None of those 3.
Okay. So now we have, she cut wires, Rojas, Ramos, Salinas. She hits Jonathan Salinas and then tries to take his head off with a hammer. That's second incident. And then the third is when, at this point is when the E-tone goes out and Salinas says, I got one at gunpoint, right?
Yes.
And just as this just reminded me, you reviewed all the radio traffic.
Yes.
Okay. And so the radio traffic is what these officers could hear, and it's what I guess dispatch could hear. It's the traffic going between the officers, right?
Yes, sir.
And in all that radio traffic, you didn't hear one person get on the radio and say that she was having some sort of mental health issue, right?
We did not.
Right. So, third, you would agree that the third incident is now after the E-tone goes out, the officers all respond. When the officers are responding, are they responding to her cutting the wires to the fire alarm?
No, sir.
No. They're all responding because she tried to kill Jonathan Salinas with the hammer and the candle.
She threw, yes, sir, through the
Right.
candle.
So, E-tone. Officers respond. I won't write them out because we just know that after this point, that's when everybody came, including these 3 officers here, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you would agree that all of these officers here, let's put all. You would agree, all of these officers here had no idea what Ramos was doing to Melissa Perez earlier on that night.
At that time, unless he told them, we just didn't hear him. But yeah, you're right. They didn't know about that first incident.
Right. They don't have any idea that Ramos is shining a light on her and antagonizing her and saying, Melissa, are you hearing voices, and all the stuff that just honestly reprehensible things that he was doing at this first incident. They don't have any idea that he was doing those things.
No.
Right. All they know is one of their guys is in trouble and has been hurt by this woman, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now you saw when all of them come to the scene, almost all of them, there's one question that they keep asking. Did you see the common question that is being asked by almost every officer out there and discussed by every officer out there about that apartment situation? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, sir. You can help me out with that.
So almost every officer who gets there, including Sergeant Flores, including Officer Alejandro, is asking, is she alone in there? You see that happening on the body cam with all these different officers.
I did hear that a few times, yes, sir.
Right, and I think you testified that Officer Alejandro figured it out that she wasn't, and he said, we could see on the body cam that he said, oh shit, now we have to make entry.
Yes, he did say that.
Right. But and then I think you testified that he didn't tell anybody else or do anything else about it. But then I think literally 5 minutes later we watched the video where Alejandro is telling other officers, hey, she's got somebody in there, and he uses the quote, bedridden man. Do you remember hearing that?
I think what I was referring to more is like, hey, expressing concern for him. Let's ask, is he in danger from Melissa? That's what I was kind of referring to. I didn't see anybody even come close to asking anything like that out there.
Yeah, well, and here's...
Matter of fact, I heard Melissa actually comfort Mr. Santos.
Right, and what we've kind of heard too is that Melissa can be okay until she's not. And, she, because of her condition exacerbated by drug and alcohol use, that she doesn't always, she can flip, okay?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Okay, well, I can rephrase the question, Judge.
Okay.
Like in your investigation, did you talk to Melissa's family, and did they tell you that she's aggressive?
They gave me some history on her, yes, sir.
Which was that she's aggressive?
Just that there was some incidents in the past, yes, sir.
Right. Did you know through your investigation that she would attack random people because her delusions would tell her those people were trying to do her harm or hurt you? Family harm.
I do know of an incident, I think, on a bus where she might have assaulted somebody.
Yeah, it is a good point that my partner brings up, which is, going back to Maria Salinas, Maria Salinas told you that she would shoot, but you said, I don't know if she would shoot, depending on the situation, right?
Correct.
But you said you're 100% sure she would never let go of the hammer, that Melissa Perez would never let go of the hammer, right? I'm
just basing it on her actions during that time and what I can see on body cam.
Well, I know, but you're not psychic. You can't. You're not able to tell the future based on her actions and on her past. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And in fact, we talked to Daisy Nieto yesterday, her sister-in-law, and she agreed with me that with somebody who has her condition, that her past behavior is not predictive of what she's going to do in the future because she's unpredictable, right?
Correct.
But is that another instance where you've given Melissa Perez the benefit of the doubt that you don't give these officers?
I just think there were other options they had that night, and if you let me talk, I can tell you.
Well, you're going to talk,
okay,
and we'll be talking for a long time. Okay. But I guess the code says if you are confronted with the threat of deadly force, you can use deadly force to protect yourself or others. You know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The code does not say if Detective Soto believes that there was a better option, then that's the option you have to use, or you get charged with murder. The code doesn't say that, right?
Right.
So really, in looking at these types of cases, what you're looking at is was it reasonable and immediately necessary, their belief that they or someone else was being threatened with deadly force? That's the rubric that you look at this with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of that. You said you walked a warrant. Walked a warrant. Now these are These were uniformed police officers doing their duty on the night that this happened. You agree with that?
I agree.
Right. And, you know, I'm assuming that, that if they were dangerous, unstable, unpredictable axe murderers, that they wouldn't be in the San Antonio Police Department uniform doing this job. Right?
Correct. I never said that they were bad. I thought they were bad individuals. No, sir.
Right. But let's talk about the purpose of walking a warrant, right? Because you walk a warrant if you believe that somebody is a threat, right, to the community. That means you got to get in there and you got to walk a warrant. You agree with that?
It just depends on certain situations. In general, the way I've done it is when I get probable cause, I'll walk a warrant.
So when you get probable cause, so let's talk about that real quick. Probable cause, and we've gone through this before.
Yes, sir.
Probable cause is, Your Honor, may I use the vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Probable cause is the lowest standard that you can have to come into a courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's the lowest standard. So what you're saying is, if you don't care if it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they didn't act in self-defense, you're saying all you care about is the lowest possible standard.
Objection, Your Honor, invades province of the jury as counsel has phrased the question.
I'll sustain. You can rephrase it.
Okay. So you agree that probable cause is the lowest,
Yes.
and you know that beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest.
Yes.
Okay. So beyond a reasonable doubt is here. That's what they consider.
Yes, sir.
But you're saying you stop here.
That's what I did. Some detectives do things differently. In my practice, I think on 11 of my cases out of my 30 plus, I've got them warrants the same day or arrest on the same day. Some detectives might not do it that way. That's just the way I've done it.
Well, but let's.
And it wasn't just me. We all worked together on this. It was a group together thinking the same, going down that same avenue.
Well, it may be, but you also said that the brass was on you.
No, I didn't say they were on me. We discussed it.
You said the brass was a part of this decision making.
Yes, sir. They were.
And the brass they've heard it, but as you know, that means the administration of the San Antonio Police Department.
I wasn't privy to any conversations between Captain Van Geffen and anybody else higher than him. I'm sure he was talking to somebody. I can't answer to that.
Right. Well, I mean, on a situation like this, you talk to Chief McManus. I mean, McManus is not going to let you do anything. He's not going to let Detective Soto walk a warrant on 3 officers in 16 hours without having some input on it. You would agree with that?
I never spoke to him. I have no knowledge of any conversations.
I know you didn't, because the conversations happened here, and then you were directed and told.
I was talking to Mr. Van Geffen, Captain Van Geffen.
Right. And Captain Van Geffen was talking to the DA's office, and he told you that he was consulting with the DA's office.
I don't remember him saying that. No, sir.
All right. But so you said you stopped at probable cause. So let's talk about that. When you were finally reviewing the evidence and the information that you had to walk this warrant, you were told by Detective Juarez, who was present at the autopsy, that Melissa Perez had been shot twice.
Yes.
Right. We've heard from the medical examiner that the only possibilities are that one officer shot her twice, so one officer is responsible for both the injuries on Melissa Perez, right? Or 2 officers could have shot her once. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yes.
Right, because if you have 2 gunshot wounds, 2 entry wounds, right? Only 2 entry wounds. That means that 2 officers could have shot her once. But it is impossible that 3 officers shot her once. You understand that?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, knowing and understanding that it is impossible for 3 officers to shoot her one time, that means you know and understand that it is impossible that 3 officers caused the death of Melissa Perez.
Yes.
Yes. So, when you walked that warrant, when you made your affidavit, did you include in the affidavit that you gave to a magistrate that it was impossible for all three of these officers to have committed murder?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You didn't tell the magistrate at all that there were only 2 gunshot wounds in Melissa Perez.
I did not.
Right. So, Nancy Villalobos is sitting right there. You walked a warrant on her husband, the father of her child, for murder. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you don't even know if he's the person that shot. Right?
Well, I know he shot, but we don't know
Shot her.
we don't know which one hit her. Yes,
You
sir.
don't know if he caused her death.
We don't know. Yes, sir. I know I viewed it as he was a party to the offense.
Yeah. See, and I figured you'd say that. Now, where did you put anywhere in here that he was acting as a party to the offense when he is shooting almost simultaneously with the other officers?
I did not put that in there.
Did they all get together and have a plan to kill Melissa Perez? Did you see any evidence of that?
No, of course not.
Right. So, as a party, you know that they have to aid and abet. Did he go and grab Flores' gun or Alejandro's gun and help them pull the trigger?
At the time, we didn't know still who actually shot her.
That's why you don't walk a warrant for murder when people and their families and everybody else is relying on that. Do you see what I mean?
Objection, relevance, and argumentative, Your Honor.
Thank you. That is why you do not walk a warrant for murder. For murder. His little boy's going to grow up.
Objection, Your Honor. Is counsel asking a question?
I am asking a question.
All right, let's get to the question.
Do you understand? You understand that child will grow up and search his father, and it says that he committed murder when he didn't shoot her. Do you know that? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's another way you could have done it. You could have waited on the results of the ballistics, of the firearms and tool marks analysis, right?
Yes, we could have. Yes, sir.
You could have. These guys could have sat on admin duty. That could have happened, right?
Could have happened. Yes, sir.
Right. You could have determined, wow, one of them didn't shoot her, right?
Which was determined later on. Yes, sir.
Well, and he talked about, like, as a party, you know, you don't say that he acted as a party here, and the DA's office doesn't believe it because they didn't indict Villalobos for murder. So they're not acting under your party theory. You would agree with that?
We didn't know about the results from whose rounds hit her until months later.
Right.
Yes.
And it would have been very easy for you to have waited those months before walking a warrant for murder on the day that this occurred. You could have done that.
That could have been done, yes, sir.
Could have been done. And then what you could have done is you could have perhaps gotten a better idea about how she was shot and who shot her. You agree with that?
We could have, yes, sir.
But you don't still have any evidence, and you don't. You can guess, but you have nothing from any of the Bexar County crime labs that Alejandro shot her.
Yeah, you're correct. We based it on still footages of the body cam.
Right.
About for Alejandro, yes, sir.
Right. But those still footages don't show a bullet coming from his gun into Melissa Perez.
Well, you can see where her arm's at, where the entry was, kind of in that general area, and then when he was firing. So we're making an assumption that was his round.
It's an assumption, right? And so, and here's the thing, and I just want to make this clear. Sergeant Flores a round from his gun was found in Melissa Perez, and nothing that I'm saying is saying that he didn't have every right to do that to go home to his family. Because especially when we look back up here at 109, Sergeant Flores is actually in the same position that Salinas was in when he got hit with the candle, right?
Yes, sir, I can see that, yes, sir.
Okay. And then let's talk about this door, right? So that patio door that we see in 109, that patio door.
Can I say one thing though? From when he was firing, you can see on body cam she's actually like almost in the hallway of her apartment.
Well, that's.
I'm just saying that's why you can't compare it exactly to Salinas' situation in the window. You can't.
Well, yes, you can.
Okay. Well,
because
see.
Yes, you can, because first of all, that's not even where she was when he was firing. But second of all, we all have seen, and the jury has seen, that she moves quick. She can get from place to place in anywhere in that room within 3 seconds or less. So when he is firing, yeah, you know, we're not talking about like, okay, now, like, as the hammer's coming at him, he starts firing and trying to knock the hammer out of the air, right? Like, he has a right that if she's showing bad intent and she's coming at him with a hammer, or Alejandro, or Villalobos, if she's showing bad intent, he has the right to stop her before she gets there. You understand that?
If he feels that, yes.
Well, yeah, because nobody has to wait until the hammer's coming at them and then try to deal with it then. You stop the person with bad intent before they get to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about this door. You see that door that Officer Villalobos is standing in front of, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know from watching the body cam that Officer Villalobos was convinced, based upon his actions, that he had unlocked that door.
Yes, sir.
And he told Sarge, I have the door unlocked. He was telling everybody, really, and then everybody else was kind of saying too, hey, you got the door unlocked. Tell Sarge, door's unlocked. Tell Sarge. All right, Sarge meaning Sergeant Flores. Now, you agree that Sergeant Flores now has every reasonable belief in the world that that door is unlocked.
Yes.
Because his officer has told him I was able to reach in and unlock the door.
Yes, sir. He's going to trust Villalobos. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, because one of the things that I think that you mentioned, as if it was an issue, is that there was a locked door between Villalobos and Flores and Melissa Perez, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's something that they didn't know about at the time. It's something that you know afterwards as part of your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and it's actually something that Villalobos found out when he got onto the porch. You can see him go to the door expecting that he's going to be able to open it, and he can't open it, right?
Still locked.
Okay, still locked. And it's almost immediately after that Alejandro fires the first shots as she's coming at the window right directly next to where Sergeant Flores is. Right?
Yes, she's coming out the window. Yes, sir.
So yeah, so they're getting over to set up for the plan, and you understand what the plan was at this point. It was a non-lethal plan, and what was it? Do you remember seeing it on the body cam?
They were going to go inside. I think they're going to try to taser, possibly.
Right, and Villalobos says she dropped that hammer. She put that hammer on the couch.
She kept doing that. She'd done it
Right.
over and over. Yes, sir.
Right. And so their goal was, their every hope and wish in the world. I mean, because they tried to talk to her and said, please don't make us use force, please come out. And she said, no, you're going to arrest me. She was trying to resist arrest. She didn't want to be arrested. You'd agree with that.
She kept saying she wasn't going to come outside. Yes, sir.
And because I know that you're going to arrest me.
She did say that. Yes, sir.
Yes. And so, and people don't have the right to resist arrest when they've committed all these felonies. You would agree with that?
Correct.
So, he's at this door, and although you find out later, and he finds out immediately before the shots, the door's still locked, he didn't get that second lock, or he didn't see it. And you can understand why he wouldn't be able to see it, right? Because that's kind of a high-stress thing to get in a window while some woman's coming at you with a hammer and try to get the thing unlocked and then get back out before she kills you with it. You know that that's a high-stress situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the fact that he missed the other lock and didn't really see it, you know what tunnel vision is and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, because you see him go in, he tries the bottom to see if there's a lock, and then he unlocks, clink, clink, and he unlocks the other one, and then he backs out before she kills him. Right?
He backs out. Yes, sir.
And you know that, as you can see with Salinas doesn't back out dead or seriously injured, right?
He could have been hit. Yes, sir.
Right. And so, in your mind, Melissa Perez has already tried to get Salinas with the thing. There's no reason why she wouldn't try to get Villalobos the same way if he doesn't back out. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So he believes it's unlocked. She can unlock the door from the inside, right? So she can, that lock, click, and then she's out the door. They can't unlock it from the outside unless they reach around. But she can unlock it from the inside. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so she controls how that door opens or not, or whether it does.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you see kind of where Officer Villalobos' head is right there.
Yes.
Okay. She goes to that door and bangs out one of those glass panes into his eyes. That could cause serious bodily injury. You would agree with that?
It could.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
And she goes to that door and she I mean, you know, that hammer's gonna break glass, you know that.
Yes, sir.
You actually saw it, that she did break the other glass, the other window glass.
Yes, sir, I did.
But she puts that hammer through one of those panes, and you know it goes into somebody's neck, or it goes into their eye, or does anything that can cause disfigurement. That's serious bodily injury, right?
Yes.
And you know, even if you have this closely held belief that she would have never let go of that hammer, she could hit the window with the hammer without letting it go. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you know that the officers do have a reason to fear even a closed door based upon where their faces are in that situation, that she could come through that glass with the hammer.
It's possible. Yes, sir.
Right. So.
But 10 minutes earlier, he was almost in the exact same spot, and he wasn't worried. He had his foot in the door. Officer, that's when Maria Salinas had drew her weapon. Remember when he first tried to come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the exact same spot. She's right there too.
Yeah.
So he had his foot in the door. He didn't seem like he was that concerned at that time.
But I like that you mentioned it. Yeah. Maybe he didn't, but Alejandro was worried for him. You know that.
Yes.
Go, dude. Go. Hurry.
Yes.
What are you doing, guy? Get. Right. So Alejandro was worried for him.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And so, because what they are afraid of is at the time that he's standing there the first time that you're talking about, the reason he's got his foot on the door is because he thinks the door's open. It's unlocked.
Correct.
And he's trying to hold it shut.
He thinks that, yeah, thinks it's unlocked. Yes, sir.
Right. And so even, he may not be worried, as you said, or didn't seem worried, but, you know, did you know that he was a Marine?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So, one of the things about Marine is that they are trained to be cool under fire and under pressure. You agree with that?
Yes, sir. I have a lot of family members that are Marines. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep. And so, having a lot of family members that are Marines, you would not ever use his training and his ability to stay cool under fire and under pressure as a circumstance that says that, oh, he wasn't worried about the hammer. You wouldn't do that. Just because he appears cool on a body cam does not mean he is cool. You would agree with that?
He looks confident to me. Doesn't seem worried.
He looks confident, but because he had his gun drawn, right? And a person who has drawn his weapon, right, is a person who is feeling that there is a threat. You would agree with that? That's his training.
Yes, sir.
So even though he may look calm, as a Marine and an officer should, he still drew his weapon because he does believe that she presents a threat. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So he believes that she is a threat, and Alejandro is scared for him, and you can tell it in his voice, like, you need to get away from that door because Alejandro recognizes the threat to Villalobos. That's a conclusion, an easy conclusion that you can draw from that, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And it was Alejandro, Villalobos, and Travis Thompson that after she was shot were coming in and they were working on her and trying to save her.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I believe they were legitimately trying to save her.
Right. Legitimately not intending to kill her.
No.
Right. So legitimately not committing murder because murder requires the intent to kill somebody. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So So you heard Officer Chernak come up to Sergeant Flores. And Officer Chernak's talking about going to the back with maybe a taser or like luring her back to the back part of the house or the apartment with the taser, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But in the sequence of things, you can also see that he's talking to Sergeant Flores about that, but then somebody else comes up to Sergeant Flores and says, hey, there's a bedridden man back there.
Yes.
Did you see? Okay.
I remember that.
All right. And so, that goes back to my question that a lot of officers, when they're arriving on the scene, they're like, hey, is she alone in there or not?
Correct.
Right. And because those are important considerations in situations like this on how tactically that officers would respond.
Yes.
And really, because like the fact that somebody else is in there, they could be in danger from the unpredictable person that they're dealing with there, or that person could be put in danger in any kind of maneuvering to try to get the unpredictable person, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? And so going back to that crossfire and all those other things, you could understand that even though Officer Chernick had a plan, that once Sergeant Flores hears that there's a bedridden man in there in the back, then maybe it's not a good idea to draw her back to the bedridden man to get in a fight with the police officer. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was his thinking or not.
I'm sure, but I'm just saying, just
Right.
from your perspective, if you're hearing both of these things and you go, well, there's a guy back there, you know that there's with the way that she's been behaving, you know that there's an opportunity for a confrontation, right?
There's opportunity, yes, sir. But the way that she's been behaving, she never, there was never any aggression toward Mr. Santos.
I'm not saying towards Mr. Santos necessarily.
Okay.
You know, because like I said, she's unpredictable, so I'm not ruling out. We're just talking about a potential for harm with Mr. Santos. But what I'm saying is if you're on me, so well.
Yes.
I'm saying if a police officer is like in this room, and Mr. Santos is in this room down this hallway, and that's the living room, and that's where these other officers are. Kind of see, like kind of the window is over here. That Sergeant Flores could say, well, if you draw her back and you two get into an armed confrontation, so for instance, Chernak is trying to get her back with a taser, but as we talked about, a taser is a compliance, it's not self-defense, right?
Yes.
Right. So if she comes back with that hammer and Chernak has to draw his weapon and fire, it may not be a good idea that he's firing right next to this old man's bedroom, right?
Correct.
So, because one of the things that we heard Officer Villalobos say is we heard him say that she is, I think the exact quote was like, she's ready to fight, she came right at me.
Yes.
Right? But you would agree that is an important thing, an important piece of information to impart to the other officers.
No, it is. It's very important.
Right.
Yes.
Because what he's saying is like, hey, she's not, we're going to go to Duke and I'm going to go kill her. What he's saying is that he's explaining to the other officers that you have to be careful with her because she is not afraid to use that hammer.
No, correct. And
Right.
and to me, that would have been important as far as like to reassess this thing, to back up. Let's look at this. Let's explore the dangers to her, to the officers, to the public. To me, I took that as a very key statement. Wouldn't one of them, especially the sergeant, have thought, well, she's coming at us, and not say, well, we'll do what we got to do. She's showing that pattern of behavior. Why didn't anybody say, this tactically disengage and just kind of look at this thing again?
And I can understand how you can set, the difference is
Yes.
oh,
All
Brady.
right, let's go ahead and take a quick break.
Thank you.
All right, so Jake?
seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, I guess one part, I don't know if you remember from watching the immediate aftermath of the shooting, but kind of talk about Officer Villalobos' belief about the door being unlocked.
Yes, sir.
And you believe it was a legitimate belief because that's what he was communicating, and he has no reason to communicate otherwise.
Correct.
All right. So, we see him when he first gets on the patio. Well, not first gets on the patio. When the plan gets put into place, because I think that where we left off was you were talking about tactical disengagement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But, that, it sounded like what you were saying is if you don't use all other options available to you that are Detective Soto approved, then I'm going to walk a warrant on you for murder.
Objection, argumentative.
I don't feel like it was. I think that...
Overruled.
You see what I mean? Because you're kind of talking about your own belief about what could have been done or maybe could have been done or whatever, right?
I think we owed Melissa to try to do everything we could to try to get this resolved without her being hurt. That's why I talk about the tactical and disengagement.
I understand. But we've had I say I understand that that's your position. That is definitely not our position. You understand that?
I definitely understand that, sir. Yes, sir.
And I don't think it's going to be the position of any of these people that are going to come testify later on. And you know some of these people, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Right? You know Mark Duke?
Yes, sir.
And Mark Duke was a person, he was in homicide for 13 years.
Yes.
And also investigated numerous officer-involved shootings.
Objection as to relevance on the defense witness for this witness.
Your Honor, I'm establishing that he knows and understands our experts, and he understands that these experts may have a different opinion from him.
An objection as to laying out experts before the jury. They haven't been introduced. It's inappropriate for this witness.
I'll sustain.
Well, when you talk about, and look, here's what I think that we can agree is that all of these officers and Sergeant Flores, they were trying to do whatever they could to not have her hurt. You agree with that?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't agree that Officer Villalobos was pleading with her alongside Travis Thompson and Officer Alejandro, pleading with her, please just come out so that we don't have to go in there and get you.
I can agree with that.
All right.
Sir.
Pleading with her to come out peacefully. In fact, that Villalobos actually uses the words like, come out peacefully so that we don't have to use any force against you. We don't want to use any force against you.
Correct.
Right?
I do recall him saying that.
Right. You agree that Sergeant Flores was exploring the options that he had for less lethal, that he was talking about those options.
Oh, yes, he was exploring them.
Right. And you agree that the reason that they get on that porch is because Officer Villalobos has said, I see that she's put down the hammer and the door is unlocked. I can get in there and get her before she gets to that hammer.
He did say that, yes.
Yes, he did say that. Now,
But wouldn't you consider alternate plans even when he's saying earlier she's going to come at you? I think even other officers said that. She's shown that with her behavior, that she's going to come at them no matter what. Yeah. What was the rush? What was the driving force to get in there? Is all I'm saying.
I get it. I get it.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not. But what was the driving force?
I'll tell you. And I don't take any disrespect to it. I just feel like it just feels like your brain is wired one way, and that's whatever way Melissa Perez that benefits her position. Because if we talk about, because you're saying, well, yeah, I mean, she's going to come at him. Well, she doesn't have a right to come out. She doesn't have a right to resist arrest. You agree with that?
I agree.
Right.
But isn't that something, her behavior, isn't that something you use as part of the reason you're going to go in there? Isn't that something you're going to use to assess the situation? I think it's very important that they say that.
Yes, because, and let's talk about that. Because, yes, but not in the way that you did. Okay. But here I'm talking about, think about it this way. In your judgment, would you rather face an unarmed or an armed suspect?
Of course, I'd rather face an unarmed suspect.
An unarmed suspect, that's right. Now, these other plans that they talked about, contemplated, and that Sergeant Flores, and we talked about this with Officer Chernak. Officer Chernak's plan was to go in there and do battle with an armed suspect. That's what his plan was, is to lure her back there, get in through the back, but if she comes back down that hallway with that hammer, he's now going to be in a fight for his life. That was his plan.
I think that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to get in there and try to tase her.
Right.
If I remember right.
Right. He wanted to get in there and try and tase her, but his plan involved the potential for her coming back there with that hammer. Because as you saw from the other body cams, anytime officers moved to like the other windows, she would come and meet those other officers at those other windows.
Not every time, but she would. Yes, she was moving back and forth.
She moved back and forth throughout the house.
Yes.
And so, Officer Chernak's plan did involve the possibility, because the back plan is a blind plan, in the sense that Chernak, if he can't lure her back there and try to tase her, but if she comes back with a hammer, we're just at a different window that she can hit somebody with a hammer in. You see what I mean?
Correct.
Right. But if he talked about the fact that if he couldn't lure her back, he would try to get in through the back and come around the back side of her. Right?
Right.
Okay, that's a blind plan, meaning he doesn't know where she is while he's back there, and he doesn't know where the hammer is. Right?
Correct. And I don't, judging by the way it was said by him, I don't think that was a good plan. No.
Right. And Sergeant Flores apparently didn't either.
Right.
Right.
But this plan also was flawed.
And all plans are, right? Because, and that's what I'm trying to say. If you try in good faith to execute a plan and it doesn't work the way you think or the way you want it to work, that doesn't mean you're guilty of murder because the plan didn't work.
But sir, the plan, the hammer on the couch, right? It was there. She was able to get that thing in seconds. She showed that she was able to.
She was. Now.
That's what I'm trying to say. Why not reassess this thing? I mean, I'm not trying to. It's just, to me, that's why I look at it that way. What was the rush to get in that apartment? Why couldn't we reassess this?
What was your rush to walk a warrant? That's my question.
I can ask the same. What was the rush to get in the apartment?
What was the rush to walk the warrant?
I had probable cause.
That's not a reason. You did not have probable cause that all three people shot and killed Melissa Perez.
Objection. There's not a question and argumentative.
Yeah, correct. Question mark.
You can answer that.
You did not have probable cause that all three.
I had probably. They were a part. He was a party to. They were party to the offense. I know we talked about it already, but that's why I got the warrant. The warrants.
Party to the offense. So I'm looking again. It does not say Officer Villalobos was a party to the offense, but did not shoot her and kill her. It doesn't say that.
We later found that out, that his rounds did not hit her.
That's right. So what was the rush in walking a warrant?
I've already answered it.
Well, I'll tell you the rush to get in. And this has to do a lot with Melissa Perez's history. So you knew and you understood that you talked to her family, and her family said that she's aggressive, right?
Yes.
That she, did you know and understand that she had attacked her neighbor in front of her 7-year-old boy?
I had heard of assaults.
Right.
Yes.
And that she also went after another neighbor with a baseball bat. You knew that.
I've heard of other assaults, yes.
Right. And so the rush, right, to get in is that with somebody who is unstable and unpredictable and another person who is in the apartment, there's always a risk that that person can be hurt or killed. You understand that?
There's always that risk, but we gotta base it on what we see at that time. What was the body cam showing us?
Right, so.
It wasn't showing us that she was a threat to Mr. Santos. It
Yeah, but
wasn't.
see, that's one of the things too, I think that you testified on direct, you talk about, well, nobody's running around saying like, oh, I wonder if this man is okay. And Officer Chernak, when he was on the stand, the question that I asked him, I said, by virtue of the fact that a bedridden and invalid man was in there, all officers knowing that information immediately understood without saying it that there's a potential threat to that man. And he said yes. So you understand that officers don't have to communicate that they're worried about this man, because once they know that a man's in there with a woman acting like that, then it's a potential danger situation for that man. You understand?
There's always potential for danger there, yes.
Right, and there's always potential for danger, like in my house right now, and a bookshelf could fall. But in this particular situation, we're talking about a woman who has tried to kill a police officer, has tried to kill him, has injured a police officer, and is extremely intoxicated, extremely aggressive, and there's a bedridden old man in that apartment with her. You understand those facts are all true.
I agree, but she was seen comforting that same old man when they were flashing lights into the room. She cared for this. She cared for this man.
Okay. They didn't see that. That was all happening at the first incident when they were flashing lights at the old man, stirring her up and making her upset. But they didn't see that. They didn't know that. Right?
You can agree, yes.
Well, right. And the whole problem with it's a results-based investigation. The whole problem with that is that you have looked at everything that they had no way of possibly understanding or knowing, and you've said, based upon the fact Melissa was comforting this old man, they should have known and that she wasn't going to be any threat or danger to that old man. But that doesn't make any sense.
But does it make sense? They never checked. They never asked about his well-being.
They don't need to. Once they
Why
know,
not?
because once they know he's in there, they know she's a threat to him. And other officers who have testified for them have agreed with that. It's just a known. That's why immediately when they're coming up, they're going, hey, is she in there alone? No. There's a bedridden old man in there. Oh, shit. We got to make entry now. Right? All of those things, because they don't need to be told. That's why they're asking the question. It's an important consideration for them about why there's such a hurry. But you still haven't answered why there was such a hurry to walk a warrant on him and not wait until any of the evidence you could have gotten from the labs and everything else to help inform your decision. So why?
I told you, I had probable cause.
But you didn't, right? Because you cannot have probable cause if a person is shot twice, you cannot have probable cause that 3 people shot him.
Objection, argumentative. He's answered this question several times under Texas law recognized spirit.
You can rephrase it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, because you mentioned parties. I don't see it in here, but what evidence do you have that Officer Villalobos was aiding, abetting, helping the other 2 shooters? I mean, really, you don't even have evidence that Alejandro shot, even today, except your guess based on a body. But what evidence do you have that Officer Villalobos was acting in a park? Was it that he was trying to unlock the door and
He
go
was
inside?
present and he fired into the wall.
He was present and he fired into the wall.
Yes.
But how did him firing in the wall aid or abet any of the other 2 firing, assuming the other 2 actually were the ones that shot her?
We didn't know at that time, sir.
No, that's my point. If you don't know at the time, that's not called probable cause. That's called I don't know what's going on and I better do an investigation, right?
Objection, argumentative. That's not the question.
I said right.
I'll overrule.
If you don't know at the time, that's kind of my point. You don't know at the time. What's the purpose? Not knowing at the time would suggest that you need to do an investigation and maybe find out before you charge people with murder. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yeah. because, and you and I, we've kind of gone around this before, the penal code does not say that the best possible solution or the best possible way is the only way to be able to act in self-defense. You see what I mean?
Kind of get it.
Okay, the penal code doesn't say, well, Detective Soto thinks that there should have been a different plan or tactical disengagement, and because there was not, it wasn't self-defense.
I understand that, yes.
Okay. Because self-defense is determined in a moment. And in a second, and I'll give an example, because we talked with Officer Chernick about why officers aren't trained to shoot people in the legs or in the arm or to shoot the hammer out of the hand. You agree with that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
They're trained to fire center mass if there is a threat.
Yes, sir.
And you were trained the same way.
Yes, sir. I told you I was in the shooting myself. Yes, sir.
Right. All officers are trained not to do that. Now, what I didn't ask him, and I kind of want to go through with you, is let's say that she's back there, back in the room. She doesn't have the hammer in her hand, and an officer wants to line it up with his firearm, bing, and shoot her in the leg to try to disable her. That would actually be not good.
That would not be good, no, sir.
Right. Because they would be using deadly force against somebody that's not presenting deadly force at that moment to them.
Correct.
Right. So the only time that we can even contemplate shooting arm, shooting leg, or shooting hand, or whatever, would be as the person is coming on using deadly force against it, right?
Yes.
And that's the time that officers are not able to aim appropriately, and they're likely going to miss what they're aiming at, especially if they're aiming at a small leg or a small arm, or a hand with a hammer. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Right. And it's because of that. It's because of what happens. Like, we have to train officers. We have to train officers on how to try to do things in moments where other people are trying to kill them. You would agree with that?
Yes.
All right. And that is like that's the job. That's the job. The job they do for us. And to be fair, the job you do, especially on patrol, but the job that they do for us is we have to give them training to know how to deal with a person who's trying to kill them. Right?
Yes.
Right. Because the job that I do, I've never had to have training to know what to do when somebody is trying to kill me. Right?
Correct.
Right. So, it's a tough job. You would agree?
Yes, sir. I've been doing it for 21 years. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it's split-second decisions that you have to make sometimes to go home to your family. You would agree with that?
I agree. Yes, sir.
Right. And those split-second decisions can probably always be Monday morning quarterback to death. You would agree with that?
Yes.
So, for instance, if you said, well, she was comforting the old man, well, that's something you found out later. There's no way they can know that. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they had any knowledge of that or not.
And so I want to talk about. What you said was you've been doing this for 21 years, but this was your first officer involved.
Yes, sir.
All right. This was the first time that you had ever been in this type of situation as an investigating officer, lead detective in an officer involved shooting.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, when you talked, I think you testified that brass was involved in the decision making.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so brass, we all understand that to be the people that are above you in rank.
Yes, sir. My captain. Yes, sir.
Your captain, Van Geffen.
Van Geffen.
And he is the captain of homicide?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Captain Van Geffen, you said you don't know, but Captain Van Geffen, you would have to assume, is not making these decisions on his own.
Objection, causes speculation.
Well, he may not know. If he doesn't know, I think he can say he doesn't know.
Okay. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
Yeah, I answered earlier. I said I didn't know who he was talking to, but it's safe to assume he's talking to people above him.
Right. because of this type of situation. It's different.
Yes, sir.
Because you're making a decision about charging police officers who were discharging their weapon in the line of duty with murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as walking the warrant, were you ordered by Van Geffen or anyone else to walk that warrant?
No, sir.
Were you asked by Van Geffen to walk the warrant?
We talked about the details of the case, and we came to like a mutual agreement. I was not ordered to walk the warrant.
Were you asked by him to walk
Just,
the
we
warrant?
talked about it, and we both came to the same conclusion. That's about the best way I can answer to you.
Well, yeah, but the only conclusion he could really come to was what you were telling him, right?
Well, I'm sure he was watching body cam footage too. And then, yes, of course, what I was telling him.
Right, but you don't know if he was or not.
I don't know.
And I know that Mr. Cifuentes is going to have some more questions about that, but I did want to just kind of hammer that down. Did you ever watch body cam footage with Captain Van Geffen on Captain Van Geffen's Axon?
I don't recall.
Did you watch, because you said you didn't use your access for very much, I guess just to show Alejandro his?
No, yeah, that was the only time I signed in that day.
All right, and so every time else was other detectives that were there watching the body cam footage?
Other detectives in the unit, yes, sir, that were there that day.
All right, so that would have been Deanna Platt?
Whoever was helping out with statements, all the people that were helping out with statements.
Randall Hines?
Hines, Platt, I think we even got some people from the other side of the office.
Juarez?
Dorsey, Juarez, and there was a lot of people there. I have to look at my report.
Well, because I want to talk about your affidavit. Do you have your affidavit with you?
Oh, yes, sir.
You can refer to it as needed. But in your affidavit, let's talk about what an affidavit is. An affidavit is something that, as you said, what you wanted to use to try to establish to a magistrate or explain to a magistrate that you believe established probable cause. That's what an affidavit is.
Yes, sir.
And so you agree that a magistrate has an important decision, which is to examine your affidavit to see if it indeed establishes that there's probable cause that a crime is committed.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, we've already talked about the fact, well, and you agree that it's important to be complete as you can in an affidavit.
Yes.
Right? Accurate. Right?
Yes, sir.
And truthful.
Yes.
All right. So, and even if something that's important is omitted, then that can affect a magistrate's decision on whether or not to grant you an arrest.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about what's not in this affidavit. The affidavit, we've already talked about the fact that you did not tell the magistrate that she had only been shot twice when you sought the arrest for murder on 3 officers. You did not tell the magistrate.
Correct.
You did not put in there that you were seeking this arrest for murder for one of the officers as a party who did not shoot, but did not shoot Ms. Perez, but you believed was acting as a party in concert with the others.
Correct. I did not word it that way.
Right. And that makes sense because you didn't tell the magistrate that it was impossible for 3 people to have actually caused the death of Melissa Perez.
Because at the time, like I said, we didn't know which rounds hit her. But yes.
Right. And the affidavit, you completely left out of this affidavit that there was an elderly bedridden man that was in the apartment with her.
Yes, I have to look at it again, but I don't know if I put that in there or not.
You did not.
Okay.
You left out that, what you did, you put in the affidavit that your rationale for why she did not pose a threat to the officers was because you said they had a wall, a window blocked by a television, and a locked door between them.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object as to hearsay in reading from the document not in evidence.
Well,
if he wants to offer the exhibit, Judge.
Well, it's not that, I'm not necessarily reading. I was looking at the document, but I can also just ask him the question.
Okay.
All right. So your rationale for saying that they did not act with, that they weren't being confronted with any with the type of danger to justify deadly force was that they had a window blocked by a television, a wall, and a locked door between them.
Yeah, yes, sir, there were barriers there.
Right. You said that there were barriers there. But, and you understand that to a magistrate, if they're reading that, it appears as if the television is blocking her from being able to present a deadly threat to the officer. That's what that reads like, right?
It could be interpreted that way, yes, sir.
Sure. Because you didn't say a window partially blocked by a television, you said a window blocked by a television.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But as we know, that television did not prevent her from using that hammer as a threat of deadly force against police officers. You can see that.
We talked about that earlier, yes, sir.
We talked about
How
it.
she
You saw it.
she was able to maneuver around it.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But in the affidavit, and when you're presenting this, the person who is trying to make a decision about whether that establishes probable cause, you don't say that she was able to move around it, right?
I did not say that. No.
Right.
No, sir.
In fact, it appears from the way you wrote it that she was not able to move around it, and it presented an obstacle that could not be overcome by her to threaten the police officer. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know what the judge interpreted. I just wrote that there were barriers in there, sir.
Well, a window blocked by a
Window,
television.
yes, sir. Which there was. There was a television there. Not.
There was.
Yes.
It really just helped her to seek cover from tasers and other things. It didn't stop her from hurting police officers. You agree with that? You would agree with that statement?
But she was still able to get it. Like I said earlier, she was able to maneuver around it. Yes, sir.
Well, and we can see in some of these videos that she's kind of parked herself behind the television. The taser lights are trying to find her, but they can't get her because she's using the television as cover. You saw that?
Yes, sir.
And then she emerges from behind that cover to get Officer Salinas with a candle in the arm, out the window, right?
Yes.
So really, the television served more as a barrier to the officers than it served as a barrier to her. You would agree?
It could be considered that, yeah, she used that to conceal herself a few times.
And yes. And, you know, and when she's behind it and all you see is a head, you shoot a beanbag shotgun at a head and you can kill that head and the body that's attached to it.
There's the possibility there. We are trained not to shoot a beanbag at a head.
You're trained not to shoot a
You're
beanbag
told
at
not
a
to
head.
shoot at the head. You're correct.
Right. So when she's behind the television and just her head sticking out, then that's not a good thing to do, is shoot her with a beanbag.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. You also, you know, obviously a taser can't go through a window, a closed window.
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. It hits glass and bounces off.
Right. Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
Well, he
Said closed window. The evidence in the stated window is already out for the jury. So the question's irrelevant.
But no, I mean, you can see in States 109 that all of those little windows in that door are closed. They're not open. That's what I mean. You know, that like
The wall, the door window, the door glass.
right, taser, bing,
Yes.
bounce off, right?
Yes, sir.
Television, taser, bing, bounce off it.
Yes, sir.
Because it has to make those connections, or it's useless.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I guess that, you know, and looking at the, you know, going back to like how you present this to a magistrate. The idea that there is a television completely blocking the window tells a person one thing. The idea that a television that is in a window that she uses for cover, but then comes out from cover and attacks officers through that window, that says another thing, right? It's those two are different. You would agree?
Right. To me, it was just a barrier. There was a barrier there.
But as you stated, before you even wrote these things, you said you had watched Officer Salinas get almost killed by this woman, sticking her and sticking that hammer and trying to use that hammer where his head just was.
I did see her swing a hammer at him where his head was, yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw that before you did this affidavit.
Yes, sir.
And you saw the candle go out the window and hit him before the affidavit.
Yes.
All right. And you did not put anything in the affidavit about her taking a hammer and trying to kill Officer Salinas with that hammer,
No, sir.
even though you had seen it.
Yes.
You omitted to tell the magistrate that that had happened.
I was basing everything on the window between when the incident occurred and what led up in that 12 to 15 minute window.
Right, but you agree that,
Were their actions reasonable was my thing. I'm looking at that window there.
right, but, I mean, the were their actions reasonable includes what are her capabilities. That would determine also what different their actions were reasonable or not. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, knowing that she had the capability of going out that window with the hammer or throwing a hammer through that window and hurting an officer, that is an important consideration of whether or not they were acting reasonably.
Yes, sir.
Right, because even with this door, what you said was a wall, a window with a television, blocked by a television, and a locked door. So, and I want to clear this up, because I think it's important, that in these videos, you see that Officer Villalobos, we talked about it, he clearly believes the door is unlocked.
Yes, sir.
And even in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, when Officer Villalobos goes again, so he goes to the door right before the shooting and tries to open it.
Yes.
Right? And it doesn't open, and then there's shots fired.
Correct.
All right. But even in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, he goes to the door again and he tries to open it again.
Yes, sir.
Right. Which suggests to you that he still believes it's unlocked and he can get through it.
Yes, sir.
And then he kicks the windows out after he can't open it. And it still takes him time to find out, like, what is going on? Why is it, like, what's happening here? Why is this door locked? Basically. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if Officer Villalobos has a reasonable belief that the door was unlocked, and I think we can all agree that he had a reasonable belief that it was unlocked, based on his actions.
Yes.
He has a reasonable belief that the door is unlocked. And what good does it do for you to come later and say he wasn't in any danger because of a locked door? Do you see what I mean?
I'm just basing it
That's an
on.
argumentative
I don't think that was.
statement. What good does it do? It's not relevant, Judge. It's argumentative.
Or you can rephrase that.
Okay, then, I mean, you use that as an example of why they weren't in danger. Locked door, right?
Correct.
Okay. But how is that a good example of why they weren't in danger if the officer had a reasonable belief that it was unlocked? You see what I mean?
He had the belief, yes.
Right. And it goes back to, and so if he has a reasonable belief that it's unlocked, shouldn't you as the investigator treat that door as to his reasonable belief as an unlocked door?
I mean, she had never demonstrated at any time that she was going to come out that door. Not once.
And just like with everything, they don't until they do, right? And it's, I mean, she had never demonstrated that she was going to throw something out that window until she did and hit Salinas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that she, you know, this is a fluid situation and it can change in an instant.
Yes.
Right? So if she got a hankering and just kind of figured that, hey, you know, I'm going to try to open that door or put this hammer through one of those glass panes where that officer's face is, I mean, just because she hadn't done it before doesn't mean she won't make that decision to do it. Do you agree with that?
And that's why I keep going back to the decision to step back. If they're concerned about that, to step back and reassess this thing.
I understand. And we're going to get to that. We have a ways to go. But as far as and I want to nail this down. A locked door suggests something. Because a locked door suggests that they did not believe that she could come out of that door. when you say locked door, that's what you're suggesting, that they didn't believe it, right?
Correct.
But we know that they did believe that she could come out that door. Right.
They believe that, yes, I believe.
They did. And so the fact that you find out later that the door was locked should not be held against these men. You would agree with that?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Right, because, but it's one of the things that kind of make up your reason for why she wasn't a threat to them. And so it sounds like there's a confusion in your mind between actual danger and apparent danger. So what you're talking about with the door actually being locked, in your opinion, that actual locked door doesn't present a threat that she would come through it. That's what you're saying.
Just to me, the door was just a barrier. It was a barrier, yes.
But a pretty quick and easy barrier, well, it kind of opened out, so pretty quick and easy barrier.
I mean,
if she could get out that door.
If she could, but Officer Villalobos, he's in very good shape. I think he could have got away from that very easily.
Officer Villalobos, yes. Officer Villalobos is in good shape. But if Officer Chernak was there, right, it would be the same, the analysis doesn't go to how good a shape you're in, right? I mean, the analysis is, what kind of threat is she?
Objection. I would withdraw the objection. He rephrased.
The analysis isn't what kind of shape that you're in, it's what kind of threat is this person presenting to you.
Correct.
Because I don't, it sounds like what you're saying is that you would have expected Officer Villalobos, because he's in good shape, to go and grapple with her with a hammer without having the benefit of his weapon, of his duty weapon.
I would never think that, no sir.
Right, because ultimately, she's the one with the hammer, and she's the one being aggressive to the officers. You agree with that?
Yes, inside her home, yes sir.
And it sounded like what you were saying is like, well, you know, if you're trying to arrest her, and she don't want it, so she's swinging a hammer at your head and everything else. What an officer should do is they should say, all right, well, let's not try to arrest her.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, I know, because you would give the keys of the kingdom to the people who are being like she is.
Objection, argumentative, it's not a question for this witness.
I think it is a question that witness. He understood it.
Counsel stay.
What I'm saying is you would give the person who doesn't want to be arrested the ability to determine what the officer does with that person.
Right.
If they're a big enough threat, then we'll back up, because we don't want her to, because she's been able to threaten us enough that we leave her alone. And that's not an option.
But aren't we as officers, like, we're held to that higher standard, right? We're preservers of life, correct?
No.
I just don't understand what the driving force was to get in that apartment right then.
But here, let me...
That's where I think that's where we're just having a disagreement.
I know, and I don't understand the driving force to go get this affidavit that doesn't have any of the right information, right? Like, so we all have questions. But what I'm saying is because you said that, officers, first of all, officers are not held to the higher standard in the penal code. Officers have every right, just like everybody else, to defend themselves. You understand?
Yes, sir, I agree.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's my opinion.
I understand.
Yes.
But Detective Soto's opinion, right, doesn't trump the law. You would agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So, and it's not to even say that they weren't operating at a high standard. I mean, all of these officers were attempting to do whatever they could do to make it not a situation where they had to use force against Ms. Perez. You would agree with that?
They're saying that, and I don't think that, obviously it was their intent to hurt Ms. Perez. But it was the action, the plan they took.
Okay. So let's talk about that plan. Now, we talked about it earlier. You'd rather go against somebody unarmed. You agree with that?
Yes, of course.
Right. So what you're saying is, well, she had dropped the weapon, but she could go and pick it up, right?
Pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
Yes.
She's quick. Now, you know that once, what they're setting up to do on that porch is they're trying to get Officer Alejandro to talk to her and distract her, right? You can
Yes.
see that.
Yes, sir.
And that's a tactic.
Yes, sir.
So Alejandro's not being, like, he's not trying to be like cheeky with her or whatever. He's just like, he's trying to keep her engaged in a conversation. Why do you think we need a warrant? What would happen if we didn't get, what if we got one? Blah, blah, blah. But do you see what I mean? That he's going back and forth with her. But that is an attempt by him to follow his sergeant's request, which is to keep her engaged with you while we kind of plan and figure this out. You agree that that's true?
Yes.
All right. And so as he's doing that, you see Officer Villalobos say, she doesn't have the hammer, the door is unlocked. I can get in there, and what he wants to do is meet her and actually go hands-on with her, but meet her before she can get to that hammer. Tackle her, subdue her, whatever he needs.
He was saying that like before when they were outside the when they were trying to devise the plan, right?
Yes.
That's right. Yes.
Yes, and Villalobos tells Sergeant Flores, now, think about this situation we talked about. Chernak is in the back, in the dark. An old man is in a bedroom between them. We know that that's the case, right?
Correct.
Chernak's plan may involve him going in hand-to-hand combat with an armed suspect, right?
His plan had some, you could say, had some flaws. Yes.
Well, that
It
could
would have
happen.
been a little tougher. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Flores can see that that she has dropped the hammer, and Officer Villalobos has told him that I have unlocked this door. Those two things are true, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the shotgun, with a shotgun and the beanbag, the tasers have been a problem, and they talk about how it's hard to go hands-on. Even if you get her tased, it's hard then to try to come in after that and go hands-on with her if she's still got the hammer.
Correct.
Right. So what they're confronted with is their belief that we believe everybody here believes is a reasonable belief that door is unlocked. Alejandro distract, we come over, Villalobos, you get in there and grab her before she can get that hammer back in her hand. Now, Villalobos said, I can get her, Sergeant, I can get her before she gets that hammer. You heard him say that.
I heard him say that, but I just don't think it'd be realistic for him to get into that quick and get the hammer from the couch.
Well, I know, but that's the thing. You say, well, he's in great shape and he can do all these things when we're talking about whether or not he was in threat at the door. But then when he's saying, like, I believe that I can do this, you're saying, well, I don't think it's realistic for him to do that.
I just think the risks of going in that apartment were just too much.
I understand that you can think that. I know that you think that. But when we're talking about the penal code doesn't differentiate about what the risks were to going in the apartment. The penal code says if you're being met with deadly force or someone else is being met with deadly force, you can use deadly force to respond to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that obviously, he wasn't able to get there and get the hammer. One of the primary reasons he was not able to was because the door that they all reasonably believed was unlocked happened to be locked. And so by the time that he gets to that door, it all required getting to that door, opening it, and getting to her, meeting her before she got the hammer. That's what the plan was, right?
Correct.
All right. If we Monday morning quarterback, if they could go back in time and know that that door was not unlocked, that it was a locked door, can you see how that plan might not have been the plan that they went with?
Yes.
Right. Because Sergeant Flores would reasonably believe, and Officer Villalobos would reasonably believe, I'm not going to have enough time to get through a locked door and get her before she gets the hammer. Right?
Correct.
Okay. But they all believed it was unlocked. So you may think it's unrealistic, but I bet you if that door was unlocked, he would have got in and he would have got her before she got that hammer. But we won't ever know that, right?
We'll never know that, no sir.
But if he had done that, that would have been a way that the least amount of force could be used and would have protected officer safety because he was restraining an unarmed suspect.
I just don't see that as weighing all the options.
Okay.
I just don't see that. I'm sorry,
Right.
sir.
You're right. And it's an easy thing, as the eye in the sky,
Yes,
who is
sir.
looking back at all the things. It's an
Correct.
easy thing to say. But at the moment, at the time, in a fluid situation, If he had been, let's just talk about that, if that plan had worked, if the door was unlocked, Villalobos got in and got to her before she picked up that hammer, or maybe got to her as she's trying to pick up the hammer and grabbed her and tackled her. Now she's on the ground, he definitely would have been able to restrain her.
Yes,
We
sir.
agree with that.
Yes, sir.
He would put her in handcuffs like Officer Rojas should have done in the beginning, and they would have taken her to the hospital or they would have taken her to jail for all the crimes she's committed. But that would be a situation where they are not dealing with an armed suspect at that moment. If that plan worked the way that I just described, you'd agree with that.
Well, she didn't have the hammer in her possession at that time, it was on the
Right.
couch, yes, sir.
Right.
But she had shown how fast she can get that hammer.
Yes.
And I think that should have been something that should have been thought about extensively.
And it was thought about. And there are conversations, and like I said, Sergeant Flores is taking in different plans. He's taking in different positions. He's hearing that there's a bedridden old man in the back area, so luring her back there may not be a good idea, because she'll arm herself. If she's going back there to deal with the cops, she's gonna pick that hammer up and go back there. That's the assumption.
Yeah, she's been doing it every time. When
Right.
someone tries to go through the window.
Right. So, if Sergeant Flores goes, well, I don't like, because as a sergeant, one of his responsibilities, he has a responsibility to the public and to making sure that he can do everything he can so that Ms. Perez isn't hurt while trying to be arrested, right? He has that responsibility.
Yes, I agree.
But he also has a responsibility to his officers to make sure that he's not putting his officers into unnecessarily dangerous situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the balance, if the difference is between an armed suspect attacking and his officers going home that night, he's going to pick his officers going home that night.
Of course, yes, sir.
Of course. And anybody would.
Yes.
Because they're not attacking her, she's attacking them.
Well,
Right?
she's coming at them every time they go out the door, or show they want to come in.
So, right. But I mean, so the idea is, okay. So whether or not it worked, and that's the issue. Because it cannot be, and the penal code doesn't say anything about it. It doesn't say like your tactical plans and you have to disengage. And asking me like, well, what was their drive to go in there? You agree she's committed multiple violent felonies?
Yes.
Okay.
But my question is, why when they're with the risk, assess those risks.
Right.
Step back, look at this thing again, call mental health. See if they'll come in and talk.
Okay, so that's a good question. That's the problem. See, they all know. They've all been told over and over again. And you're answering that. It's because mental health wasn't 24 hours back then, and they didn't have mental health to call.
They weren't 24 hours back then, but there was someone on call that they could have called.
No, everybody testified that is not true.
I talked to one just the other day that told me that.
They're 24 hours now, so you agree.
They're 24 hours now, but she had told me that, yes, that they were on call at that time.
So somebody that you talked to so that you could answer that question in this courtroom right now told you back then that mental health was, that there was somebody on call for mental health.
That there was
Is that
someone
what
on
you're
call. That's what I was
saying?
told.
Okay. All right, so I guess you could give us the name so that we can call them.
I don't know the name. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I can get it for you, but I don't.
All right,
know
but
it.
here's the thing. They've heard testimony that wasn't an option back then. You also know, I bet, that the SWAT supervisor said specifically in this case they wouldn't have gone out for this kind of case.
I don't know firsthand if they would have or not.
But you read that.
Yeah.
You read that he said that.
I've heard that someone said they probably would not have done this one.
It said absolutely would not go out for a situation like this. Because SWAT would say, look, y'all take care of it by doing something like this, making a plan and trying to figure out how to do this safely.
I don't think SWAT would have approved this. I really have a hard time believing that.
Yeah, lucky you're not trained in SWAT,
Okay.
so you
Right,
can't.
correct.
Right, so
Correct.
you can't make that determination. Right. We have people that are,
Okay.
and they'll figure out and they'll come and tell the jury,
Okay.
what that actually is. But I guess what I'm saying is that you can have this opinion about this, but if they do believe that the door is unlocked and she is unarmed, because what you're saying is what's the drive? Why get in there? Why are you trying? Why are you trying right then? Why are they doing it right then? So the answer to the question is, A, they have the door that they believe is unlocked. You agree with that?
Yes.
Also, she could go back and lock it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and according to Maria Salinas and Vince Gomez, basically, to unlock the door in the first place, he had to risk his life to do it, if you listen to Vince Gomez and Maria Salinas, at the same.
If you listen to them, yes, that she came very
Yes.
close.
So he had to risk his life to get that door unlocked the first time, right?
According to them, yes.
Yes.
Not my
according to them.
opinion, but yes.
Not according to you,
Yes.
and not according to what you think you saw in the body. But, so understand this. Yeah, to get that door unlocked, the first time he had to risk his life to do it, according to Maria Salinas and Vince Gomez, who were there. She doesn't have to risk her life to go and lock it, but she can go lock it back in a second, right?
Of course, she has access to her own apartment, yes,
And
sir.
then for him to do it again, he has to risk his life again, may not go home to her, and his mother, and his father.
Objection to the extra commentary, family members, judge, and now question, counsel's testifying.
I'll withdraw. So, what I'm saying is that to do it again, if all this is gonna play out the same way, to get this door unlocked again, he may have to risk his life again to do that, right?
He put himself at risk if he tried going in there
Okay.
again, yes. We can agree
Right
with
now, and Sergeant Flores knows that, because he's out there and he knows that the last time he tried to get in that window and get the door unlocked, he knows that everybody's screaming and going, "Ah!" Like, back up, and they're all drawing their weapons because they think that this woman is about to kill Villalobos. Right? That's the only
that.
conclusion
They're
you can
definitely
draw.
worried about him getting hurt or hit with that hammer, yes, sir.
Right. And so now let's talk about, okay, what's the drive? Now, because at any given second, here's what they know, especially the guy that's got to do it. Because Salinas, when he tried, he risked his life to go in there to try to do it. You agree with that?
Yes, he risked getting injured, yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just can't think of any more blood trauma injury than if you got your head sticking in a window and somebody comes with a hammer and hits it on the top of it, right? I mean, that's gonna,
I can definitely.
occipital,
Yes, sir.
that ain't the thickest part of the skull.
Right.
And, I mean, you crack that skull like that, hammers can go in, I mean, I've had a case where hammers go in a skull, right? And
Yes, sir.
it causes
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying, calls for speculation. It's not a question here.
Okay, well, I'll return. Okay. So you have seen cases where hammers can go into like embed themselves inside the skull where the brain is.
I've seen people hurt with hammers, yes, sir.
Like that.
Yes, sir.
Cracked skulls, all these things the medical examiner said, yeah, I mean, that could kill you. And
Yes,
so these officers that try to make this arrest are having to risk their lives to try to unlock this door. Do you agree with that?
They're risking getting hit with the hammer, yes, sir.
Well, right. And I don't know why you don't want to say risk their lives, but that is what they're doing.
Objection, sidebar.
Well, he's not responsive.
I'll sustain.
The non-responsive.
To the sidebar, and I'll sustain the non-responsive.
Thank you. So, but yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like, that's what they have to do to get in there, is that they are being confronted with a very violent woman who is trying to knock their head off with a hammer.
Right.
Okay. So, now in this situation, we've talked about it. It's easy for her to go lock it. She can do it quick. And if she's just going to lock it and she's not threatening them, nobody's shooting her because they haven't shot her at any. The only time she ever got shot or shot at was when she was coming directly at them with a hammer.
She's at the window, yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So she go lock the door, and now he's having to risk his life to unlock it, and now it's locked again, and if he wants to unlock it again, he's going to have to risk his life again. That's a safe assumption.
Yes, sir.
And that's a safe assumption for Sergeant Flores to make, right? You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, sometimes you don't have the luxury of backing up. If you think you have an unlocked door, and you think you have a way to get in there and get her before she gets back to that hammer, then that can be a reason that you have to go now and not wait till the door gets locked again or she picks up the hammer again.
Well, they couldn't back up because there was gunfire to the left. They were right there.
Yeah, no, I understand, but what I'm saying is like the fact that these factors that are going on, which is they have an unlocked door that they believe is unlocked, turned out to be locked, but they believe was unlocked, but their belief is that it can be locked again by her quickly.
Yes.
And that situation could then change.
Yes.
And we won't know that if she hadn't gone and locked the lock that he'd unlocked, that if they didn't go like, well, all right, we don't have an unlocked door anymore, so they all back up and they try to figure something else out. We don't know if that would happen because that's not how this happened, right?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Right. But what I'm saying is they could have made that exact decision. You're saying that that's what they had to make sure you didn't charge them with murder. They could have made that decision, but we won't know. We won't know because she came at them with a hammer before they figured that out, right?
She came toward the window with a hammer, yes, sir.
Right. So you have two things. One, she is no longer armed. Two, they believe a door is unlocked. Those two situations can change very quickly.
Yes, sir.
So it might require a quick response. While those conditions exist in that situation, that could be a reason that they want to make that decision right then.
Yes.
Okay. So, the fact that Villalobos was wrong about the lock does not make it, I guess does not make him a criminal, right?
No.
Okay. And I kind of want to get to this idea of, the body cams that were watched. Because I'm not exactly clear yet on what it was. Because if we can do a timeline. Your Honor, may I approach the demonstration?
Yes.
So I want to start with incident time. At what time did this incident occur?
At 2:02.
2:02. All right, so that's 2:02 a.m. Incident occurs. Okay. Now, at what time did you get to the scene?
I estimated about a little after 3.
All right. 3
within the hour.
ish.
Yeah.
a.m. Soto arrived. On scene. When you were on scene, you knew that you were designated to be the lead detective on this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. At what time did you go back to the station and interview Officer Alejandro?
I'm estimating I got back around 4-ish, but I didn't turn on the body cam footage like 4:51, I believe. So,
Okay.
but I got back probably a little after 4, maybe.
Okay, by turning on the body cam footage, what you mean is you didn't turn on the footage to allow him to see his body cam before giving you a statement?
Yeah, I was just, that 4:51 is when I turned on, I logged in for him to see the statement.
Okay, 4:51 a.m. We'll take that time. Photo. Logs. Into, called Axon, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Axon. 2 X's or 1?
I think it's just 1.
4:51 a.m., you log into Axon for the benefit of Alejandro being able to see his body cam. Now, how long about did that take for him to view the body cam and to take the statement? I know we had the in time.
Yeah. There's that window. I don't know exactly when we finished the first draft. I know it's like a 3-hour window, I guess, till we actually got the signed copy.
Okay. So around 7:50?
Whatever, I don't know if I have it here, but I'm thinking 7:50, I can't remember, 7 something, yeah. I thought I had the time, I don't have it.
I think it's.
Oh, I do have it, Let's see. Let's see if I have it here. 7:36, it says there.
7:36.
Yes, sir.
And would you say that is the time the statement was complete?
That's the time that I think we signed everything, because the computer will log, I guess, will just capture that time. I didn't actually look at my watch, but
Now, after this point, I think you said that you went to inform Melissa's daughter.
It was around about 9 o'clock. I talked to her. I got a phone call.
Got a phone call. They were asking, is this Melissa Perez that was involved?
Yes.
And you told them over the phone it was?
I told them, yeah, kind of a general idea. I told them we needed to meet up and talk.
Okay.
I didn't want to just tell them everything over the phone.
So you got the phone call at like 9-ish, but what time did you actually go to meet?
I think it was around noon, I believe.
Okay. So what did you do in between, I know the phone call, but taking out the phone call, what did you do between 7:36 and noon?
I'm just, again, working on the case, talking to people, talking to detectives,
Okay.
looking at stuff.
So if I drew a line here and then put noon, how long did it take you to get to see, to the house where you were talking to Melissa Perez's family?
Maybe around, it was pretty close, I think like 10, 15 minutes away maybe.
Okay. So 15 that way, 15 that way, it's 30 minutes. How long did you spend out there?
Maybe 30 minutes, I think. Maybe.
Okay. So it would be like noon to,
Till we got back?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but I can estimate maybe close to 1-ish, probably.
Okay. Is it? I'm gonna put in okay, that's next of kin.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, between this time and this time, you were working on case. Were you talking to these other detectives, watching body cam?
Other detectives, body cam, and also in between too, like when he was with his tweet, I remember like going over there, I was talking to people in the office, and then I was still watching some stuff, because he was in there for a while too, after he has to read over his statement, so there was some time up there above it also where I'm looking at body cam and having detectives talk to me.
Okay, I'll also kind of. All right. So I kind of placed that kind of in there too. You're also working on the case, but you also did have to do the statement. So 7:36 noon. And what was the next thing that you did?
Came back, looked at, I think I started reading statements. I can't remember if I looked at any. I think I looked at some. And then about 2-ish, I met with 2:30-ish maybe with Van Geffen, right? Maybe 2:15, a little after 2.
1 to 2:15. Reading statements. And you said 2:15. Meet with Captain Van Geffen. All right, and how long did that meeting last?
Oh, I can't remember, maybe 15 minutes, maybe possibly, or longer.
15 minutes where y'all had a discussion about whether or not to charge these guys with murder?
Yes, sir. I'm just giving you an estimate. I'm not sure. Could have been longer.
Okay.
Could have been shorter. I don't know.
15 to, let's say, 2:45. How about that? I'll give you another 15 minutes. All right. And then after that, is that when you start the affidavit?
That's when I get with Detective Juarez, and then we start looking at some more video and start working on the affidavit. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's 2:45.
Between 2:30 and 2:45.
Okay. Okay. So you would agree that it's this meeting with Van Geffen that you've decided that all three of these officers are going to be charged with murder?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we cut that time right there. And so, from 2 o'clock a.m. to about 2:15 to 2:30 or whatever, it's roughly about 12 hours. All right. So I've been saying 16, but you actually made your decision in less time. Now, the time that you were working on the statement, I guess, and between this time and this time, from 5 to 7:30. You were working on the case a little bit, but I'm sure you were also focused on completing Alejandro's statement.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember him being over there. I remember bringing it back to him. They're working on it, and I do remember talking to the detectives.
And then I guess you sought the warrant. You'd already made your decision here, but you sought the warrant at about 6:30.
Yes, sir.
And that's when it was signed by the
Yes,
judge.
sir.
That timeline look fair to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Because one of the things that you mentioned, it was one of the first things you testified to on direct, is when you made the scene. Let's talk about this first. An investigator, in order to do a good job in an investigation, must not form a conclusion first and then find evidence to match that conclusion.
Yes,
You agree with that?
I agree.
And when you testified that when you got on the scene, so you got on the scene at 3-ish a.m. Like, who called you to get you out there?
Sergeant Awedikin, my sergeant at the time.
Right. And were you, I'm sure that you were like roused out of bed. I mean, you were probably asleep.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it took you time to get ready and to get out to the scene.
That's why they usually give us about an hour to get out there.
In that phone call, what information were you given about what happened?
It was just like I testified earlier too, just the basic information. 3 officers involved, a woman shot.
3 officers involved, a woman shot.
Woman shot.
Okay. So, when you arrived at the scene, did you talk to anybody else at the scene before you walked up and saw those shell casings that you talked about?
Like I told you, like I said earlier, Lieutenant Paduica, Sergeant Bersenio, I might have spoke with one of the detectives from Night CID, possibly Nelson and maybe Menoli.
And what information did they give?
It was just basic stuff. I mean, nothing. Just telling me, hey, this is what happened. Kind of walk me toward the scene.
Okay. But I mean, did they say where the person had been shot? And
Yes.
where the person had been shot from?
Yes, they said the deceased individual was inside the apartment.
Okay. So, because when you testified earlier, was that yesterday that you testified? Or was that today?
I can't remember. It could have been today. It could have been yesterday. I'm not sure.
Okay. When you testified to that, when you originally testified, you said that, I walked up and I saw shell casings on the ground and that caused me concern.
Actually, what I said was I had questions.
Concerns?
I could have sworn that's what I said, questions. Maybe I said concerns, but
But
maybe I said concern, but I believe I said I had questions.
I think you said, well, yeah, there were concerns.
Okay.
There were some concerns, and then I think you realized how that sounded, and you said, but I didn't form any conclusions yet.
Yeah, correct.
But the issue is that it wasn't the shell casings that told you that she was shot inside. It was one of the people that you had already talked to, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So, I mean, so seeing the shell casing, you were already told like what had happened, that these officers had shot her from outside.
Well, she was inside. Actually, I don't remember them saying that they shot her from outside. It's just I walked up and then I saw the casings.
Okay. So, if they hadn't said that, and you walked up and saw the shell casings, you know that Did you have an idea that they were inside the house when they shot her?
No, I didn't, not at the time.
Now, let's look at a different situation real quick. Let's look at let's say she's in there. She's shooting at officers. Right?
Yes, sir.
She's firing at officers. Officers shooting at her from outside to somebody inside. That wouldn't cause you any concern.
No, of course not.
Right. But now, you would agree then that if the person who is inside the house is able and is presenting themselves as a deadly threat to the people outside of the apartment, then it is not a concern that they are shot from outside of the apartment. You agree with that?
Of course.
Okay. Because in the situation where you're walking up on the scene and you have concerns about, because what you said is you know that she was shot inside the apartment. You didn't know if the officers were inside or outside the apartment.
Correct.
Right. But as you come up and you see, okay, they must have been standing here, they must have shot her in there, did you understand at the time that she had a hammer and that she was armed?
I was told about a hammer. Yeah. But yeah, she had a hammer. Yes, I know that.
So, I mean, my question is that, you know, your mind jumped to, I have concerns about somebody shooting inside or outside to inside, but your mind didn't jump to the person inside must have been presenting a threat of deadly force to the people and the officers who were outside. You didn't think that. You thought that you were concerned, meaning that you thought that this was a bad shoot when you walked on the scene.
I did not, sir. I honestly didn't. I was concerned about the shell casings, but I wasn't jumping to any conclusions.
Well, you know, you would agree with me that even during our talk that we've had here today, you jumped to several conclusions.
I'm just basing it on what I see on the body cam, sir. That's all.
Well, I know, but like she would never ever let go of that hammer. I mean, that's a conclusion you jumped to.
It was just something that, just based on her behavior, that was her tool that to protect her home.
That's jumping to a conclusion.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So
We
so
just disagree on that. It's fine.
well, I mean, the reason I'm talking about this is because if your first reaction is not, you know, these officers must have been confronted with a deadly threat to fire. Your first reaction is concern, that you have concern about whether or not they were right, or concern about whether or not this was a good shooting, or as we say, it's called a good shoot, but that doesn't mean there's anything good about this, obviously. It's horrible and it's tragic for everybody involved, and you agree with that?
I would agree, yes, sir.
So let's call it a justified shooting. When you say concern, what you're saying is when I got on the scene, I was concerned that it was an unjustified shooting, based upon the location of the shell casing.
Honestly, sir, in my mind, I never would have envisioned this. I honestly was like, no, this is going to be explained. We'll see later.
Well, I mean, and it was, but I guess my issue is that that's not what I had some concerns means. The concern, you would agree with me, you didn't say it, but we all know that what you're saying is, I was concerned that this shooting was unjustified.
Again, at the scene, it never crossed my mind. I saw the shell casings, like, okay, they're out here, but I couldn't get my mind to think that this was not going to be a justified shooting.
Well, but...
And that's just like walking up on any scene. You know, I see things, you see certain things that jump out at you, and you're okay. And you just, you know, you move on with it, and you see how everything plays out.
Yeah, I see what like, I understand that that's what you're trying to communicate, but you understand that what you're trying to communicate is not communicating that you had some concerns. You're really communicating now, you're testifying that you didn't have any concerns.
Is it wrong to say that I saw shell casings outside the house and was just kind of thinking, man, what's going on here a little bit? Just kind of having just little things go in your head. Is that not something that as a human you're going to look at certain things and not think things?
It's a suggestion that you had started to form a conclusion in your mind that would end these guys up in this chair right here before seeing and listening to all the evidence. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's wrong, I believe it's
I
wrong.
mean, yeah, that's what you think. I'm telling you, that's not what I did.
But you had concerns. And those concerns, I just need an answer to that question. The concerns had to be that it was an unjustified shooting when you saw the shell casings.
You would want to hope that that's not what happened. So I honestly was not playing that in my head.
I understand, but when we talk about concern, it was concern, you weren't concerned for the officer's safety. That's not the concern that you're talking about. I mean, you may have been generally and everything else, but that wasn't the concern you were pointing out to the jury when you saw the shell casings on the ground and the body inside. The concern you were talking about was that this was an unjustified shooting.
Again, sir, I just wanted to find out, get all the facts later on. That was just something I observed when I walked up.
And if that were the case, you would have testified yesterday that I observed shell casings on the ground and I would continue to walk into the apartment. But you didn't. You said, I observed shell casings on the ground and I had concerns.
Yes.
And that concern was that this was an unjustified shooting.
Again, sir, at that time, I'm not going to say that. I just, like I said, I saw the shell casings outside and just, that was my thought process at the time.
I want to kind of talk a little bit about your training. And I know this is long, but it's important. I mean, as we are sitting right here and right now, it's everything to these 3 minutes.
I definitely understand that, sir.
So, I guess I want to talk a little bit about, have you had any sort of training in, like, human factors and things like that, reactionary gap, OODA loops? Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I think at the academy, I think we might have gone over stuff like that.
Well, and let's kind of talk about OODA loop. An OODA loop is, it sounds funny, but it's important. It stands for, it's OODA, which is observe, orient, decide, and act. And you were taught that.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly when, or if we, I can't exactly the exact details of when, but yes, sir, I'm sure that's something that went over in the academy.
Sure, but what they're telling you is, and what they're training you on when they train that, observe, orient, make sure, decide, act, right? Observe, orient, decide, act. The reason that they're training on that is because you agree that action is always quicker than reaction.
Yes, sir.
And so, in this kind of scenario, what the OODA loop training would say is that an officer has to go through the OODA. They have to observe, orient, decide, and act. But the suspect only has to do one thing, which is attack the officer, right?
Correct.
That's right. So any suspect that's wanting to attack an officer, they have to do it. They have to do one thing, and they have to do it quick. That's all they have to deal with. But an officer, being confronted with that, has to observe what's happening, has to orient themselves to it. They have to make a decision, and then they have to act on that decision, right?
Yes.
And the reason that they train on that is because they're training that officers are at a time disadvantage when it comes to attacking suspects, right?
Yes.
Because the suspect can come at you quickly, as we've seen, and they still have to make all of those calculations before they are able to act. So that would be a reaction to the suspect's action. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Officers, and you would agree that officers cannot be mind readers. They have no idea what a suspect is thinking.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Especially when they're in a stressful situation, such as somebody running at them with a hammer. Right?
Yes, sir.
So, they don't know if she's trying to come through that door. They don't know if she's trying to throw something through the window. They don't know exactly what she's thinking or which area or which part or which person will be attacked. There's no way for them to know that, right?
Yes, it would be hard to assume exactly. I know she came to the window. That was kind of her thing that she had shown that she was going to do.
That's right.
She always ran toward the window.
That's right.
So,
But
the one thing we could predict. They could try to predict.
She was coming through the window,
Yeah.
and Officer Alejandro's head is like where he's standing with his firearm. He is directly in the line of sight to that window. You would agree with that?
Yes, he's looking right through the window.
Right. A hammer flung through that window at his face could seriously injure or kill him.
It could hurt somebody. Yes, sir.
All right. So As far as your investigation, you agree that SAPD has several forensic resources, and we've heard from them, that will help you with an officer-involved shooting to test evidence, to make scientific conclusions and determinations about the nature of the evidence that you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was nothing stopping you from utilizing those before seeking a warrant for arrest and walking a warrant within, making your decision to do it within 12 hours. There's nothing stopping you from doing all that investigation first and then making a determination.
Yes, sir, I could have done that, yes, sir.
Right. But what about the Leica scanner? We've heard about the Leica scanner. You're a detective, you probably use it frequently, maybe not so frequently now, but you used to use it.
Yeah, sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't, sometimes it's not operable.
Sometimes it's not operable.
Right.
And I think we've heard testimony that on this night it wasn't operable.
Correct.
Did you check that before you decided not to use it?
No.
Okay, so basically you didn't know it wasn't operable, you still decided not to use it.
Right.
All right. But this scene, were you there when they came, they came a year later and dug a bullet out of the wall?
Yes, sir, I got the warrant to go back in there. So.
Okay. So you were there a year later with somebody else who lived there and dug a bullet out of a wall. Well, you probably didn't, but you watched somebody do it.
Yes, sir.
All right. But you also had access to that apartment at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you check and see if there was a Leica scanner that was working at that time?
I did not.
All right. But it's called, I think, a lot of big words, photogrammetry, right? But it's also known as 3D scanning.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. And so when we talk about a Leica, we're talking about a 3D scan that can actually, accurately measure a crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what they're doing is they're measuring distances between, and we've heard some testimony about that.
Yes.
As the lead detective, you would be the person who would authorize that, and if you authorize that, people would do it if it was working.
Correct.
But you didn't.
I did not, sir. No, like I told you earlier, our CSIs are great. I trust them to handle the scenes.
Well, yeah, sure, but it's something like, when you came back a year later, knowing that a Leica and a 3D scan hadn't been done, there weren't any CSIs, or were there? I guess there were.
I had 2 CSIs go out there with me. I didn't think about the Leica because we were just trying to get something out of the wall.
Were you trained on the fact that, could it be that you didn't think about the Leica and you didn't direct the CSIs because that was your first officer-involved shooting that you ever done?
It's just, yes, sir, I was still kind of new to the unit, yes, sir.
All right, and so, but you are trained that the photogrammetry can be used to accurately obtain distances and times to support the human factors, like the OODA. How much time do they have? Is it action versus reaction? How far, and all those things? Have you been trained?
Objection, compound question, counsel is again testifying.
Well, I was asking about his training, and I was just using examples of how 3D scanning can...
All right, get to the question.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm asking. You've been trained that photogrammetry, like 3D scanning and stuff, can be used to help with human factors.
Well, it can show measurements and stuff between objects, yes, sir.
Right, and so an expert then could take those measurements and could say, okay, I am an expert in officers involved in having to use force or deadly force. And so I can tell you that the distance between where she was at that couch, where she was at that window, and how big the porch was, how much room the officers had, all of those things would be important considerations.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. And there were not any accurate measurements that were taken or any kind of 3D scanning that was taken about all of these distances.
No 3D scanning, but there was, of course, there was a sketch done.
The sketch that was not to scale,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
It didn't show the distance in the measures, right? From different objects and the couch and everything else. Now, you didn't go and ask them to do distance and measuring. Even if the Leica was broken, they could still get just like Tom's holding it up. They could still get one of those, right? And
Yes, sir.
measure distance.
Yes, sir. I did not ask. No, sir.
Okay. So, once you got the officer's statements, because when you first got to the scene, you hadn't seen any body cam, right?
Yes, I had not.
You hadn't really heard any statements from any officers, including Officer Alejandro.
Yes, no, sir, I hadn't.
Okay. But but once you did have all of those things, did you ever ask for CSI to go back to the scene? Because now you have a better understanding of how things happen, to maybe collect or to mark or to measure different things at the scene. Did you ever ask CSI to do that?
No, sir, I didn't. The next time we came back was that year later to try to collect that slug.
But if you had asked CSI to do that, you have every reason to believe that they would have.
Yes, sir, they would have, yes.
I mean, honestly, especially the CSI officer you had that night, because she was very good.
Outstanding, yes, they would have done it.
And she would have done an outstanding job to give us this information that we need.
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as like the DA's office, before they went to grand jury, did you testify at the grand jury?
I was there,
Okay.
yes.
So you know about when that was happening?
Yes.
Okay, but before they went to grand jury or decided to seek indictments and decided to do all that, did they ask you to go back with a Leica scanner and get these measurements?
No, sir.
I guess, have you had any kind of use of force training?
Just in general, just talking to the detectives that were there, they kind of trained me. When I'm brand new to the unit, the detectives would train us. But no, I didn't have any officer-involved shooting training specifically.
And I guess maybe not officer-involved shooting, but like use of force in general, like, because as a police officer, you know that you may be required to use force in these situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess training that would kind of focus on, when officers need to use force and what kind of force and force continuum and those kinds of things. Have you had that kind of
Yeah,
training?
I can't recall any specific training in that.
All right, I think that you might have mentioned the 21-foot rule. You know about that rule.
Yeah, I think something we went over in the academy. I think like some suspect with a knife, how fast they can get to you with the weapon. Yes, sir.
Right, and what that's really connected to is that it's like if they're within that 21 feet, they can get to you before you can draw on them.
Objection, again, Your Honor, counsel is testifying. There is no question here.
I'll sustain.
What that means is, that 21-foot rule, is that if somebody's within 21 feet, they can get to you before you draw on them, right?
Objection, there is no weapon, there is no gun, counsel is still testifying.
Overruled.
You see what I mean? That's what you understand that to be.
Yeah, it's how quickly they can get upon somebody is what that general 21-foot rule is.
And it's so quick that, it's like within the time that an officer has to draw his weapon, right?
Correct.
And the reason they train you on that is because they tell you, as a police officer, somebody's got a knife or a hammer, right? Any kind of weapon that they can use
Correct.
to hurt you. They tell you that even though within 21 feet, looks like I'm far back.
Correct.
They want to warn police officers that it may look far, but that's a mirage. They can get to you before
Yes.
you can draw.
Yes.
And it doesn't look like you could. But you know that's a fact. And that's something that you have to watch out for and be careful.
Correct.
So, do you know or have you been trained on what preclusion is?
I'm sorry?
Preclusion.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. Have you been trained? Sometimes it's better to say what it actually is. Have you been trained that, like an officer can't effectively negotiate with like delusional people or people that are suffering from like heavily under the influence of alcohol or drugs, like that preclusion kind of prevents them from being able to negotiate or reason with or rationalize with people who can't do that.
I don't know that exact, like I haven't seen anything for myself in that, but it's just by experience, yeah, you can see that it's hard to deal with people like that.
Right, and so the fact that, you know, they can try to to de-escalate, and they can try to negotiate, and they can try to ask nicely and pretty please, but people who are either severely intoxicated or may have other mental illness, they can be precluded from getting to their goal because the person's not able to be reasoned with.
Correct, yeah. Yes, sir.
And so and then the idea about, like with tasers and, chemical agents and, batons and other things that are not your duty weapon, those things cannot be used, the taser and the chemical agent, they can't be used through a window, like a closed window. We've talked about.
Yes, yes, sir.
Also, it's hard to use those on a person that's moving or running.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because the chances of you getting the accurate connection is difficult.
Yeah, the odds go down that you'll make that double connection. Yes, sir.
Right. It's easier to tase a stationary person than it is to a person that's running.
Yes, sir.
Were you able, at the grand jury, were you present, inside? Were you able to watch other people testify at the grand jury? Or were you
I was there this one day, and not even for I don't know how long I was there actually, but I was there. I think I did see somebody. Yes, sir. I think it was. I think it was the ballistics. I think I heard the ballistics. I can't remember her name right now. Whoever was working in the.
Holly Ward.
I think that might have been her. Yes, sir.
And we heard from her as well. And so, if you did hear from her, you heard her say that the only bullet that she could identify was the one that was inside of Miss Pettis' body.
Yes.
As belonging to any gun.
Yes.
Right.
And I believe also, I want to say also the physician might have been there too. I might have heard the ME physician. Maybe. Just like I said, it's been a while, a couple years, a lot of cases.
You would have heard him say that it was impossible for 3 officers to have shot her once.
I don't remember if he said that.
He might not have said it.
Yeah.
But he did say she was only shot twice, which would mean that it was impossible for 3 to have shot her once.
Yes.
Right. I think you mentioned, she has a hammer, Sergeant Flores said she has a hammer, we gotta do what we gotta do. I think you said something like that.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say on there.
But what he's identifying is look, this is an armed suspect with a weapon that can kill us, right? That's what he's identifying.
I mean, you could take that, different ways, but that could be one way. Yes, sir.
She has a hammer, this is an armed suspect. Those are
She has a hammer. Yes, sir.
saying, which means this is an armed suspect.
Yes, sir.
And what we gotta do is that is a way of informing his officers that, if she is presenting you with deadly force, you need to respond with deadly force.
Yes, sir.
Because he wants them to go home to their family.
Of course. Yes.
And I'm pretty sure he wants to go home to his state.
Yes, I agree.
Judge, I'll pass the minutes.
Your Honor, I do want to get started today, if the jurors do wish to, but I'd like to take a break.
It's 5 o'clock. The jurors want to go a little bit longer. All good? All right, let's take a short break.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, your cross.
Just as a housekeeping matter, we're offering defense 110 through 119, and tender them to the state for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Detective Soto, I'm going to go a little bit out of order because I'm not sure how late we're going to go.
Okay, sir.
But I'll probably revert to my normal order in the morning.
Okay, sir.
Would you agree with me that you failed to make a transcript of any of the body-worn camera videos?
Yes, I did not make any notes or nothing on these.
All right, so we've made transcripts of them, and we put timestamps on them based on the Axon body camera. I'm going to ask you questions based upon our transcripts. I hope you can agree with me that the transcripts are accurate. If not, we'll have to show them to you if you disagree. Would you agree with me that in Officer Salinas' video at 1:37:55, he makes the statement, she's in the bedroom, and it's in reference to the master bedroom. He's on the side of the house.
Your Honor, I'm going to check this. This has been a long speaking.
I haven't finished my question. I should be allowed to finish my question.
All right, let's hear the question.
You agree that Officer Jonathan Salinas' body-worn camera depicts at 1:37:55 the statement, she's in the bedroom, correct?
I believe that's what he says.
All right. And he's on the side of the house when he makes that statement, correct?
Your Honor, again, as the question, I would object to the premise that everything counsel is reading and saying is accurate. If he has a transcript that he wants the detective to look at, that might be the appropriate way. But to just give a blanket agreement of everything out of counsel's mouth, may I finish?
He can answer if he knows. He said he's here.
Let's hear the objection.
And he has said an answer if he knows, and that should how it should be presented to the detective.
All right, and I'll just instruct the detective. Only answer if you have personal knowledge. Make sure you listen to the question. If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. If you want me to cue it up for you, I will. If you want me to cue it up for you.
That'd be fine, yes, sir.
Got a publish order?
I'm at 137.27. I'm gonna try to advance it a little bit. All right, let's see. It's 137. All right. It's 137.49. I'm gonna hit play.
Melissa, can you go open the door? She's in the bedroom. Okay.
All right, so did you hear Officer Salinas say she's in the bedroom? And did you hear Officer Rojas say shortly thereafter, yeah, I see her, she's laying down?
Can you play it again one more time?
She's in the bedroom.
All right, you agree that you heard Officer Jonathan Salinas say she's in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that when he makes that statement, on the body camera video footage, we cannot see her in the bedroom? Would you agree?
Yes.
And so when Officer Salinas makes that statement, she's in the bedroom, you believe he's telling the truth, correct?
Yes.
And so just because we can't see it on the body camera doesn't mean that what he's narrating is not true. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you also agree that what we heard in the background was Officer Rojas, Jesus Ramos, say at 137:56, yeah, I see her, she's laying down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that Officer Rojas was telling the truth, that in fact he could see her laying down, correct?
I have no reason not to believe him. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
I have no reason not to believe him.
And you told us, you told this jury that you reviewed all of the body worn camera, so you saw this part of the body worn camera footage, correct?
Yes.
So when you answered questions of Mr. Goss, that because you couldn't see something on the body camera, you didn't believe it happened, that's not necessarily true, is it?
It was just in that instance, like we saw that I can see from the body.
My
camera.
answer is, it's not necessarily true just because you can't see it on the body camera that it didn't happen, right?
What I'm trying to say is that.
Answer my question.
Can you give it? Say it again.
You would agree that just because you can't see it on the body camera doesn't mean that what the officer described was in fact happening.
Right.
All right. So it's just an assumption on your part that since you could not see it on the body camera, it didn't happen, correct?
I'm basing it on. Are we going talking about the other incident or just this right here?
On the other incident.
Right.
It's your assumption.
From the body worn camera. It's all I have.
You're assuming, correct?
Yeah, that's all I have, sir.
You're assuming, correct?
That's all I have. That's all I'm telling you. That's all. That's
Answer my
only.
question.
That's the
You're
only way I
assuming.
can see it. Yes,
You're
sir.
assuming, aren't you?
Sir,
It's an assumption.
I'm assuming yes.
All right. And an assumption isn't enough proof for probable cause, correct?
I'm going by what I can see on the footage, sir.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that let me flip. You remember that you met with Alexis Tovar and Melissa Perez family at approximately 12:10 that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded it on body camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't make a transcript of it, did you?
No, sir.
All right. Do I need to show you the footage, or would you agree that you were told, that you told the family you don't know what happened? You agree you told them?
Your Honor, this is a matter that is not in evidence.
All right, let me make a copy of it. It's your body camera video. You remember saying that?
I have to see it again, sir. It's been a while. I can't remember verbatim what I said. No, I'm sorry,
Do
sir.
you deny making that statement?
I just don't remember. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I could have. I just don't know.
Well, I'm going to represent to you that, in fact, you do say that on the body-worn camera. Can you agree that you said that?
I'd like to see it. You're telling me that, but I would like to see it again.
Do you agree that Alexis Tovar told you at 12:14:06 that Melissa Perez was having hallucinations?
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
It's a question of whether she told him that information. It's not hearsay. Do you agree she told you that?
Mr. Fuentes, I actually just don't remember the exact conversation. I might have said that, or she might have said that, but I just don't remember. I'm sorry, sir. It's
Okay.
been a while since I've looked at that
All right,
footage.
so I promise you tomorrow morning we'll have a copy of your
Yes, sir.
your
That would be
video,
great.
and we'll play it if you doubt me. But I just want to ask now if you recall that being said.
And asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right, so would you agree with me that after 12:14:06, you didn't make any notes or make any efforts to obtain Melissa Perez's psychiatric records, correct?
Yes, I did not.
All right, and just so there's no doubt, I want to make sure that you didn't make any efforts to get records of her emergency detentions, her inpatient treatment records, her CPS records, or her prior criminal history.
I saw her history and talked to the family, but I didn't make any efforts to get any of that.
Okay, you didn't make any efforts to get that prior to obtaining the warrant, correct?
Yes, correct.
None of it. You made no efforts to get any of that prior to obtaining the warrant.
Correct.
So, and you were told in that meeting that Melissa Perez was an aggressive person, correct?
I don't know exactly what was said. Like I said, I want to see it again, but I think that might have been something that was mentioned by the family.
All right, and you were told that she had been seeing a psychiatrist and was prescribed Risperdal, correct?
I believe a discussion to that, maybe she wasn't taking medication or something like that. I don't know exactly what she was told. They told me she was taking, I don't know.
Okay, but you were told by the family that she had been prescribed medication by a psychiatrist, correct?
I remember that, yes, sir.
All right, and you didn't make any efforts to get that information from her psychiatrist, any of her medical records from the psychiatrist,
No,
correct?
I did not, sir.
All right, and when you were told that she was an aggressive person, you didn't make any efforts to get the history to corroborate that she had been aggressive, correct?
I did not, sir.
And did you make any efforts to obtain, before getting the warrant, prior key cards where officers were called on Melissa Perez?
I might have looked at some stuff, but I did not, sir. No.
Did you obtain the key card of May 20th, 2022, where she threatened to burn down an apartment complex?
No, sir.
All right. You would agree that that would be important to know when deciding whether or not the officers needed to make entry to protect Mr. Santos de la Rosa.
It would be something I'd want to consider.
All right, but you didn't do that, did you?
I did not, sir.
All right, and you would agree with me that at 12/18/41, you were told by the family that she was using methamphetamines, correct?
I do recall that, yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't get any information prior to presenting this case to the magistrate judge for a warrant that she was a meth user, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you would agree with me that at 12/21/58, one of the family members told you that she had a homeless man with her, correct?
I don't remember for sure, but obviously there was a homeless person living there, yes, sir.
All right, and they had asked questions about the homeless man at 12/27/40. Did she hurt him? They asked that question, right?
They might have, yes, sir, they might have.
All right, and they told you that neighbors had called concerned about Melissa's own safety because she was bringing strange men into the house.
Judge, again, I'm gonna object this to hearsay, and again, a object not in evidence.
Well, it goes to whether or not, I promise we'll connect it up tomorrow. We'll introduce the video.
Okay, tomorrow.
You were told that, right?
Object, Your Honor, he just said he's gonna act it up tomorrow, counsel's going back to the same question.
I'll sustain.
All right. And you were told by the family...
Your Honor, I review the same objection, he's coming from the same material that is not in evidence.
Can I finish my question?
Let me go to the question.
You were told by the family in your meeting, if you remember, that Melissa Perez was delusional.
I don't remember that specifically.
All right. And you were told by the family that she had been emergency detained previously, correct?
I believe, yes, I believe that came up, yes, sir.
All right, so we'll play all the video tomorrow of all the things that you were told, and we'll ask you again after looking at the video and the transcript. But would you agree with me that you didn't take any steps to determine whether Melissa was a rational person at the time that these events happened?
Yes, sir, I did not contact anybody, any doctors, nothing like that.
All right, so since you did not obtain any evidence about her mental state or capacity, you would agree with me that you cannot make any reasonable deductions about what a reasonable person would or wouldn't do with the hammer, correct?
No, I can see it on body cam. I saw the way she was acting. Would you
agree with me that because you didn't have records about her psychiatric history, her mental state, you can only make assumptions about her state of mind, correct?
Making assumptions, yes, sir.
All right, so an assumption isn't the same thing as a fact, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you have no facts that you can rely upon, just assumptions that you did not believe that she was going to let go of the hammer, correct? All right.
Yes.
Do you have the hammer somewhere? Hammer? Now, would you agree with me that the video of Travis Thompson shows that Melissa Perez was actually tell me how close or far away I need to be 6 feet away?
Probably a little closer.
Tell me when to
maybe
stop.
right there, maybe.
Okay. Now, I'm going to keep this hand empty, but would you agree with me that at 2:02:04, we see on the video, and assuming that actually, tell me 3 to 5 feet.
3 to 5 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you need to get closer.
Okay.
Maybe right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you would agree with me that we see Alfred Flores go over the railing. He goes over it like he's mounting a horse, and he turns counterclockwise. And when he has both feet on the ground, he's at the corner of the screen that nobody collected, correct?
I can't remember exactly, but yeah, he's right there in the corner, into the corner of the railing, I think, right there.
He's in front of the window, isn't he?
He's to the right of the window, yes, sir.
He's in front of the window, isn't he?
He's to the right, if I recall.
Well, he's in
front, but he's to the right of it.
Okay. So if we divide the window up into thirds, he's in front of the last third of the window if we go left to right.
Yes, he's right closest to that, yes.
So, but he is in front of the window.
He's in front, but to the right. Yes, sir. He's not directly in front of it.
Well, he's not to the side of the window.
Right. To the right, he was to the right of Alejandro.
He's in front of the window, no matter what.
Okay, sir.
He may not be in the center of the window.
He's on the front right side of it.
Okay.
Can we agree with that?
All right. So, this distance, right?
Around here. I'm just
You'd agree that when he is standing on...
I don't think he's this close, though, no. Okay. I want to say he's a little farther.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me that the crime scene diagram... We got the crime scene diagram. The width of the patio is 6 feet, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so he can't be more than 6 feet, and he can't be on the rail, which is 6 feet, so at a minimum, he's 5 feet away from the window, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, about right there. That's why I'm picturing him, right in this area, right there.
Okay, you're pointing to what?
In this area, right here, as he crosses over.
Okay, you're pointing to 20, and would you agree with me that by pointing to 20, that's to the side of the window? He's more where the O is for patio.
No, I don't think so. Unless I'm just mistaken.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So if, in fact, he's standing where the O in patio is, then your perception and recollection of the video is wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree. I just would have to see it again, I guess.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of videos.
Okay, so you don't remember where he was standing, do you?
I'm thinking it's right there because Alejandro's right here. He's right to the right of him.
Okay, you think that when he clears the patio, he's standing at 20?
I'm thinking he's right in this area, yes, sir.
Okay, your point.
I'm just going by just memory from the video,
Okay.
sir. That's all.
All right.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I promise.
Oh, I'm glad
Yeah.
you're pointing incorrectly to 20, because we're going to show you that you're wrong.
Okay.
So, but you're saying that he was standing where 20 is.
That's what I believe, yes, sir.
All right, so would you agree that if he was standing where 20 is, he's not standing in front of the window?
Yeah, because this is the window here.
Okay, so by what you're saying now, you admit that you were wrong by saying he was at 20.
Well, this is to the right of the window, sir. That's
Okay.
what I was trying to tell you. That's the way I recollect it.
Wait a minute. I thought you said he was in front of the window
To the right.
1/3 of the way.
Well, he's to the right of this area right here. So here's the left side of the window, and he's like right in this area as he's crossing over.
Okay.
I'm just going by what I see, sir. I'm not.
All right, well, let's play the video just so we can get this cleared up.
I need to go to the leasing office, see if I have a copy of that. I'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay, so I've stopped this at 2:02:03. This is Alfred Flores' video. The person that has just gone over and is standing is Nathaniel Villalobos, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's not even standing where you indicated 20 is he?
Where he's at, it looks like it would be kind of in that area, like maybe just a little bit to the left, right? Maybe around 20, possibly.
To the left of 20, right?
Yeah, right in that. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty close.
All right, so let's play it a little bit more. And you notice where the screen is here on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you see where the cursor is, where it's in the bottom corner closest to the railing on the right side?
What was that again? Say it again. The curvature you said?
Where the cursor is.
Oh, the cursor. Right there, the corner. Right there.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see that right corner closest to the railing?
Yes.
All right, I want you to focus on that. All right, unfortunately, we don't see it there, but let's see if we can see it on Travis Thompson's video. And by the way, if I were to tell you that you didn't pull his, Travis Thompson's body-worn camera until November 6th, based upon the audit trails, would you agree with me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. So if you didn't pull his video until November 6th, you didn't see his body-worn camera before you obtained the warrant, correct?
No, I did watch it yesterday.
Okay, but
I didn't watch it on mine.
all right. Let's talk about that. You would agree with me that you locked the videos you locked some of the videos at 10 o'clock that day, correct? Or 10:20?
On that date?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I remember being instructed by my sergeant to make sure to lock everything down.
Okay, but if we go to the body-worn camera audit logs and we do a search term for restricted in the PDF, we can find where restricted pops up and who locked that video and what date and time they locked it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that after everybody's statement was taken, you locked it, correct?
Like I said, I don't know the exact day. I know I was told by my sergeant to lock it, and I don't know if it was a specific video. It was like in general. I think there's a way I can do it by putting OIS team on there and it locks all
Well, I'm
of
going to
them.
represent to you that when we show you the body-worn cameras, audit logs, that when we do the search term restricted for everybody's body-worn camera, and you didn't provide them until June 2024 to the state, right?
Oh, the body-worn camera?
The
footage?
logs, the audit logs.
Whenever they asked for it, sir. I honestly didn't even know about the audit logs. I
You didn't know?
about it. No, sir.
Okay, so, you'd agree with the proposition that if you don't document, it didn't happen.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so the custodian of records wouldn't be telling the truth?
Objection, relevance. This witness has no knowledge of what custodian records is saying.
I'll sustain.
Do you have any reason to believe the custodian of records is an untruthful person?
Objection, the same objection, Your Honor. Counsel is going about trying to circumvent the court's ruling.
It's a different witness, a different question.
He's asking the witness's opinion on the truthfulness of another Department of SAPD employee. It is not relevant to anything this jury's heard.
You could rephrase the question.
All right. Would you agree with me that AxonEvidence.com has a user agreement with the city of San Antonio?
Yes.
And that user agreement states that you cannot log in onto someone else's account, correct?
I don't know for sure. I don't know that agreement. Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that city policy, administrative directives, say that you cannot log in onto someone else's computer account, correct?
I never logged in on anybody else's account.
All right, and you would agree with me that nowhere in your prosecution guide do you say you watched anyone's video on someone else's login?
I can agree with you on that. Yes, I did not put that in my
And
prospect.
you asked all of the detectives to write a supplement of the statements that they took, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that none of the detectives said in their statements that, in their supplements, that they watched body-worn cameras with you.
No, yes, I can agree with that. Yes.
All right, and you would agree with me that the Axon system has what's called multi-cam capabilities, correct?
Yes.
And you know what multi-cam capabilities is,
I
right?
don't. I guess like another camera, the camera can look, I don't know, what do you mean, multi-cam?
Okay.
Like
I thought you
dual
said-
cameras, I guess?
Listen to my question.
Okay.
I thought you said you understood what multi-cam view was. Am I mistaken?
Can you explain it to me? I don't know, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't know what multi-cam view is?
No.
All right. If I were to represent to you that the Axon system is set up so that if two or more cameras, are within 30 feet of each other for more than a minute, they will transmit to each other their serial number. So that way, when you review the body-worn camera, you can see whether multi-view camera is available, right?
Oh, I did not know that, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, so since you did not know that was available, you would agree with me that you never, ever looked at multi-camera view of any particular moment in time, correct?
Your Honor, the witness testified he did not know what it meant. He can't answer that question as counsel was asking. He may have done it, he didn't know it.
Well, he can answer it if he knows.
And if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. if you had viewed multi-camera view, or had you had another detective viewed multi-camera view, you would agree that all of those body cameras would have populated on their user audit trails, that this camera, and this camera, and this camera were viewed within a minute of each other.
And object again, Your Honor, as counsel has even explained, the multi-camera view, it depends on the distance of the individual body cameras to each other, not the result of a report. He said he doesn't know the term and what it means. He can't reasonably answer that question. Counsel is confusing him.
Judge,
Running it all together.
this is not a legal objection. He can answer if he knows.
Only answer if you know, if you don't know, just say.
I don't know, sir.
Okay, would you agree with me that when we take a look at the body cameras in this case, that we see that several officers are within 30 feet of each other for more than a minute?
Yes, right in that area, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
And so if that capability existed, where if cameras are within 30 feet of each other for more than a minute, there were several opportunities to see multi-camera view, correct?
I'm still confused about the multi-camera thing, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just don't know.
So the first time that Melissa Perez almost whacked Jonathan Salinas at 140, 51 or so, you did not look at multi-camera view for Jonathan Salinas, Robert Ramos, or Jesus Rojas, correct?
I just don't know. I'm still confused about the multi-camera. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is.
Did you look at all three of those body cameras at 141 or 140, 51 for that incident?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you know that she swung the hammer twice, right?
Yes, she did swing it, yes.
And you know that Rojas yelled, "Watch out, watch out, watch out," correct?
Yes.
And you know that based upon Jonathan Salinas' reaction to "watch out, watch out, watch out, hey," that only because Rojas gave that warning, he was able to move away from being struck by the hammer, correct?
I think he saw her. I think he saw her.
Okay. You did not ask that question, did you?
No.
That's not
I'm assuming
that's
that he
not in
saw
his
her.
statement, is it?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't tell you off the top of my head, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're just guessing.
Well, I just told you I'd have to see his statement again. There's a lot of information, a lot of cases in between then and now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, but you said you viewed all the body cameras beforehand, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed your prosecution guide before you testified today, correct?
Yeah, I've looked at it, yes, sir.
All right, and you looked at Jonathan Salinas' witness statement before you testified today, correct?
Yes, but I still can't remember everything in it.
All right, so had you written that in your report that he saw it, you would remember that, right?
If I put it in the report, I don't know, maybe, I just don't know, sir. I don't know.
Okay, can you look at your prosecution guide and
Yes,
tell
sir.
us whether he says he saw her coming?
For Salinas?
Yes.
Yeah, it just says he backed out, didn't say he saw her.
Okay, so can you agree with me that since you did not document that he made the statement that he saw that, he never made that statement?
Yeah, he never made that statement. He didn't put that in the statement. They didn't put it in the
So,
statement.
can you agree that your memory is poor because you didn't remember that detail?
There's a lot of information, sir. I'm not gonna read my memory's poor, but there's a lot of
Okay,
stuff in
can we
there.
at least agree that your memory is in error?
I'm sorry?
Can we at least agree that your memory was in error on that point?
Yes, I can agree with you on that, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we do agree that based upon what we saw in the video, based upon what we saw in Ramos' video, that Melissa Perez almost hit him in the head, correct?
She had a chance to hit him, yes. If he wouldn't have pulled out, she would have hit him, yes, sir.
All right. And you would agree with me that totality of the circumstances is something that you, as an investigator, determining whether or not someone was justified, should address the totality of the circumstances, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you would agree with me that when Melissa Perez almost struck Jonathan Salinas in the head, which could have been fatal, that that's part of the totality of the circumstances in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you would agree with me that you did not include that important fact in the affidavit for arrest, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, did you forget, or did you just think that the totality of the circumstances didn't matter for justification?
Nope, I just didn't put it in there, sir.
Okay. You didn't put it in there, but you should have, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I should have.
You should have. And why should you have put it in
There's
there?
a lot of things I could have done differently on this case.
Okay, but I know you could have done things differently, but tell the jury why you should have put it in there.
It's just the overall, as part of the totality, I could have put it in there. I just
Not
didn't think
could
it.
have, but why
I
you
just
should
didn't think
put
it
it
was,
in there.
can I talk?
Can you answer the question?
I just
Why
don't
you
think it
should
was-
have put it in there?
At the time, I'm focusing on the events that happened when the shooting occurred. That's why I didn't put it in there. To me, it didn't play that big of a part on that, the part where she was shot. That's why I didn't put it in there.
Okay, but you agree that it was part of the totality of the circumstances?
Yes, because that's part of why they were there. Yes, sir.
And the totality of the circumstances, you know, based upon federal court decision, Supreme Court of the United States, that is a factor that people take into account in deciding whether an officer acted reasonably, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's a factor that a judge who signed the arrest warrant should have taken into account when deciding whether or not these gentlemen sitting behind me acted reasonably, that you wholly failed to include in the affidavit, correct?
Like I said, I didn't put it in there, yes.
All right. And you would agree with me that an officer in your position should be fair to these gentlemen sitting behind me, correct?
Of course.
And to be fair, your reports, your affidavits should be accurate and complete, correct?
Yes.
And so you've admitted that with respect to that one factor and the totality of the circumstances, you omitted it, correct?
Yes, I did not put it in the affidavit.
All right. Now, and an E-tone went out, correct?
Correct.
And that's a factor that officers can rely upon under the totality of the circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And you did not say that an E-tone went out and reasonable officers could rely upon that as part of the totality of the circumstances when considering whether the use of force was reasonable. You didn't put that in there, did you?
I have to look at it again and read it. I don't know exactly word for word, but if I
Well,
can
read it and answer my, when you finish reading it, tell me when you finish reading it and I'll ask the question again.
Yes, sir. I just talked about the assault on Salinas, but I did not put the E-tone in there.
All right, So you would agree that's another factor that you did not include in the affidavit addressing the totality of the circumstances, that in fairness, you should have included to be fair to these individuals, correct?
I just didn't think it was relevant to my affidavit at the
Okay.
time.
I know that you're saying now that you didn't think it was relevant, but you agree that it is relevant to the totality of the circumstances, correct?
No, sir, I don't on that one, no.
Okay.
There was an officer, they got assaulted, he gets on the radio, he has him at gunpoint. Of course, the officers are gonna come, they're gonna come to his aid.
Okay.
I didn't think it would be relevant for me to say, oh, there was an E-tone.
All right. What is an E-tone? When is an E-tone authorized?
It's for shootings, any kind of, robberies, anything like that, a major event, and then officers get alerted, it comes over the radio, and they go to the...
All right. Wouldn't you agree that an E-tone, per the general manual, says that it is appropriate when there's a threat of imminent danger or injury, of serious bodily injury or death to an officer? That's
Yes.
an appropriate E-tone?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you would agree with me that if Officer Jonathan Salinas was E-toned by the dispatcher, that's something these officers sitting behind me could rely upon under the totality of the circumstances?
Yes, that's why they went there, yes, sir.
All right. But you did not include that in the affidavit for their arrest, did you?
No, sir.
All right, and you would agree with me that what in fact Jonathan Salinas said on the radio was, I have one at gunpoint, she has a hammer.
Yes, I did hear that.
And that's not included in your affidavit, is it?
No, sir.
All right, so that's a third fact that you omitted from the totality of the circumstances in your affidavit, correct?
That's something I did not put in there, yes,
All
sir.
right, how many omissions do we need for you to say that you were inherently unfair to these gentlemen when you obtained the warrant?
I put in what I believe I needed for the affidavit, sir.
That's not my question. How many omissions do you have to have before it becomes egregious?
I'm just telling you, I put in what I needed for the affidavit.
That's not my question. How many omissions?
I don't know, sir. I can't
Okay.
answer that.
Would you agree that there are more omissions that we haven't gotten to?
This is gonna be something that I'm sure you think are omissions, yes, sir.
All right. And would you agree with me that since you agreed that Jonathan Salinas could see Melissa Perez in her bedroom, but not see it on the body-worn camera, that just because you failed to see that Maria Salinas said Melissa Perez came this close and she indicated with her thumb and fingers?
I think it was like this, maybe she said. I can't remember. I think it was Gomez that said like this. But then she said
I'm
like
going to
that.
tell you that you're wrong,
Okay.
and I'm going to ask you to trust me,
Okay.
because
Okay,
it's
sir.
a waste
No,
a lot of time if I'm going to
I
have to show
trust
you.
you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right?
Well, they did make a gesture. I'm not sure which one.
All right. You have no reason to doubt that it was Maria Salinas that used the gesture with her finger, thumb, and index finger, and we saw that on Robert Ramos's body camera, we saw it on Eleazar's body camera, we saw it on not Neri, but Vince Gomez's body camera, and Maria Salinas' body camera.
Yes,
You would
sir.
agree that?
Yes, sir, I would agree.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was at 1:57:38, around there, right?
When she was describing that,
Yes.
around that time, yes, sir. It was after it happened, yes, sir.
And when that was happening, Vince Gomez was talking about how Maria Salinas almost shot her.
Yes.
And I believe he used a couple of swear words. I believe he used a couple of F words that she almost effing shot and so forth, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and when Vince Gomez was making that statement about how close she came, Maria Salinas made this gesture with her thumb and finger, correct?
Okay, yes, sir. I think I recall that, yes.
And you did not put that in the affidavit, did you?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that that's part of the totality of the circumstances?
But in my viewpoint, sir, it wasn't as close as she's described.
Okay. Is it part of the totality of the circumstances, yes or no?
Sir, it wasn't, from my viewpoint, that wasn't accurate, so that's why I didn't put it in there.
Okay, but you know that your assumption was wrong. You admitted you made an assumption.
I did, yes, because
All right.
we can't see
All right,
behind.
so since you made an assumption, in fairness to these gentlemen, you didn't put that witnesses said she came close to striking Nathan Villalobos with a hammer. You didn't put
Objection
that in
as to
there.
argumentative, Your Honor.
It's not argumentative. I'm asking, did he put it in there, yes or no?
He's phrased the question.
You can ask him that.
You did not put anywhere in your affidavit that Melissa Perez came close to striking Nathan Villalobos at 151, 54, 53, 55, or somewhere around there.
I did not put that in there.
All right. And if in fact that happened, you would agree, if in fact that happened, that would be part of the totality of the circumstances.
If in fact, yes.
All right. And you never followed up and asked Maria Salinas, why did you make this gesture that you came this close when Vince Gomez said you almost effing shot her?
Yes, I didn't talk to her, no.
Okay. But you're the lead investigator, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, she gave a statement, yes, sir.
And if you're the lead investigator, then if we believe what you're saying, that you saw all the body-worn camera videos, if we believe that, then you should have asked that question, shouldn't you?
But I did not. I did not have a chance to talk to her, no, sir. I relied on the detective.
Okay, that's not my
to talk
question.
to her.
My question is, if you had seen that video, as you claim, you should have asked her that question for clarification, right?
I could have, yes, sir.
You should have, not could have, should have.
But I didn't.
You should have, yes?
Yes, sir. I did not ask her that.
So you should have, yes.
I'm not going to say I should have. I did not.
Okay, so if the jury believes you should have, then you're not willing to admit that you made a mistake, are you?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, by definition, he's invaded the province of the jury. They decide what they believe or not. It's improper to ask this witness that question as phrased.
I'll sustain.
All right. So, where did you learn that you can exclude information that you don't think is credible?
I didn't learn that anywhere, sir. I just put in what I thought was relevant to the affidavit.
Okay, so no one has told you to exclude what you don't think is relevant, right?
No, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that the San Antonio Police Department teaches that any exculpatory information should be included in an investigation, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so whether something's exculpatory is not for you to decide, it's for a jury to decide, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
We know what exculpatory is, right?
Can you tell me? Can you give me the definition?
Okay. Can you explain exculpatory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what exculpatory is?
So right now, I don't. I'm telling you right now. You can just...
All right. So exculpatory evidence is information that tends to show that someone's innocent or justified.
Okay.
You understand
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that you should include in your investigative report whether someone believes they were justified and why.
Yes.
All right. You didn't include the exculpatory information that Maria Salinas said that Melissa Perez came this close to striking.
I did not, sir. Yeah.
All right. And you would agree with me that no one has told you to exclude that just because you don't believe it?
No, I was not. No one's told me that. No.
All right. And so you agree that whether you believe it or not, you should include exculpatory evidence, correct?
Yes.
All right. So even though you should have included it, you did not,
I
correct?
did not, sir. No.
And you would agree with me that that goes to the totality of the circumstances?
It's part of the totality, yes, sir, how they got there.
And you did not include another example, but exculpatory evidence, totality of the circumstances, correct?
Well, you're talking about, yes, of hers, yes.
All right.
What she said. I did not think it was relevant to my affidavit, no, sir.
All right. So Vince Gomez showed Andrew Lamb and Ricardo Neri that Melissa Perez came this close and he shook his hands in front of his face, palms apart about 5 to 7 inches, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you never asked him what he based that perception upon, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And you could have done so, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did not include that in your prosecution guide? You did not include that in your affidavit for arrest, did you?
Correct, sir, I did not.
And you would agree that when Maria Salinas made the statement, that Melissa Perez came this close, that was said to Eleazar Alejandro, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that fellow officers can rely upon information relayed to them because people are required to relay information in times of danger to their fellow officers, correct?
Of course, yes, sir.
And so Eleazar Alejandro could have relied upon that properly in deciding under the totality of the circumstances whether Melissa Perez was a danger at the time that she swung the hammer at 2:02:07.
Yes,
correct?
another officer tells him he can rely on that, yes.
All right. And you did not include that anywhere in the affidavit that Eleazar Alejandro had been conveyed information that under the totality of the circumstances would have caused him to believe that he believed that Officer, or actually Sergeant Alfred Flores was in danger of serious bodily injury or death.
I
You
did
didn't
not.
include that in your
I did not
affidavit?
include it, no, sir.
All right. And you would agree that that was the totality of the circumstances?
Yes, it would be.
And you agree that you should have included that in your affidavit?
I didn't include it because after watching video, that's not
Okay,
an
that's
accurate
not my
depiction.
question. You should have included that in your affidavit, correct?
But why would I put that in if I'm looking at it and it doesn't, it's not really, in my view, what happened? It's, you know,
Okay.
yeah, they think that, but as you can see, that's not how close they were.
All right, so we can, it's 6 o'clock, and I don't know if you want us to continue on, but I can show you on a video in the morning that in fact, when the hammer hit the window at 2:02:07, that the back of Alfred Flores' head was 3 to 5 feet away. And we'll discuss that tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Right, members of the jury, it's a good time to break. It's 6:04. Tomorrow, we're going to go 8 to noon. That way you have your schedule, 8 to noon. We'll be done by noon. We'll try to please be here by 8. Thursday, I anticipate 10:30 through the end of the day. All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 8.
All right,